All right, here we go, continuing with Hank Harrison's book.
Many factors contributed to Kurt's frightening
Many.
stage collapse in Munich on March 1. He collapsed on stage in Belfast in June of 1992. Belfast in June of 19 contributed to Kurt's frightening stage collapse in Munich on March 1. He collapsed on stage in Belfast in June of 1992, but that was because he forgot to take his methadone or Naline or whatever narcosynthesis he was into at the time. The Berlin fans saw a far more emotional level. Kurt was crying as he left the stage. Maybe he didn't like the neo-Nazi banners he saw in the crowd. They probably reminded him of Aberdeen, and the confrontation he had with the Rednecks in Carnation less than a year earlier, and the spit fight he had with Axl Rose at the MTV Awards. But he was also crying because Courtney Love made him cry. The thought of losing his daughter made him puke as much as any lack of drugs. A later press release tried to explain the trip to Rome as an R&R excursion, but that didn't wash. If Kurt had need of true rest and recuperation, he could have taken a taxi to one of the many fine spas dotted through the Bavarian Alps a few kilometers east of Munich. 3 days of Sitz, Baden und der Geld, Wassers mit die Wormschmutz would have done him a world of good. Sadly, Kurt could have sustained the fires of hell if he could have his daughter near him, but Courtney just plain refused to budge out of London. Kurt was in bad shape, but he was worried and, above all, really pissed off. Tissue thin or not, Courtney had to counter Kurt's public opera. The paparazzi were already on the scent in London. First, she would shut down the Euro rumors and restart the New York PR machine with herself at the controls. The sycophantic rock press would gladly paste down any news release from Courtney's own hand as if it were holy writ. To them, every piece of Courtney was a piece of history, like old Beatles tickets and hair hanks. Courtney is a genius at this. I've seen her control complex events even when she was 16. Her mother is a master at manipulating large-scale events too, so why wouldn't Courtney learn this art at an early age? On the eve of the Rome episode, she had a highly focused mind, a mind so well organized that she could never go insane no matter what she did to herself. It's genetic. Hank Harrison. Kurt worked himself to a convincing frazzle in order to lure Courtney to Rome, to get her to stop what she was doing and bring the baby to him. Why? Because he required it. Because he was Ubu Roi, the king who wanted to win just one little battle. He knew Courtney would look bad if she didn't come. Yes, this was boyish and cloying and unmanly, but Cobain often got into that mood and, well, petulant or not, he was, after all, Kurt Cobain. Sadly, this would be the last royal request he would ever be able to enforce. Courtney took off for Rome under protest, but only because it would look bad if she didn't. Underneath all of that angst and nihilism, Kurt was an incurable romantic. Beneath the rock star facade beat the heart of a dumb sap who remained madly in love with his wife and the sadomasochistic relationship they kept hidden from even their closest friends. Kurt and Courtney had a date in Rome. It was her favorite town, or so she told everyone. What she did not tell anyone, her deepest secret, is that it was also the home of Caligula, her favorite emperor, as portrayed by John Hurt in the BBC series I, Claudius. Kurt presented her with a chunk of the Colosseum, made available when the Sandblasters went to work. Both she and Kurt understood the meaning of such a gift. The blood of 10,000 Christians might have been soaked into that small slice of history. The Akashic memory of the torture of millions of victims of the Roman Empire may have swirled in that fist-sized limestone shard. Kurt took the Rome meeting as a kind of marital showdown. His dope nurse, his mother surrogate, his temptress, his good lady, his sister replacement, and his jailer were in the process of dumping him, and he didn't like it. The Baptist prayers he said at his daughter's bedside every night were useless against the black curses cast by Courtney's distorted idea of witchcraft. More agony than he had ever felt possible shot through him as he sat dejected backstage. On the bus, on the plane, nothing mattered anymore. His biographers paint him as a sick, helpless junkie who hated his wife and child, but in Rome, he would be the boss. History tells us he failed. Kurt took the phrase, "Physician, heal thyself," quite literally, but now his little black bag was empty. No dope in the world could patch him up without Frances at his side. That's why he slumped. His life was draining away before his very eyes. Few of the coke snorters who counted him down for the count had children of their own. Nobody around him was sophisticated enough to see him as a drowning man, a victim of spousal abuse from a woman completely ruined herself by dope and an ill-fated destiny. Kurt's eyes flooded with tears and repressed rage when Courtney failed to show up for their Valentine's Day celebration. She rubbed salt in the wound by failing to return his calls as he traveled on tour. After about a week of sheer depression, he finally took action and called a couple of friends in London who confirmed that Courtney was having a gay old time with Billy Pumpkin and that she was chin deep in business negotiations, enjoying her celebrity status, showing the baby off like a trophy, shopping in Kensington High Street. Love kills, and generally not paying much attention to her marriage vows or Kurt. In other words, Courtney had demoted Kurt to a low priority status, and Kurt took it hard. The romantic date was supposed to celebrate Valentine's Day, again an appropriate martyr to the sadomasochistic cause. Kurt's equinoctial birthday and the second anniversary of their quirky Hawaiian wedding were also on the program. But Courtney stood him up. Now, when your spouse stands you up for a pre-planned romantic holiday, you get a little worried, right? At first, Courtney didn't show because she had one big Irish stew on the front burner. She was cooking up the deal of the century. Her romantic date with Kurt would have to wait. If you think this was an accident or a simple scheduling conflict, forget it. Courtney knew how much pain she was inflicting. She could have as easily poked the eyes out of the Easter Bunny. How many boyfriends, husbands, and fathers had she left waiting in the rain on holidays past? Dozens, hundreds. Kurt was just another paramour. Courtney was only able to keep to a secular obligation if there was something in it for her. The pattern is clearly marked in her past. Her pattern early letters and poetry are spattered with the blood of her future dates. By the time Nirvana blew into Milano, the cracks were starting to show. Kurt hit the porcelain crock and puked his guts out. He wanted to fly to London that night, but his bandmates reminded him of his obligations to play 2 more gigs in Italy, a special show in Yugoslavia, 5 gigs in Germany, and a really big gig in Prague before he could get back to England. Kurt went into a compliant mode in the former Yugoslavia. Although the London critics were not kind, the embattled Bosnians were happy to see Krist, a native son from the village of Novoselic, in such an exalted position. Krist was inured to the rough going, but travel in his motherland took on a frightening hue. Communications were sparse, war tensions were escalating, and, for security reasons, Nirvana would be out of touch with London for 6 days. Kurt probably figured he was visiting the dark side of the moon. His kid was in limbo. Meanwhile, back in English-speaking London, Courtney refused to commit to a specific date or timetable. She told Kurt's handler she may not even be in London when he got back from Munich. She said she was on her way to Spain with Billy. Any rendezvous would depend on plane schedules and tour dates and babysitters and a long list of other contingencies. This didn't make sense to Kurt since he knew she had a Learjet on standby at Heathrow. True to form, Kurt chewed his guts out and began shooting up with a vengeance. Courtney was going to take the baby with her to Spain. It was her way of signaling to Kurt that he may never see his daughter again. The romantic Valentine's date fell by the wayside. Her new future date was now by her side. Corgan would do the Lollapalooza, and Corgan would owe Courtney a big favor. This marker would later be paid back in the form of studio time and musical advice for Hole's 3rd album. Kurt was history. At that point, and for all intents and purposes, Kurt and Courtney's marriage was permanently rent asunder. For Kurt, it was showdown time. Pat Smear, the Munich promoters, Krist and Dave, the roadies, the Geffen staff, and the remaining gigs on the tour were going to have to wait. A slight legal problem took precedence, a little matter of a breach of prenuptial contract. The 2 lovebirds who married so romantically on a volcanic cliff in Hawaii were now mortal enemies. They were supposed to celebrate, and Courtney was supposed to bring Francis, but she put business above family. Some husbands would have understood, but Kurt drew the line when he heard about Billy. He turned all colors of the American flag every time he envisioned Corgan and Callie playing with his kid. At first, Kurt wasn't sure about Corgan's intentions. Kurt knew Billy personally and had many social and business dealings with him, at least enough to get the measure of the man. He was pissed at Billy, but blamed Courtney for the whole affair and figured Billy was also being used. In retrospect, Kurt was right. Eventually, the details began to fill in. By the time Nirvana came back from the Balkan Peninsula, the rumors of Courtney and Billy as an item in London were well established. Friends tried to soften the blow, but Kurt knew something was definitely wrong on the London end of the line. Courtney and Billy were again seen shopping together in London with the baby the day before the Munich gig. Even hearing unconfirmed rumors infuriated Kurt so much so that he popped yet another socket. Finally, he just collapsed on stage to the disappointment of millions. Some of this may have been fakery, but the blood was real. It seemed clear to everybody on the tour that a crisis of major proportions was on. Love kills. The way and that history was repeating itself. Although Courtney finds the comparison odious, many journalists felt like Yoko was definitely in the house and that the Beatles were about to break up all over again, grunge style. The day after his collapse, nothing mattered to Kurt but getting closure on his marriage and seeing his child. Courtney wasn't even being half a partner anymore. She essentially dumped on Kurt 10 days earlier by not showing up in Rome, but now Kurt wanted a showdown. What more appropriate place to have than Rome? Okay, he was a sap. It's not like he was out womanizing. All he really wanted was a chance to see his daughter, to look into her eyes and to have the touch and vision of her soft beauty to regenerate his tired bones. Other men might have just gone out and kicked ass. But Kurt was a gentle soul, and he did not want to look like Axl Rose. Courtney saw it differently. Kurt was burned out and no longer of any use to her. The fact that she had a hand in burning him out was conveniently forgotten. The pro-Courtney press, notoriously in awe of her proclivity for social Darwinism, made Kurt look like a doofus. One wonders why Courtney didn't care. Every good farmer knows that one must plant good seed to get a bumper crop, but Courtney's arrogance refused to feed the golden goose. Instead, she ate the guy. The hip trend was, according to Courtney's unofficial biographer, away from Nirvana and toward Smashing Pumpkins. But she forgot to tell people that Kurt was helping her write the music to some of her songs. Maybe she figured Billy and Evan Dando or Eric Erlandson and Patty Schmeel and even Stevie Nicks would fill in where Kurt bailed out. But whatever her motive, Courtney was no longer nurturing the Cobain commitment. PR can work miracles, and a great many people continued to think Kurt's star was on the way down, even before the In Utero tour began. If that were true, one wonders why the shows were sold out and why the album sold 12 million copies. Maybe Kurt's fiscal star was on the descendant, but his status as an icon and a troubadour was definitely on the up escalator. Cobain was slated to be the next Bob Dylan. He had the shortest incubation time of any poet I have ever studied. He thought of a lyric, and the next day it was music, or at least down on paper. Kurt's career, with or without Nirvana, would have been very much longer had he been energized and supported in a more loving environment. Kurt was not a strong, independent guy. He needed a woman in his life. Courtney knew this when she married him. As stated earlier in another context, Debbie Harry, an early 80s rock diva, quit her whole career with Blondie to nurse her old man through a debilitating disease, but the nursing program just wasn't in Courtney's hex code, unless it involved a quick fix here and there. Courtney just isn't the chicken soup type. My daughter became the quintessential rock maiden. She plowed through lovers of both sexes like a warm spoon through custard. She was Medea in competition with her mother, fashion models, rock divas, and anyone who deigned to look her in the eye. When her first husband complained that she ripped him off for his stage act, she quipped, "Hey, if you want a nurse, go to a hospital." When I asked Hank Harrison, her to consider letting her grandmother visit with Frances, she said, "Why? What have those people ever done for me?" When her second CD came out, Courtney had her entire career planned like a flow chart. She was headed for Grammy territory and then up the ladder to motion picture stardom. According to what she told me when she was 18, no woman had ever gone from music to motion picture stardom before. Della Reese didn't matter. Debbie Harry did it many years before, but she dropped out to take care of her old man, so she doesn't count. Michelle Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas starred in a number of films, but they were all Bs. The list is longer and there's a lot of butts in it. We need only recall Streisand and Madonna to make the point. All of these singers were forgotten when Courtney repeated that statement to me in the little green Mercedes driving across San Francisco through earthquake-torn streets in the fall of 1993. She sort of showed me her mind that day. It was as brilliant as I thought it would be and as distorted as I feared. I was alarmed to see how delusional she had become. The thing that made her most proud was her damned delusional system. A complex mindset which serves as the underpinning for an otherwise fractured personality. When she was 13, Courtney began to trick herself into believing a whole cosmology of ideas, some based on firm reasoning, others pretty shaky. She has idols and enemies, sorcerers and magicians, and fairy godmothers, all mixed in with an instinctive sense of logic that feeds her unforgiving anger. To me, the most amazing part is how she sold her delusional system, which her fans call an angelic vision, to her cronies. Then I realized record industry moguls aren't trained shrinks. They may be good observers of humanity, but they can't make specific arguments for a specific psychosis, some of which never come to the surface. I guess Courtney knew how to play to the sycophants and fawners. People who sacrifice to Ginsburg's Moloch have only two requirements. First, the belief system must bring in bags of money. And second, the belief system must fill up the followers' empty spots with some kind of rationalization for living, a warm, fuzzy feeling. Courtney blazed new paths in that department. In 1991, she awed several times and then, after Kurt died, began to clean up her image. But very few insiders fell for it because she was just as mean and hedonistic as she had always been, only richer. Judging from comments made in Courtney's AOL folder before Kurt died, Kurt was becoming an inconvenience. This is important. Remember how she dehumanized Ratface and the Stalker? How she stylized and cartooned her enemies before attacking? Kurt would now fall prey to the same art. Courtney would bring drugs to Rome, but not the loving patience Kurt hoped for. Courtney would come out of Rome looking like a goddess, and Kurt would look weak and wimpy. Kurt realized he was being used to further his wife's career a full year earlier, but he didn't mind. He thought giving Courtney a nightly leg up was all part of the contract. Some men love to see their wives in successful roles. He resisted seeing darker motives. That's probably why it hurt so much when Courtney threatened to stand him up in Rome on his birthday and Valentine's Day. That's when the whole bag of rocks fell on. Love kills him. For me, it was Christmas Day, 1979. She promised me she'd show up, but she never even bothered to call. 2 weeks later, I moved to Ireland. In my opinion, Courtney ignored small social obligations because it fed her need to be destructive. Each time she crushed another small person or won a case, when she should have had her ass kicked, she felt more maniacal. It also trimmed her up fine for a wedding with the recording industry where power is abused, as a matter of course. To continue Steve Albini's profound logic, I'd say, a great many riders on the rock and roll roller coaster suffer from delusions of grandeur and ideas of self-reference generated from the roar of the crowd and immediate access to drugs and drug money. Kurt ran away from the delusions because he was well-grounded. He was strung out, but he was realistic as long as he had his kid. Frances was his ground wire, and now even that was about to short-circuit. I don't know what Kurt said to Courtney on the phone from the hotel in Munich. Maybe he threatened to fly to London to put on a big press conference, but she reluctantly agreed to fly to Rome with the baby. She must have been slightly peed off, because less than 24 hours after Courtney arrived in Rome with Frances and the mysterious male nanny, Kurt Cobain lapsed into a drug-induced coma and almost died. How did this happen? March 3rd, 1996. Rape me. Rape me, my friend. Kurt Cobain, Reuters International. FDA prohib bits.e rape Drew G. All forms of Rohypnol, pronounced Rohypnol, have been removed from the acceptable drug list by the United States Food and Drug Administration. An FDA spokesman said today, 30, flunitrazepam, also known as Rohypnol, even in moderate doses, produces waking trance states, but also sustains a mild euphoria. The interdicted drug has been available on the black and gray markets, especially in England, for at least 20 years in various forms and combinations. The North Vietnamese used a similar compound for brainwashing as it produces a zombie-like state. Flunitrazepam can be mixed with beer or wine and is odorless and tasteless in suspension. Through its infamous reputation, asked the prime mover behind the increase of gang rapes on college campuses and in the bar scene. Anyone caught using the drug as a Mickey Finn could be charged with assault and attempted rape. Rohypnol has not been manufactured in the USA or Canada since 1993, but is easily obtained in Mexico, Italy, Spain, England, and Japan. The U.S. Customs Agency plans to detain travelers with Rohypnol, and it will be treated as Class 1 substance, like LSD. Travelers found with large amounts will be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Other regulatory agencies insist the drug is dangerous enough to be classed along with heroin and cocaine. Although originally promising as an aid to withdrawal for addicts, Rohypnol has a shady past and has been called the addict's friend. It is also dangerous when used with alpha blockers such as clonidine. Prior to Rohypnol, ketamine, a surgical anesthetic which freezes the parasympathetic nervous system to prevent any possibility of motion or emergent anxiety during surgery, was occasionally reported connected with criminal activities. Popularized Love Kills in the mid-1980s by dolphin psychologist Dr. John Lilly in his Topanga Canyon saltwater isolation tanks. Ketamine was used to help tweakers look within, but since then it has been used as a kidnap, robbery, or date rape drug. A number of rapists and child molesters who say they obtained ketamine through veterinary supply channels admitted using the drug to paralyze their victims. The veterinary world was notified in 1990 about the abuses of ketamine, and tighter controls were instituted. By contrast, Rohypnol, which gives off a chalky taste when mixed in a soda, is non-addictive. It is odorless and looks like a large vitamin C tablet. When used after surgery, Rohypnol is said to produce desirable muscle relaxant effects superior to morphine, but the drug is not recommended as a painkiller. Other studies found Rohypnol no more effective at killing pain than 2-Tylenol, but again, the side effects are not worth the trip. March, rewind. Courtney arrived in Rome with DeWitt and Francis at approximately 8 p.m. 10 hours later, just after dawn, Kurt was taken by ambulance from his suite in the Hotel Excelsior to the emergency room of Rome's Umberto I Hospital. Sometime during the night, Kurt ingested a potentially lethal dose of unknown drugs and more than a normal batch of champagne. All of this information came directly from Courtney. The doctor's report was less specific, but undigested pills and some form of carbonated alcohol were found. This was not a suicide attempt, but maybe it was a dress rehearsal for some really bad action. Doctors performed gastric lavage, fed him charcoal, and stabilized his vital signs. He wouldn't die, but he was way messed up. October. Headline: Clinton signs date rape drug ban into law. Note: Janet Sue Billig and David Rich were married by Rabbi Andrew N. Bachman at Bridgewater's, a catering business in Manhattan, when Janet was 33. Not exactly a June flower party, but a fate passing for nice. At that time, Janet, who kept her nascent name, was a partner in Immortal Management, an entertainment company in Santa Monica that owned a record label, produced films and television programs, and above all managed artists including Lisa Loeb, Bijou Phillips, and T-Bone Burnett. Earlier, while working for Gold Mountain Entertainment in Manhattan, she was a manager of the rock groups Nirvana, Hole, and the Lemonheads. Can you see the connections here? Between Evan Dando and Kurt and a smattering of lipstick dykes, Courtney was balling somebody in every group. Now that's not to say Janet was stupid or incompetent. She graduated cum laude from NYU. But next to Courtney, she was, so to speak, slightly dim in sight. Hank Harrison. Evan Dando was photographed with Courtney, both before and after Kurt died, but he denies there was ever any romance outside of shooting dope until we were all asleep on the floor. While Kurt was trying to recover, Courtney gained control of the media. Color-coordinated press releases came out of Gold Mountain and London, but a few independent Eurojournalists, especially the Rome and Paris press bureaus, saw discrepancies and wrote their own stories. Tour managers and executives from Geffen Records, who were either in London with Courtney or still in Munich, showed up when they heard Kurt was near death. John Silva, who we will hear more about later, was one of the Gold Mountain Geffen Liaison men. While Janet Sue hacked out press releases, Courtney divided her time between Kurt's bedside and schmoozing with numerous fawning types selected from the growing hordes of polyglot stringers and stage door Jills. The first press spin made the incident seem like Kurt was partying too hard and just OD'd. But that wasn't the case. Courtney told everyone, including me, that he tried to kill himself and that he left a note. To the best of my knowledge, Noon has ever seen that note outside of Janet Billig, Kurt and Courtney and Callie DeWitt, if it existed at all. So what really happened? End of note. Kurt's collapse in Munich was brought on by emotional exhaustion. He couldn't play any longer knowing he was being manipulated, but when he got to Rome, he had a worse problem. Courtney was cold as ice, and instead of making up, got into a girl fight with him. He wanted to patch things up. The baby gave him the strength he needed, like the anti-hero in Perfume, but Courtney wasn't falling for it. Kurt was constitutionally strong, wiry. The baby re-energized him emotionally. She was worth any effort, including a big box of forgiveness. Kurt was able to forgive. Courtney never learned how. It was showdown time. Kurt was her future date, and nobody was going to take his power away from her. Kurt saw the baby briefly, although obviously the kid was nodding from the jet lag. After tuck-in and prayers, he pursued the evening with Courtney, hoping that a sexual liaison might smooth things over. They could have gone out to the Via Veneto for a light bite, but Courtney didn't want to be seen in public with Cobain. They made love briefly, but, again by her own admission, she fell asleep. Snoozes a flagranti. I believe all of the horrors of her lap dancing career came back to her, and an ugly transformation took place that night, right there in the nicest suite in one of the nicest hotels in Rome. Kurt Cobain, rock star, husband, and lover, slowly morphed into an old stink-dick John, and Courtney just fell asleep. I guess she never heard of coffee, and with all of that dope, you'd think she could find a line of crank in there someplace. This, above, prescription written by Dr. Panish for Prilosec filled at Savon in Los Angeles on March 3, 1992. Prilosec is prescribed for gastric upset, GERDs, and similar problems. Kurt said he was no longer suffering gastric distress after he began taking Prilosec. He also told several people he was no longer in pain. Excelsior Hotel Suite, Rome. Must have been the ultimate rejection. Courtney's body language, or lack of it, said it all. Not only was Kurt a bad lay, not as good as his rival, but that very rival was probably waiting in Spain for another tryst. But how many rivals were there? One thing is certain. Upon recovery, Kurt told friends he freaked because he couldn't enjoy the beauty of the tour and the outpouring love of the fans, and because he had a deep wound that could not be healed until his domestic situation was cleared up. That was an understatement. When he took residence in the Excelsior Hotel, he began to feel a little better. He was not suicidal, just sick. But he told Pat Smear, the band and the roadies, he was okay and they should not worry. The promoter in Munich contends the band's management promised to play makeup gigs as soon as Cobain recovered. No mention was made of a breakup, or that the band members were moving on to their own trips, like Kurt playing solo gigs, or Dave forming Foo Fighters, or Chris running for mayor. But chances are they weren't going to come back anytime soon. What happened to Chris and Dave? When they found out they weren't welcome at Kurt's bedside, they flew back to Seattle like 2 days sailors after a 72-hour shore leave. They were out of the loop by that time. A spokesman for the hospital confirmed that Kurt Poupon, which Television Rai erroneously reported as Cobain's real name, had been admitted, but would give no details on his condition. Kurt often used the name Poupon at hotels. He was, in that mutation, Colonel Mustard from the board game Clue, a game wherein every character is a potential victim and a potential killer. Kurt's overdose in Rome may not have been an accident. Kurt often warned people about drinking and popping downers or shooting up while drinking. He knew this practice could prove fatal. Kurt had friends who made this lethal mistake, Stephanie. Love kills. Sargent and Andy Wood, for example, so it is unlikely this particular incident was a pure accident. On the other hand, it may have been a delaying tactic to block Courtney from rejoining Corgan. If so, it failed miserably. A month after Kurt died, Courtney told the Los Angeles Times that the Rome incident was a suicide attempt, but before he died, Kurt insisted he was not suicidal. Unfortunately, his soapbox had been removed. After he returned to Seattle, he no longer had the public ear, and, though skillful media management and subtle manipulation, especially via the internet, the fans and the police had no trouble believing he was suicidal. He came out looking like a wimp. Kurt Cobain would never perform in public again, and his wounds would only grow deeper. Steve J. Official Statement, Gold Mountain, March 4, 1994, 15649 EST. Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain slipped into a coma at 6 a.m. European Standard Time on March 4, 1994. The coma was induced by a combination of the flu and fatigue on top of prescription painkillers and champagne. While Cobain has not awoken, he shows significant signs of recovery, said his doctors. Several Sid and Nancy incidents on the road and at home were well known to insiders. In 1992, in a hotel in Seattle, Courtney illegally injected Kurt with salt and the apomorphine she happened to have on hand. Then, in front of several witnesses, she marched him around the room to bring him back. This is paradoxical since half the time Courtney copped the dope herself. Days later, he checked into the Exodus Center in Marina del Rey, but Kurt just walked off after a few days. This was the same clinic he entered 1 week before he died. He put himself in that particular clinic precisely because he knew how easy it would be to walk off. There are numerous eyewitnesses who will testify to Courtney's Florence Nightingale antics on the road. There are also legendary stories about Courtney's capacity to shoot more dope and skip more rope than anybody at the party. Both Kurt and Courtney were fascinated by medical stuff. In Spain, Courtney, posing as Michelle Rodriguez, used her pregnancy to hire an ambulance to drive them around because they were late for a plane. Then there's the unverified report of Kurt shooting up in the hospital while Frances was being born. All of these reports, some true, some apocryphal, when you add them up, make it look like Kurt was the bad junkie and Courtney was the good junkie. But it's an oxymoron. There's no such thing as a good junkie. Okay, so that's how the myth of Kurt's suicidal state of mind got rolling. However, and I repeat, Dave Grohl, the entire Novoselic clan, Slim Moon, Dylan Carlson, and dozens of others insisted all along that Kurt was not suicidal. They were not in mass denial either. It's just that the pro-suicidal faction had far more money, power, and access. Now, what does that tell you? For those of you who squint in the sun, it means somebody was planning this assassination for a long time. Hank Harrison. No one from Kurt's dad's side of the family thought he was really suicidal, although 2 of Kurt's uncles killed themselves. Yes, on rare occasions, a suicidal person hides it so well that everybody is fooled, but that's about as frequent as a woman carrying a child to term without knowing she's pregnant. Like Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, Kurt made decisions that had a tendency to resonate into the future. And also like Jobs, Kurt was proud of his confrontational management style. In Kurt's case, the suicidal image got started as hype early. At first, the concept crept in disguised as a jape, a high farce element, but as time went on, press releases took on a foreboding slant, and they were all skillfully planted by somebody with an interest in making sure everybody thought Kurt was suicidal. Most of Nirvana's PR went through and was devised by Gold Mountain, and in Rome, 1 month before he died, nothing had changed. Gold Mountain was still in charge of Courtney, and Courtney was in charge of Kurt. The PR was fluffy, tending to downplay the near-death experience and then gradually adding the suicide element. The official doctor's police report claimed that the drug ingested was a prescription painkiller, not a tranquilizer. That leaves lithium, Valium, Xanax, and Prozac out of the picture and points the finger straight to morphone, morphine, codeine, or some other opiate or rohypnol, the rapist's friend. Now we know what Kurt meant when he wrote "rape me," but the report also ruled out all opiates. Naturally, the English language press affiliates released what Courtney told them and, more or less, ignored the official report, which was in Italian. Kurt was in no position to say anything. He was in a coma, for God's sake. Gold Mountain's story makes the comatose phase seem longer than it was. The official report depicts it as less than 6 hours. Again, the mystery links to what wasn't said. Curiously, the press releases from Rome leave us hanging nothing about what happened in the hotel or why Kurt was there in the first place. Nothing about who else was in the entourage. Where was the baby? Did Callie really come along to act as a babysitter? Here is what Courtney told me on the phone when she called from Arizona. Apparently, she had the story memorized. She spoke in restrained tones, but there was not a single note of grief in her voice. As soon as I was assured that Kurt was stable, asked one of the sisters at the hospital what to do. The sister said, "Pray, my daughter. Pray with all your heart." Now working on Fellini's home turf, Courtney claims she saw a vision of angels beckoning her toward St. Peter's Basilica. Following her vision, she took a cab from the hospital directly to the Vatican, crossing the circular piazza on foot. A Fellini-esque figure, beautiful and blonde, filmed in a milieu of tearful harlequins and children wearing red slippers. For a moment, she was Anita Ekberg in La Dolce Vita, dressed in a black cashmere suit. Her sleepless, inflamed eyes guarded from the Roman aquachrome sun by a pair of black and clean shades. Love kills. Phantoms of saints and sinners hovered overhead as she scurried across the huge terrazzo circle laid by the famed Cosmodi Brotherhood. Like an angry comet, she cut through the shadow of the obelisk of Heliopolis. the gnomon that points at certain times of the year to the spot where St. Peter was crucified. The hanged man tarot card pops up. The fervor of her flight made her seem like a religious fanatic on pilgrimage from to Compostela. Like the flagellates from Bergman's Seventh Seal, she was on a mission. She says she sought this sanctuary to pray for Kurt. The huge colonnade under Michelangelo's dome dwarfed the fleeing diva as she ran. An affinity group of Asian tourists occupied themselves with tape, recorded lectures on the similarity of Michelangelo's dome to that of the Pantheon, where the many ancient gods were enshrined in miniature. Their necks craned back as they practiced their morning Tai Chi. Courtney had been here before, but on prior visits she too arched her neck until it ached. It's the curse of the cathedral. As soon as she passed under the Baume di Chino and entered the Cathedra Petri, she began to feel better. The overhead canopy, held up by 90 tons of twisted bronze columns covered with gold, the esoteric trees known as the cedars of Lebanon. Strange patterns formed on the marble. She made a proper genuflection and instinctively headed to the shrine of Simon Peter, the megalith upon which Christ built his church. As she knelt, her inner daemons were temporarily overcome by a strange sense of well-being. The hands of the creator of Genesis, superimposed over hell and damnation, hung above her. Bernini's huge frescoes reflected the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance. Her first vision brought in Kurt's Christ-like visage. This fell away, followed by a vision of unimaginable power, a grotto scene, a green mound hollow in the center from which all primordial life emerges, a mound similar to those Neolithic mounds she had seen in Ireland in 1981, just across the Boyne River from our house. The Green Knight emerged to challenge a young knight on horseback. The young knight was Kurt. Kurt laid down his arms, and the ritual beheading took place. Her tears of fear turned to tears of mercy, and she knew Kurt would recover. After that, all she can remember is being enveloped in a golden light emanating from the dome. No one knows if this really took place, but the imagery is stunning, and it proves she retained a modicum of Roman Catholic religiosity in times of crisis. Now we see a new messianic role for the Vat Rat girl, the aerosol kid, the bad girl who once knifed a fellow inmate in a schoolyard for talking about her behind her back. The vision appears, as if from on high, an apocalyptic vision in what is arguably the most holy shrine in Catholic Christianity, but her apotheosis didn't last long. No more than 8 hours after he went into the hospital, Kurt blinked his eyes to see Courtney, fresh from a little shopping at Fendi, hovering over him like a dark specter. Kurt looked up, sputtered, and said, "You saved me life, at least a Was Gold Mountains version." Miss Billig reports feeling a powerful aura in the room as Kurt came back to life. Now he would have to change his name to Lazarus, when asked if there was any. Hank Harrison, truth to Courtney's Vatican vision. One of Kurt's friends said Courtney exaggerates. The hospital staff saw things differently. In clinical terms, Kurt was only in danger for 20 minutes, awaking with a migraine and then falling back to sleep frequently. In junkie terms, he was on the nod. This action again implicates a synthetic opiate or a drug like Rohypnol. Janet Billig, who was around the Fox core scene since before Babes in Toyland, the same Janet Billig who did most of the PR for Caroline Records, told the Associated Press. The vital signs came back, and he opened his eyes. I don't know if he's talking, but he's moving his hands. His wife and daughter are with him. Courtney knew Billig in Minneapolis and New York during the 1986 Babes in Toyland debacle, when Courtney was accused of grabbing money from the Butthole Surfers concert. But Courtney's deal with Billig must have continued, because, like magic, Billig shows up on the radar screen as Kurt's press agent in Rome. Kurt wasn't consulted at all. Could this be a conflict of interest, or just another day in Rocktopia? The radio reported that Kurt's first words were, "Get this damn tube out on me nose," followed in a few minutes by, "Where is Francis?" He saw Francis. The tube stayed in until another milkshake came along. Courtney's press comments, through Billig, revealed another discrepancy. She said Kurt had overdosed because he suffered from stomach pains and was prescribed tranquilizers while on a tour in Europe. Earlier, she said Kurt had the flu. Well, which is it? Flu, stomach pains, colitis, melancholia, GERDs, lack of Prilosec, conversion hysteria, a suicide gone wrong, attempted murder, or all of the above? The Hanged Man. From Courtney's version, as told to me by Courtney on the phone several weeks later, I could tell she was lying. Her voice gets flat. Kurt and Courtney began to make love at about midnight March 5, but Courtney is tired and falls asleep. Kurt gets pissed off and wakes her up. A petty girl fight breaks out. That's when she told Kurt that Billy Pumpkin was a better lover than him. Many issues are discussed at high volumes. The other hotel guests, including an American tour group and a United Nations envoy, grow alarmed. Complaints are called in. The night porter at He Concierge's desk gets worried. The combatants move about the suite and out to the corridor, slamming doors and screaming as they go. Presumably, the baby is asleep down the hall and is not aware of what is going on. DeWitt stays with the baby. Kurt is not yet allowed to see the kid for any length of time. Notice I said, allowed. After the fighting phase, Courtney goes back to bed, slamming the bedroom door behind her. This leaves Kurt utterly alone to drink his champagne. Here is where the versions diverge. One theory says he stayed up and wrote a Dear John note, possibly a prequel to the Boda note that was eventually found next to his body in Seattle. Courtney said he then broke into her big chukka bag and popped out 20 pills one at a time, washing them down with champagne. This is highly unlikely. The other version depicts Kurt staying up and drinking champagne, which may have been spiked with Rohypnol. In his near trance state, Courtney claims, he wrote a note on Excelsior Hotel letterhead, but the press has never seen it, and the police in Seattle only ever saw notes written on foolscap or on IHOP placemats. This later, more plausible scenario has Kurt nodding out at around 3 hours. Hotel personnel, not accustomed to such screwy behavior, not even when Pavarotti stays there, noted that the Cobain fracas was more than a spat. According to a radio journalist in Rome, the jet-setting couple were squabbling loudly about money and a divorce. Courtney told me she woke up at dawn and found Kurt on the floor with a chair turned over. She claims there was no fight, no ruckus, no loud door slamming. This is Hank Harrison. Odd. In all of the time she lived with me, she never woke up before noon, and rarely a day went by when some door didn't slam. Maybe. Even for the lack of Granny Smith apples in the fridge. She claims she grabbed the note and made the emergency call. Did she read the note before making the call, or did she read it after the ambulance got to the hospital, or did she write it herself? The hospital records show that the call was made at 6:02. Kurt was rushed to the hospital, and Courtney rode in the ambulance. One paparazzi gets a shot of her with her glasses off. The Sisatini agency in Rome claims she went ballistic and wanted to stop the ambulance to chase the photographer down. Kurt be damned. Why would she care about the paparazzi with her old man dying in her arms? The last words the photographer heard as they pulled away was Courtney screaming to one of her henchmen, "Get that film, get that film." Why was the film so important? At 6:30, doctors began emergency treatment. The press release lists his vital signs as weak and his condition as grave as soon as his vital signs stabilized. Kurt was transferred to the American hospital in the suburbs by Courtney's orders. Official opinion as to his chances for full recovery remained guarded, but the logistics here are curious. Why was he moved to a less conspicuous place? Sure, he was a big rock star. Sure, the paparazzi were beginning to swarm, but I repeat, he was not in a true coma for all of that time. I think he was moved to keep Kurt from blabbing to the press, because both Time and Rolling Stone stringers were on the beat, and they couldn't be so easily fooled. Sometime late in the evening on March 5, Kurt's eyes fluttered, and he began to wake up from his Rip Van Winkle imitation. Less than 5 people know exactly what happened after that. Kurt was never interviewed in the hospital, not even by...
I was typing an email, sorry.
legitimate American journalists. Sub J. Coma from Albionic. March 5th, 1994. Glad to hear that Kurt survived. Yay. He said in the Rolling Stone article that he didn't think Nirvana had much left in them. He was thinking of starting another band to get a fresh sound. He thought they might get out one more album, and he hates playing Teen Spirit anymore. It was a goof-off song that they didn't expect to take off. Numerous news sources painted a rosy picture. As the first week of March ended, Kurt was fully recovered and happily flying home. In reality, Kurt was consumed with anger and was getting ready to kick Courtney's ass with Billy Corgan in the bargain. Why didn't Courtney use Kurt's near-death experience to bury the hatchet? When your spouse is fucked up in an Italian ICU, with hoses oozing from every orifice, one would think it the perfect moment to get some counseling, but my daughter and her husband decided to stomp on each other instead. Courtney and her black woolly mood swings would soon enter the Coliseum to do battle with Kurt the bipolar. Christopher Sanford, one of Courtney's marionette biographers, claimed Kurt came home strung out on heroin, but this was not true. Instead, his stomach cramps and constant pain had subsided. The Prilosec took 2 weeks to take effect, but eventually it kicked in and Kurt's appetite came back. Kurt was a heroin user, so I guess Sanford meant we should blame it all on the heroin. As much as I hate heroin, I think we should widen our scope here just a wee tad. Kurt did not die from a shotgun blast. Heroin laced with some other bad shit is what killed Kurt. The shotgun was an afterthought. But the dosage level and other factors are suspicious. Throughout his entire book, Sanford continually degrades and demeans Kurt without balancing the picture with insights into his brilliance. The truth is Courtney's propaganda machine was keen on damage control and doing damage. After the Rome incident, Gold Mountain Management was owned by Danny Goldberg, who was on again, off again feuding with Geffen over points, money, and perks. A conflict of interest was already apparent a full year earlier at the MTV Awards. Gold Mountain managed Hole and Nirvana, but they also managed other acts under contract to Geffen. As far as I'm concerned, handling 2 big acts based on a married couple, one in each act, with the same staff and the same recording company constituents, a breeding ground for bad deals, and it's a damn tight circle, something that would, in an earlier century, have been thought of as a dangerous cabal or a monopoly. In this climate, can restraint of trade and denial of due process be far away? Anything that derailed Nirvana or Hole would automatically make demands on Gold Mountain's staff and the Geffen corporations. Anything that would facilitate Kurt's failure to comply with contractual obligations would quickly lead to a breach of contract and a countersuit. Bootlegs could leak out the back door with no scrutiny. Royalty payments could get chiseled away for returns. Advertising costs could never be recouped, even though Nevermind had the lowest advertising per revenue curve seen in recent years. Other bands under contract to one or another of the partners would get short shrift, and whole companies could go bankrupt. A greedhead oligarchy such as we find managing Nirvana and Hole in 1992 can only. Hank Harrison. Wind up as a house of cards. The whole undeclared partnership is probably going to come unglued if the contracting couple splits or if the managing staff changes the status of their business relationship. Plus, there's far greater opportunity to hide decisions and strategies from the government if the principal partners and the recording company form a triangular cabal. But this cabal wasn't just a simple interlocking directorate. Danny Goldberg was also a big record company executive, and his wife handled some of the business for his other company. At any given time, this could have been Atlantic or Warner Brothers. Was this yet another conflict of interest? So, what's one teeny-weeny conflict of interest in a situation which grows such conflicts like hothouse flowers? Nirvana blew the hothouse out. Turned out Kurt wasn't such a teeny-weeny problem after all. Kurt's threat to drop out was shaking the whole cabal at its foundation. Millions were at stake. The money laundry was running out of soap. This kind of overlapping directorate is a risky, high-stakes game, a fiscal and legal accident waiting to happen, especially when large firms are involved, especially when some of the partners don't know all the details. Kurt could see what was going on. Courtney was blabbing and bribing as usual, and he wanted out. He wanted out of his record contracts, which were up soon anyway, but he also wanted out from under Gold Mountain's management. In a situation like this, the guys with the most power could easily join forces to gang up on the weakest partners. Kurt was fast become a major pain in the legal butt and the weakest partner. Courtney tossed her keys in with the upward mobile swingers. Kurt's theatrical behavior in Rome showed him to be a loose cannon at the corporate level. The Walmart censorship issue was only one case in point, an unresolved ethical issue floating over the entire 1994 European tour and millions in stashed assets. I could also cite the fog cloud surrounding Kurt's last will and testament, the inner workings of Courtney's contract versus Kurt's. Courtney got a better deal than Kurt? Were quiet favors granted as rewards for delivering Cobain to resign with Geffen? I'm convinced that when she was booking the Lollapalooza deal, Courtney saw the Hebrew on the wall and took the path of least pain, even going to the extreme of digging up Juica ancestors, real or imagined. Courtney was also privileged to hear inner secrets and was ideally positioned to report on Kurt's plans. The word was out that Geffen was really pissed at Kurt Imidat after In Utero dropped. The art and content of the album disappointed everybody but Cobain, the band members, and Albini. The reason he had to be murdered was at hand. Kurt loved to gore the ox. Courtney warned him. Chris and Dave warned him, but Kurt would not kiss the corporate ass, a delicate anatomical structure that needs kissing as often as the Blarney Stone. Kurt was fast becoming persona non grata at Geffen and Gold Mountain was forced to side with the money bucket. For her part, Courtney would see to it that he was far in the background by the time her own album came out. Rather than go down with Kurt's ship, Courtney chose to. Love kills, side with the power brokers. Some writers would argue that she was all out for herself, from the beginning. To make Courtney happy, an impossible task on the face of it, Gold Mountain started to paint a pro-Courtney picture, especially after the Rome debacle. Kurt's public image as a funky, junky saint was allowed to dangle in the wind to allow Kurt enough time to self-destruct, or at least look like he was self-destructing. This is depicted in the tarot card KNWN as the Hanged Man. The decision to give Kurt enough rope to hang himself was made at the very highest levels. Kurt insisted his coma was not the result of a suicide attempt, but Courtney insisted it was. In truth, Kurt was using only occasionally when he came back from Rome, and he was rational enough to conduct everyday business, which included deep immersion in songwriting and preparations for future gigs and studio sessions. Chris and Dave weren't overjoyed. At that point, both men knew the trio was in jeopardy, and all remained stunned from the crisis. I've seen this happen more than once, and I can safely say that when your band breaks up, you get that glassy-eyed look, almost like battle-hardened veterans returning from a war. Courtney was in control of everything, not just her husband's life, but Kurt had one ace up his sleeve. Kurt, too, could play the baby card. He was, at last, able to play the kingly father role. He was bonding with Frances. In a matter of days, Courtney would be forced to take on the mantle of Yoko Ono, the breakup queen, and Kurt could play out the role of John Lennon, the firebrand Beatle who was on the Nixon shit list for many decades before somebody finally assassinated him. That is unless you think Lennon's murder was random. I was embarrassed. I didn't have the nano view, but I could see the wide, and might ye say grim, picture. The coveted destiny of Nirvana was about to fall out of Courtney's hands like so much house dust. If Kurt was able to get to a notary or a divorce lawyer in Seattle, let alone a bank, she would wind up empty-handed. She had to act quickly and with violence if need be. We know she already mentioned killing herself a rock star. She hated and envied on stage-front men like Rezebek. Her great brain, now deformed forever, began obsessing on building an all-girl rock group with her Asta head girl, since the obdurate days she spent pacing the grimy halls in Hillcrest Punk School, but let us not forget the darker side. One of her ideas for financing her dream was to kill herself a rock star. She even wrote poetry about it. Nothing was going to stop her. Maybe at first it was just an idea, a path to enrichment, a deep motivator, but eventually opportunity and the necessity presented themselves. The house on Lake Washington Boulevard became a guarded castle after Kurt returned from Rome. Nirvana was going through a catalytic change. The boys who did Bleach would now do other, more exciting stuff. Foo Fighters was already in rehearsals. Chris had studio gigs lined up, and he was thinking about getting into politics. Kurt had gigs set for the rest of his life, and to top it all off, he could have his pick of side musicians, proven pros, like Kristen Pfaff, who was getting ready to tour with Janitor. Caroline Records on Santa Monica, BLVD, LA, corner O'Flaherty Place. this. Building was home to some interesting recording studios. Joe. Moreover, Steve Albini was ready to engineer anything Kurt could produce. Kurt Cobain was a street hustler. He knew how to work the system, at least enough to survive in style forever. His Aberdeen needs were zen-like and easy to fulfill. Courtney's requisite caviar at the Pierre needs were not cheap. In the primavera of 1994, Kurt probably didn't want to socialize or do business because he was happy bonding with Frances. Unless I missed my guess, the bean was healing her papa. Bonding with your kids has a way of healing in case you haven't experienced parenthood. In New York, Gold Mountain's PR cell, which catered to Courtney's every whim, mainly because of her nifty way of developing on-the-job romantic entanglements, shut down information pipelines for Nirvana and began concentrating on Hole. Kurt's well-played collapse in Munich and the coma publicity in Rome made him seem far more suicidal than he was. He left several letters and notes, but how do we know it was a suicide note? The multi-page note in question, that is the missing note, is presumably destroyed, this whole area of inquiry, with its implication of repeated. Love kills. And blatant forgery smells as fishy as a tuna trawler on a hot day in dry dock. Courtney's PR machine said the note would never be revealed because it was too personal. More diligent research tells us that any notes Courtney pushed forward favored whatever she had planned, and any note she deselected probably made Kurt look good. Courtney was adamant when she spoke to me on the phone. From the health spa, Arizona. Oh, he left a note. Did you know he left a note? No, I didn't, I answered. Was it a suicide attempt? I asked. A yes, sort of, she replied haltingly. Wow, what does sort of mean? I asked. Long pause. She didn't want to explain. Oh, I have to go now. I have a counseling session. Her counselor was the house shrink, but Kat and Billy were there as handholders. She was not grief-stricken, just stressed out. I played the tape for a professional grief counselor, and she said it didn't sound like she was grief-stricken. Next, I took the tape to a polygraph examiner, who also does voice stress analysis, and his computer evaluated the statements on tape as being highly deceptive, pit bull in a pet parade. I saw the best of mind's generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. Howl, Allen Ginsberg, 2027th bull in a pet parade. When he arrived in Seattle from Rome, the Prilosec was starting to work, but his intestinal pain was exacerbated by the most intense emotional pain known to the human race, the pain of losing a child. After resisting the temptation to self-medicate, Kurt gave in and opened his little Tom Moore cigar box. Everything inside was neat and tidy, and the box was almost new. One of the homicide officers, the guy who later got Fred for falsifying evidence, described the box as dirty, the filthiest thing I have ever seen. Bear this in mind. It is an important clue. It was not filthy. The cop's comment indicates he probably took a payoff. He knew what he was supposed to say, and may have given the box nothing more than a cursory glance. There should have been 2 kinds of dope in the box. There should have been 2 kinds of apparatus in the box, a heroin pipe and a hype fit. Neither were present. Then there's the funny little circle of cigarette butts poured on the floor to make it look like Kurt smoked himself through his hesitation anxiety before he shot himself. There was ashtray, no blank writing pad, no burn marks on the lino tile, no half-empty pack, and some of the butts had lipstick on them. Moreover, there was no Bic lighter, no fingerprints on the gun. The whole thing stinks from what was missing, not from what was on view. There was an empty Barks root beer can laying around, but it wasn't used as an ashtray. Clearly, the death scene and the area around the body had been staged, as if a Hollywood prop jockey did the job. The set was laid out by somebody who had done this kind of thing before and got away with it. Journal entry. Listening to aneurysm. Somebody should have grabbed Kurt off the plane from Rome and put him in protective custody. Maybe they could have kept him alive. He was cleaned out by the gastric lavage and the bed rest. He was back on his Prilosec. Unfortunately, once he got back to Seattle, all that bed rest got used up real quick. Kurt could have gone to Switzerland like Mick Jagger to take blood scrub treatments where they heat and oxygenate your blood to kill all the viruses. He could have stopped off in Amsterdam to score an Ibogaine treatment, but he was hard-headed. Kurt wasn't thinking cure, and he wasn't thinking pay back. He was thinking about Frances. No one is even sure if Courtney let Kurt see the baby when they were in Rome. When the Seattle police declared Kurt a suicide just 1 month later, almost everybody believed it, at least at first, but the lyrics from his song, Aneurysm, reveal Kurt's opiate nostalgia and the fascination he had for the heroin ritual. However, for later reference, he was into brown Shiva, not China white, and when his body was found, he was full of the far more potent white laced with something like fentanyl or some other really toxic shit we used to call it battery acid, to be specific. Kurt had 3 times the lethal dose in his coagulating blood when Nick Hartshorn caught the case. Remember that name. Remember also that at least 3 coroners, including the chief medical examiner, looked at Kurt's body, but the verdict of suicide was signaled to the press by a nod and a wink days before the official report came down. My source close to the domestic household told me Kurt was homesick for his house in Carnation, the house he never lived in. He was also, in my opinion, junk sick. He was tough and wiry like a bull terrier, and yet he felt beaten. He was sick of dope, sick of Courtney's philandering, sick of the lies and the energy loss from the addiction. He was not really strung out. He took his Prilosec like a good trooper, and he prayed every night for Frances. He wanted to clean up for her, for the future, but he told one of my sources, Kurt's part-time nanny, that he could not quit dope totally until he did something about Courtney. Remember also that Courtney made sure Kat was well supplied, especially while she was living out at the old cabin in Carnation and driving her little red Carmen Ghia back and forth. End. Courtney was constantly manipulating the scene, providing Kurt with magic powder when he least needed it. He needed rest, but he was behind the get-well curve. Based on his writings, we know he had to get out of his marriage in order to chase out his own demons. He knew he wouldn't get any Red Cross from Courtney. Courtney was holding him down, spiritual, physically, and musically. He mentioned to a few friends over at Tad Doyle's house that he might put himself into another rehab center after the divorce. They approved. Hank Harrison. At home and in Europe, Kurt's family and fans grew more alarmed. New information was not forthcoming. Somebody was altering the data after Kurt left Rome. One of the Rome papers said, "There are many questions to ask in this case, but nobody to provide answers. The infidelity scandals and the Lollapalooza rejection issue remained unresolved." Divorce seemed to be the only answer, but Courtney ordered any leaks about an impending divorce hushed up. Her potential loss of revenue and prestige would be immense. Damage control was the order of the day. Kurt worried about the baby even more than when he traveled in silence between Trieste and Munich. He knew he would be branded a weakling or a mad hatter by Courtney's press corps. She did that to all of her enemies. Was Kurt now on her hit list along with Ratface, Goat Lady, and the dozens of journalists who saw through her over the years? Kurt also knew that Children's Services in the state of Washington would never grant him sole custody of Frances, even if Courtney fell off the map. Even joint custody was going to be a problem. He wanted his mom and sister Kimberly to take the baby for a while, but Courtney blocked that action too. Wendy Cobain, according to Tom Grant, a private detective on the scene, was strung out on something provided by Courtney, and sister Kimberly was too young. He had been down that path before. Courtney's mother, Linda Carroll, now a famous psychologist with a full library of forensic books at Courtney's disposal, sat in the wings ready to fill out a form known, in Washington state, as an allegation of child abuse and neglect, her second in so many years. In Washington, the mere suggestion of neglect from an authority like Ms. Carroll can get the child jerked out of a given household. In fact, if the marriage had dissolved with both sides dirty, someone at the Child Protective Division of the Washington State Department of Community Services might take a notion to isolate Frances from both parents. Kurt knew Courtney's mother was very active on the telephone, constantly calling in markers. He knew Linda was instrumental in taking the baby away during the Vanity Fair brouhaha, and he knew she would do it again. Kurt claimed he spent more than $250,000 in legal fees to get Frances back from Courtney's half-sister in Portland, but this next debacle would cost 10 times that much. In the worst-case scenario, Kurt sensed he might never see his kid again, especially with his own mother and sister siding with Courtney and his very powerful, very sneaky mother-in-law. This would lead to another nasty clan feud over whose family would get custody of Frances Bean, in the likelihood both parents were deemed unfit. Would the baby go with Courtney's mother, or would she stay with her namesake family? Would she go out of state or stay in Washington? The fact that I am 25% genetically linked to the child never came up, but I knew what was going down because this is very similar to what happened to me 30 years earlier. History repeats itself. Love kills. More shocking is the fact that Don Cobain's family was never even considered. Don's father, Leland Cobain, known to his friends as Lee, never saw his great-granddaughter face to face until she was 18. Okay, mark me as a villain if you will, but why exclude Don's family? Oh, I'll bet it was a deal cooked up between Courtney and Wendy, a deal Courtney later betrayed on several occasions, including reneging on the payments for the house in Olympia, which got the residence sold out from under Wendy and Kim. It made the papers, but hardly anybody saw it as part of the pattern, especially when there was such a great deal of house piracy going on all over the country at the time. Courtney claims she was broke because her then management team ripped her off and bought houses with the money, only to lose those houses due to the big fish eating the little fish in other parts of the real estate ocean. I guess it's like gonorrhea. What goes around and around. The custody question might have been worked out in future negotiations, but Kurt did not have the strongest position on the chessboard. Heroin, or a dependency on anything, will always demote you in the eyes of the court. Courtney was strung out on and off again, but she could clean up fast. The press still cannot figure out how Courtney could look like a hag one day and Snow White the next, but it's genetics. Quick recovery runs in my family. My dad was pronounced dead at Kaiser Hospital after a liver reaction to NyQuil, but 20 minutes later, the nurse caught him walking down the hall with his pants on and tubes dragging behind him. He pulled himself out of bed and just drove home. He went to Vegas, spent 10 grand, and died a week later. Does that sound like anybody we know? I am telling you it's genetic. Kurt was hard to kill, but weak in the romance department. He was stressed and raggedy, and sometimes, especially after Rome, he looked like death warmed over, a bit like Jim Carroll toward the end. If cosmetics count, then logic told him he would loose the kid, especially if it came down to a beauty pageant. He was one sick puppy, but he was not suicidal. He was on the warpath and determined to get better. One could argue that being on the warpath against Courtney was, in itself, suicidal, but Kurt had one or two cards up his sleeve. He had friends like Eddie Vedder on his side, and he was still the king of grunge. Kurt was looking forward to doing gigs with other bands. He knew he could change his will to cut Courtney out. Or could he? As stated earlier, Rosemary Carroll, his attorney of record, his manager's girlfriend, and his wife's bisexual lover, was supposed to be rewriting the will when Kurt died. This could prove a conflict of interest, because Rosemary Carroll was also Courtney's attorney of record, and she might have delayed or told Courtney about the will change as a heads up. Either action would be sufficient to get a lawyer disbarred in any normal situation, but entertainment lawyers have their own law books. Predictably, the PR machine said nothing about the will change after he died. Again, we have Tom Grant to thank for this information. In the original will, everybody agreed that Frances would get everything. Like her mother, Linda Carroll, Courtney knew how to live off the executor's fees, but in Kurt's revised will, Courtney would not be the executor. Kurt's mom or a non-Hollywood law firm would be the new executor. If Kurt had prevailed, Courtney would get $1, and her agreed-upon prenuptial payoff, rumored to be $1 million plus child support, nothing more. That alone is motive enough to assassinate Kurt, but there is more to it than mere money. Okay, so he's back in Seattle, trying to put an end to his addiction and his marriage, changing his. Krist Novoselic tried to get him to quiet down, but Krist was angry at Courtney and probably disappointed in Kurt for not manning up. He just did not have the wherewithal to grab his old friend like a sack of potatoes and drag him to a remote location. Both Chris and Dave knew Kurt had to offload Courtney by himself. In the final analysis, Kurt really was not as strong as Nelson Algren's fictional Frankie machine. He told his friends he was going to file for divorce immediately after he dumped the monkey, but that statement was not time-stamped. In reality, Kurt had no chance unless he was under guard and separated from Courtney 24/7, will and trying to get straight again. He was literally on his knees, praying with the baby and writing music with Pat Smear. However, his prayers are not being answered, and his manic panics continued. In order to understand the lyric, "She keeps it pumping straight to my heart," you need to know that Kurt was referring to his dependency on Courtney and his female Canadian heroin dealer, Caitlin, who moved to Portland shortly after Kurt's death. However, Kurt was, as usual, also punning. Heroin, one of the worst poisons ever created, is often labeled with a feminine pronoun, like a steamship or a WW2 bomber, such as Queen Mary or Lady Luck, or as previously mentioned, Fatal Beauty. Likewise, junkies never tire of inventing feminine and innocuous names for heroin. On the streets, heroin is often referred to as girl.
I just want to say that I wish Kurt Cobain moved right beside a bank. He could afford to buy any house. It would be smart if he moved right beside a bank, because banks always have cameras and tons of security. And someone like Mark Lanigan isn't going to try to attack him with all those cameras around. So, all right, here we get back to the book.
Lady White, China White, Persia Brown, and Mama. However, in Aneurysm, Kurt places a medical label on it. This song, written at least 2 years before his collapse in Munich, presages his mysterious death, explores his fear of brain damage from contaminated drugs, and underscores his hypochondriacal fascination for all things medical. This, too, makes it unlikely that he would kill himself. When he stepped off the plane from Rome, Kurt felt betrayed, cuckolded, alienated from his band, and isolated from his friends. As soon as Kurt walked in the door, Courtney was on his case, barking commands in the morning and using her notorious "love kills," cold shoulder as a battering ram at night. She was completely uneducated, and yet she seems to be omniscient. Sadly, a lot of people think she is. She cannot write a decent English sentence, yet she criticizes writing styles, even those of her ghostwriters. On the evening of March 18, 1994, in a desperate effort to win just one little argument, a nearly impossible dream, when Courtney is on the warpath, Kurt locked himself in a room hoping to shut her out of his life. This was a big mistake. You cannot reject Courtney. A big storm dumped everything but the moon that night. Instead of lighting a fire and settling in for a hot toddy, the Cobains ran around the house screaming at each other in front of the baby. As usual, Courtney threatened to call the cops. She would scream into the phone about domestic violence or gunplay or potential suicide. Kurt tried to call her bluff. "Go ahead." He said, "I'll go to jail. Somebody has to wear the pants in the family." However, she was not bluffing. Courtney made yet another call to 911. The 911 computers were linked to a database which revealed that domestic violence had been called in before from that same address. Over the phone, Courtney blithely announced that her husband was barricaded in his room with 3 pistols, a rifle, and 5 boxes of ammunition in the house. This same arsenal, plus or minus a few shells and a holster, was confiscated in front of witnesses by the same cops in June of 1993 from the rental house. But on March 18, 1994, nobody was home except Courtney, Kurt, the baby, and, oh yes, Callie, that damned elusive male nanny, the person who looks remarkably like Kurt when he peroxides his hair. When the police arrived, Courtney grew strangely calm, even maternal, as if she was the mature one and Kurt was the child. This signaled the cops as to who was sick and who was healthy in that household. Courtney was setting up a scenario for later use, plans she had been hatching since she left Portland in 1979. Kurt was not suicidal. He told the cops he just wanted peace and quiet, and that he was never suicidal. The police had to search the house from top to bottom to find the guns. They were not locked in with Kurt, but Courtney told the cops she was afraid he was going to shoot himself. In spite of all evidence to the contrary, the police believed her. She sold the idea like a sideshow barker, and the cops bought it. Please note that, based on the relevant police reports, Courtney never expressed fears that Kurt was going to shoot her or harm the baby. All she did was beat the suicide drum as often as she could. She told the press and the police that Kurt was suicidal. They believed her because she projected an accommodating mask. She kissed the most authoritative asses she could find, a snitch trick she learned in juvenile hall in Salem. Kurt sassed the officers. The rock in the cop's face sticker on his Jagstang did not help. Kurt did not mention suicide that night, but Courtney did. The report filed on March 18, 1994 tells me that almost every police officer on the Leshy Madrona beat knew about the recurrent drama at the Cobain house and was assured Cobain was unstable. It is important to remember that the incident stretched. Kristen Pfaff and her prom date. Courtney's high school did not have proms, from house to house. The fights that broke out in Lake City continued unabated into the cold newness of the mansion overlooking the lake. Kurt, on the contrary, insisted he was not suicidal and was trying to get away from Courtney altogether. The cops thought he meant he was trying to get away from her in the house, like a room-to-room brawl scene, but we now realize he meant the comment to be taken globally as, "I'm trying to move out," or "I'm trying to get her to move out, forever." Everybody knew the Cobains were breaking up except the fans. Kurt told numerous friends he wanted a divorce and that he wanted out of town and out of the relationship. He told anybody who would listen that he was leaving Seattle, maybe to make an indie record with Steve Albini on the Minnesota-Iowa border, or maybe to join Mary Lou Lord in the studio. Maybe he would work on forming a new band with Kat Bjelland. Maybe he could develop a new grunge sound or cut a single for Pachyderm. More intriguing, especially in light of Kristen Pfaff's later bathtub OD, is the possibility that Kurt was talking to Kristen about playing bass in a theoretical new band. The next logical progression for this line of thinking would be to see Kurt toying with the idea of getting Kristen to get back with her old band, Janitor Joe, which she was already doing anyway. Just to bug Courtney, Kurt told a few friends he was on his way back east to gig with another woman. Courtney figured it would be Kristen Pfaff, because she knew Kurt needed a bass layer to go forward. Methinks he should have kept his mouth shut because there may well have been another woman. Courtney probably said, "Okay, you leave and you'll never see your child again." That is a common phrase in divorce hassles, child support notwithstanding, but the words must have cleft Kurt like a honed battle axe. Frances was his heart, his life. Courtney used the baby as blackmail, just like her mother used Courtney against me. She threatened to take the baby away. She said it before the tour began. She said it on the phone from London. She said it in the hotel in Rome, and every time she said it, she meant it. Kurt honestly feared he would never. See Frances again. Threatening to take a man's child away are words that curdle every father's blood. I should not say every father because, as we all know, some people have no feelings and should never have kids, but when a righteous father loses his child, HS10 Pfaff and her prom date kick a stroke. Kurt slithered one more step down the ladder of life after that stormy fight on March 18th. Courtney, ever the enabler, did nothing to stash her husband's heroin, and even made sure he had enough to stay out of her hair. The cops took away the 9mm Beretta, the Spanish-made Llama, and the Ruger Mini 14 assault rifle, and confiscated the ammo. In this case, he was defenseless. The phallic symbolism of the guns was now replaced by a feeling of emptiness, and later the shotgun suggested by Bill Burroughs. Any husband confronted with an unsupportive wife, especially one who drags the kid into every argument, quickly grows depressed. Kurt was determined to make changes for Frances in spite of his darker moods. In most cases, when a father gets angry over a custody issue, his adrenaline and testosterone tell him to strike out. A few low-class louts do just that, but, Faluti's male hatred aside, most men, and especially fathers of daughters who they know are their only children, and fathers who are not probably going to have another kid for a while, harbor a deeply ingrained respect for women, so they just stand there and take the psychic beating like the macho men their mothers trained them to be. Kurt's mother dressed him like Pat Boone when he was a kid. What was she thinking? Okay, so the kid did, in fact, make something of himself. Wasn't that enough? Apparently not. Kurt's rejection of wealth and fame was contrary to Aberdeen values. Nobody in Aberdeen ever turned down $1 million. Wendy, the mother who could pass for Kurt's older sister, and his half-sister Kim sided with Courtney. They knew who controlled the money in that family. Kurt could not win. His own mother sold him out. The toads in his pond incarnation got more respect, and yet he was still not suicidal. Kurt told reporters he wanted more kids, but the subtext implied, just not with Courtney. In Rome, he finally saw into the future and noted, too late, that Courtney was going to be a bad influence on Francis and any future Cobain bloodstock. Lollapalooza. If you dye a monkey pink and shove him into a cage of brown monkeys, they will tear him to pieces. Robert, a Heinlein stranger in a strange land. MTV Future, but they did not mention divorce or a will. Nirvana was over and gone as a band and as a family, but MTV, ever the watchful spin doctors, announced no disharmony in the Cobain enclave. Instead, they offered the opinion that Nirvana's rejection of the Lollapalooza tour was simply to allow Kurt time to recover from the Rome overdose, which was, by this time, tagged as accidental. Although the public heard very little about it, Kurt was enraged at Perry Farrell, the strange honcho behind the high camp group known as Jane's Addiction. Farrell, an aggressive capitalist, and Kurt, ever the soft commie, never got along. In December of 1993, the non-friendship festered into a boiling hatred. Kurt objected to the Lollapalooza gigs for political and domestic reasons. He did not like the way Farrell, now at the helm of Lollapalooza, allowed Marine Corps recruiters into the 1992 and 1993 tours. He also did not like the way Farrell opened the door to rank corporate advertising. What was once a nice little alternative dumb show, replete with organic muffins and health food drinks, was rapidly growing into an elephantine monopoly, backed 100% by the big record companies. Kurt also hated the idea that 10 or 20 bands could be crammed into a 2-day event, competing in 3 different venues in the same mall, at the same time, almost like an upper-middle-class flea market. The idea is not new. When I was with the Grateful Dead, the Sheik of Sharjah wanted us to do a gig at the ruins of Persepolis, with the Dead at one end and the Rolling Stones at the other, both bands blowing wild at the same time. Needless to say, that didn't happen. For 2 years, the very fans that called Cobain a sellout had gone frolicking at the Lollapalooza gigs under banners increasingly festooned with corporate logos and military bumper stickers. Coke and Pepsi vied for the Glucose Prize. Kurt saw it as A. Perry Farrell, Jane's Addiction, and original organizer of Lollapalooza, faithful husband and father. 3-ring circus, each ring sponsored by a Kodak Fun camera or Joe Camel puffing away on his ubiquitous coffin nail. Farrell's proclivity for crass commercialism came to the surface when he signed up 2 competing cigarette sponsors and an entire reception line of junk food peddlers. Farrell, who Kurt called the Ferret, had silent partners in the deal too, and nobody knew exactly who they were. One source told me that the mob was going to take cash profit by providing security for the gigs. Now, wouldn't that be nice? Farrell also had other, less silent partners. Ted Gardner, who was fully known to Kurt from prior tours, brought his old Aussie connections. Ironically, Gardner's creative accounting practices were overshadowed by the backstage freak show he brought along from Osland. Allowing meat-eating Marine recruiters into the alternative Big Top is one thing, but when Farrell and Gardner offered Courtney a deal to recruit Smashing Pumpkins over Kurt's dead body, and in lieu of Nirvana's united protest, Kurt flipped into the combustible range. His own wife showed her true colors and sided with what Kurt perceived to be the real enemy. On first inspection, Lollapalooza had all of the trappings of a first-class alternative enterprise, but Kurt knew the record companies were lurking in the background, waiting to wipe out the truly alternative indie labels. Had Kurt been able to get on the internet at that time, he may have been able to explain himself directly to his fans, but the internet was just coming on strong that spring, and Kurt did not have access. Kurt wanted access. He saw the vision of the World Wide Web. He would have been online had he lived a year longer. A number of people claim he actually did work within the AOL context and did try his hand at communicating, but close only counts in horseshoes. Most Nirvana fans agree that Kurt was leaving the big time to go alternative again. He was going to set up a new indie label with his own money. He was going to start a new band with creative autonomy. In this way, Kurt could make up for lost time, and he could do many favors for the people he admired and respected. In Utero, if you listen carefully, was a symphonic apologia for grunge. Kurt was a political warrior. Underneath that whiny kid facade stood a political radical, like Allen Ginsberg and my late friend Alan Cohen. Kurt's underlying lust to return to the good fight made him sensitive to the real motives behind Lollapalooza. It also made him a target for those who wanted everything to stay sick, the moguls who feed off the carcass of America's dying creativity. Kurt knew that Perry Farrell and Associates were setting things up for a big Hollywood payday. He saw the press releases, making Lollapalooza seem like it really was an alternative event. But Kurt knew better. Beside Kurt's staunch resistance, Lollapalooza's investors had only one big problem. That was deciding between Buick and Ford, as the official purveyor of SUVs to their rolling circus. Television money was also involved. Judy McGrath, Courtney's Forbes list chum, a practitioner of the occult and the big cheese at MTV, stood at the ready to broadcast most of the acts in living stereo. This would increase profits exponentially. I hope you did not think Nirvana was going to get all of that from gate receipts. Kurt did not want to be seen as an advertising whore. Then there is the CD anthology. 2 tracks by Nirvana alone would guarantee gold status for any Lollapalooza CD. The trouble with an anthology is that every participating band can claim they are responsible for dragging the record to the gold mine, thus diminishing the star power of the headliners. Kurt knew this and did not fancy carrying a bunch of clone bands on Nirvana's coattails, especially bands that were sucking up to Geffen and Walmart. Courtney was caught in the middle. No matter what she did, she would either be seen as betraying her old man or her own career and her bandmates. She must have felt a bit humiliated at that point because she was not quite ready to step out on her own. Her soon-to-be released second CD had to go platinum first. It never did, but who's counting? That said, Courtney was never able to deal with humility in any form. Add to this the rumors of divorce, child neglect, heroin addiction, and her profligate sexuality, and you see how everybody involved would lose power, money, position, prestige, and perks, everybody but Kurt, who would, in the long run, gain his precious freedom. Kurt's rejection of Lollapalooza had ramifications beyond the immediate venue. Courtney came to DGC almost as a package deal with Nirvana. She was now being asked to put up or shut up. Without Kurt, life at Geffen might become a little rocky for her. She might have to head back into the movies. She would probably even lose her Golden Day timer, which some say she built up after copying the basic database out of Lori Barbero's Rolodex during her 1987 sleep over in Minneapolis. She may have even had some help from Janet Billig, who was fronting for Caroline Records back then. Love kills. Somebody at Geffen probably sat her down and said, "Well, Courtney, what's it going to be?" Without Kurt, many people would defect to other, more succulent carcasses. Maybe if something tragic happened, something that would make Courtney look heroic and make Kurt look like a weenie, like maybe a self-inflicted shotgun blast to the head. That was late 1993. Deadlines were closing and big concerts need lots of lead time, sometimes years. Wait a minute. Wasn't it late in 1993 that Courtney tracked down El Duce and specifically said, "I want you to blow Kurt's head off"? Wouldn't that be committing several federal felonies if it could have been proven? El Duce passed a lie detector test. Too bad he never got a chance to testify under oath. More on this later. During the last 2 weeks of March 1994, it was assumed that Nirvana was breaking up over Kurt's accidental overdose in Rome. However, truth is stranger than the spin-doctored stories. Nirvana's breakup was a strategic power play to block Farrell, Gardner, Corgan, Geffen, and MS Love from gaining the upper hand in any future negotiations. Yes, folks, Kurt Cobain, the ragamuffin man, was very businesslike when he wanted to be, and he had Dave and Chris to back him up. Kurt's bravado over the Lollapalooza offer was diminished by his recent reduction in credibility. Since he was a junkie recovering from a coma, the media was convinced he was a nutter with a dark urge to end it all. The title, I Hate Myself and I Want to Die, and the loss of a Walmart censorship battle did not help. The Burning Wicker Man, highlight event of the techno-pagan Burning Man Festival, held each year in the Nevada high desert. Love kills. After he returned from Europe, and in spite of his frangible condition, Kurt spent hours on the phone lobbying against Lollapalooza. Kurt made it clear to Eddie Vedder, Rage Against the Machine, Soundgarden, most of the acts on the Sub Pop label, all of his friends and anybody holding a marker, that Farrell et al. Were in breach of unwritten grunge law. The Rocket Weekly, a free entertainment paper that virtually cloned Vancouver's Georgia Strait, reported Kurt's displeasure in subtle ways, but they too were caught in the middle due to Lollapalooza's large commitment to full-page advertising. Kurt was on dangerous ground here, but he didn't care. In that sense, he may have been committing political suicide. Like a kamikaze pilot, he was willing to crash and burn to die for his cause, but not without a fight, a big messy public scandal. This alone would be sufficient cause for certain high-finance types to want him dead. I guess you could say Kurt did die for his cause. Farrell's monopoly on the alternative scene was eventually balkanized. 2 years after Kurt died, the Lollapalooza idea splintered into a bunch of smaller tours. HOARD for the Deadheads, Lilith Fair for the Lunatics with L7 proclivities, Smokin' Grooves for the hip-hoppers, the Warped Tour for the skateboard crowd, and eventually Ozfest for the Metallica wannabes. I guess Kurt's work wasn't wasted. Even the artful geeks were not left out. Circus Ridiculous put them right where they want to be, insane and naked in the desert. Somebody must have been listening. Oh yeah, Burning Man. I forgot Burning Man. Kurt's stand against corporate wigs amounted to a boycott. It made life miserable for Courtney and furthered the idea that somebody should kill him before he turns into a martyr for the money burners. Kurt was turning down millions, true to form the money, meant little to him, but Hole was set to play Lollapalooza at a high spot on the bill, and Kurt was demonstrating who really had the power. Here we see Philip Carey, the anti-hero in Of Human Bondage, standing up to the mean-minded whore he once loved. Kurt's adamant rejection of the Lollapalooza gig may seem small on the surface, but internally, it amounted to a major schism in the rock scene, a theological split almost as violent as the Reformation. This split in values helped to define the term alternative. Here then we see Kurt Cobain as Martin Luther, a sanctified rebel. For this alone, his place in history should be assured, but he was also Jacques de Molay stalling so the remainder of the Templars could abscond safely. If Kurt could have worked beyond his anger, he might have seen what a great job he was doing. He had them all in a corner. All he needed was a little time to keep the pressure on, to get out of town, find a new girlfriend, and rebuild his credibility with the fans and concert promoters. Once the Unplugged video hit the airwaves, Nirvana would be exonerated from all criticism. The crossover audiences would say, wow, these guys can really play. That is what the Unplugged concept was supposed to do, and it worked. Dave Grohl's Foo Fighters, with Pat Smear, made a big statement in that direction, especially when Grohl showed he could front on guitar. Eyes Adrift, Chris Novoselic's debut album, also the name of the band, met with somber reviews in the summer of 1997, but his integrity remained intact. FM 99 Times, the alternative radio station in Seattle, reported the truth closer to home. Courtney made it seem like Chris and Dave were peeved at Kurt for not joining Lollapalooza, but Courtney was the pissed-off fish in that tank. The real issue was Kurt's inability to get control over Courtney. Friends report that Sherry Novoselic, long the bell ringer against Courtney's dangerous behavior, made some phone calls. Insiders knew things were not pretty in the castle of the King of Grunge, beatniks out to make it rich. Oh, must be the season of the witch. Donovan, 3 under which Kurt and Courtney grew up, finally came to loggerheads over cars. Yes, car karma, the bête noire of all postmodern rockers. Courtney, being influenced by faux beatniks, wanted desperately to purchase a Lexus. In her mind, the leather seats would round out the Navajo riche look she envisioned for her new lifestyle, so on January 2, 1994, the Seattle dealership delivered a shinny new 4-door Lexus with the fake gold trim. When Kurt saw this gold-plated rice burner sitting in the driveway, he flipped out. The car, symbolic of the oppressive upper class, stood in direct contradiction to his blue-collar roots. It was the kind of car Damasa drove. By January 5, the Toyota Royale, which is all a Lexus really is, mysteriously appeared back on the showroom floor. When it came to cars, Kurt still wore the pants in the family. They already had a nice Volvo wagon, silver with blue interior, but Courtney was lending that around to her band and roadies as a beater and gopher wagon. When we next catch a glimpse of Seattle's answer to Tristan and Isolde, they are acting out the same hassle that everybody else must deal with. No, wait, that is not true. Most people don't get to plunk down $40,000 cash for their cars. On purpose, or through a massive lack of sensitivity, Courtney was trying to take the last vestige of traditional masculine decision-making away from Kurt. She never learned to drive and was powerless without a limousine or a taxi. But by gum, she was going to make a decision about the car. Kurt figured, no way. I cannot be certain, but I think Kurt was trying to politicize Courtney. He wanted to nudge her ever so slightly to the left, away from the fake beatnik values of her many childhoods, into a world that embraced the real thing and only the real thing. Although Kurt loved her for being beautiful, he would have loved her just as much without the nose job or the caps or the tit lift, because Kurt loved the natural beauty that radiated from her soul. Hank Harrison. A divine light, the same light I saw when she was a 3-year-old kid playing in her room and dancing in the sun's rays, as they streamed through the stained glass window, in that Maybach Mach Tudor at 1460 Masonic. Something I now realize, Courtney saw in herself as a lost memory, something her brainwashers tried to kill. They not only tried to blur my face, they tried to erase the DNA. So, if there was a tragedy in Courtney's personality, that was it. Her light was so big, so bright, and yet she was sandblasted by a cadre of really stupid stimulus response pseudo-shrinks, people from Est and Scientology, people using Reich's orgone chamber and other quackery. If you want to know why Courtney was so eccentric, so lost, it's because somebody didn't want her to shine. I would have made sure her giftedness was always polished up, but not the non-believers. The Jesuits and the Dominicans who ruled Linda's subconscious were trained to find any vestige of occult talent and kill it. Kurt was still, even at that late date, clinging to the hope of reconciliation with that light, not perhaps with Courtney, but with the light she projected, but it was a lost cause. The good news is Frances has it, and nobody is going to brainwash her. Kurt was also trying to register his disdain for Courtney's obsessive lock on the Lollapalooza deal, the missed anniversary appointment in Rome, the Corrigan affair, the Dando dance, and her surprise visit to the Albini recording session, to name only a few discordant notes. By the end of March, they were both so stoned neither one could see or think straight. One of their central spousal issues, and another manifestation of their ongoing pants in the family conflicts, revolved around getting a car to replace the Lexus. When I saw Courtney in November of 1993, we discussed what she should do about a car. I said, "I'll teach you how to drive if you want." She said, "I may take you up on that, but what kind of car should we get?" "I don't know what kind of car does your mother recommended. She wants us to get a Lexus." I said. "Not a bad choice, but for the same 50 grand, you can buy 5 Cinco Pentafump of the best cars ever built on a modern assembly line." "What's that?" she asked. "A 1988 Mercedes 300 SD Turbo," I replied with no hesitation. "You could have a fleet of them, and most of the parts would be interchangeable." "Oh, you mean like this one?" "No, this is a smaller version, but it aspires in that direction." "Can we still get leather seats?" she asked innocently. "Oh, sure, anything you want." It wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. She wanted me to say, "Oh, great, get a Lexus." Alternatively, perhaps something existential like, "Hey, did you know Albert Camus died in the passenger seat of a burning Maserati? He did not have control of his own demise. How embarrassing for an existentialist, eh?" Courtney would not have seen the humor in it. Love kills. As she got out of my pea green 240D, she paused to speak in the traditional San Francisco drizzle, something all native San Franciscans do to prove they don't mind the weather. "What do you think I should do in the meantime?" I tossed her a Nelson Algren answer. Never drive a car you can't afford to lose. She looked at me with puzzlement. Is that it? She asked. No, I replied. Take limos. I guess that was the wrong answer, too. I should have said, what's a Matamit der Volvo you already got? Why are you and Kurt hassling about cars? Did Hull need a new official staff car? The car thing came to a head 5 months later on the spring equinox, 3 days after the cops took the gun stash away for the second time. Around noon on March 21st, 1994, Kurt and Courtney called a gray-top taxi to their rhododendron-hedged house overlooking Lake Washington. The driver sighed, they bickered loudly and seemed to be very stoned. He could hardly understand Kurt, but managed to decipher the address of a used car lot in Federal Way. Courtney and Kurt were still arguing when they arrived at the American Dream Classics car agency, an appropriately named business under the circumstances. Only a few insiders know why they needed another car in the first place, but I suspect Kurt wanted something that Courtney wouldn't give away on an impulse, as she had done, with cloths, baby strollers, and furniture. Courtney wanted desperately to purchase a Lexus, similar to the one she ordered in January, but chances are Kurt would not be caught dead in a rice burner. I know I would have liked the guy. He had his eye on that 1965 baby blue Dodge Dart sedan, the one with the Hurst shifter to replace the dashboard push buttons. Symbolically, it all boiled down to one festering pustule of a decision. What image would they project as a couple? Courtney wanted a slick, easy-to-drive car that ran well so she could dash around on her own. Country of origin did not matter. Kurt wanted a classic rod for a gift to give to Christ or Dave, or maybe just for kicks, or maybe just because it was the opposite of what Courtney wanted. I guess Kat, a real Carcraft commando and proper wheel mall, or maybe Grandma Wendy, was going to teach Courtney how to drive one more time. I taught her a little as we drove down the Great Highway with her pal Robin Barber in 1979 and again in 1985, with Kat aboard, even donating a huge 1971 Olds Vista Cruiser to the cause. But a month later, it wound up stripped in China Basin with people living in it. Courtney never learned to drive a stick-shift car, so Kat had to drive her around. Kurt, on the other hand, may have realized the $2,500 he paid for the drab little four-door was good enough to drive the point home. Hey, baby, looky here. This Dodge is twice the car for 20 times less bread. Very hip. I think Kurt was trying to make a statement. The Dart would be his freedom machine, Hank Harrison, his escape dream, a sled to get him back east, and it would be low profile. It was a grunge car. It ran perfectly well, and yet, with the exception of the engine, it was humble. A perfect statement for the king of grunge. On the other hand, maybe he was buying it as part of the community property in a no-fault state, as if to say, here, babe, you're leaving me, so this ride is perfect for a groupie from Portland. That is probably why they went to the American Dream car lot in the first place. I doubt you would find a new Lexus there because the place specializes in American statement cars. Kurt probably drove by one day and saw Nova Selec's dream car blazing in the sun. Not exactly a tangerine flake streamlined baby, but cool anyway. Courtney told Kristen she hated it. The day before Kurt's body turned up, Tom Grant located the baby blue Dodge stuck out on the street in another neighborhood with a for sale sign in the window. The ultimate act of rejection. Whoever killed him hated that car. Not enough to trash it, but enough to abandon it. Grant has the number that was on the for sale placard, and maybe someday he'll tell us who answered that phone.
By the way, that was the day, Thursday, April 7th, that Courtney was down there with Dylan as well, who Tom was also with. And we know that because of Dylan ratting on his own self to Maureen Herman from Babes in Toyland.
The picture Grant took the day they found the car shows Dylan Carlson trying the door, and to this day, no one knows how the car got there or when. Carlson told friends he saw some pills on the floor. I wonder if Tom posed as a potential buyer. The manager at the American Dream lot and one sales representative saw Courtney gulp down a handful of pills as soon as she found out Kurt was going to spend money to buy the hip little rod. A later check of the ladies' room revealed wastage of pills strewn upon the tiled floor. She must have gone for at least one ride in the powder blue sleeper, but she just wasn't impressed when Kurt peeled out and smoked the tires. Courtney had no idea that a blue-printed Hemi 273 with a 4-barrel, a street grind cam, and tuned headers generated the loud noises coming from the engine compartment. The car was Kurt's gavel. The case was closed. However phallic it may be, the plain Jane Dodge GT273 was a final attempt to shut Courtney up. It didn't work. She just screamed louder, but Kurt made his statement. Courtney was not going to achieve Lexus parity with her mother, at least not that week. According to an eyewitness from American Dream, Kurt and Courtney looked drained and fried, reminiscent of Sid and Nancy in the last days. The family leadership issue, which is what any car fight is really all about, must have escalated considerably. Try to remember that Kurt was in a coma 20 days earlier. Recovery from coma requires rest and recuperation. It's not like getting your toe stubbed. It is mental. Things are often vague and fuzzy after a stroke or coma. Full recovery is a long and life-changing process. Some people lose their sense of humor, others gain one. If Kurt was planning to recuperate, he was not doing a great job of it, and he was not getting much help. Oh, sure, he hassled Courtney over the car, but maybe that was just a nasty little payback thing, a tug at the restraints that she controlled. He knew he was caught. Why did Kurt fail to seek help at that point? Was he suicidal after all? Answer, like the Blues Brothers, Kurt Cobain was on a mission. The more Courtney bitched and manipulated, the more he grew entrenched in his drive for a new beginning. Cobain, flashing under Steve Albini's anti-fascist influence, wanted to reinvent the recording industry. Now, one could argue that this strange goal was far more grandiose than Courtney's simple delusions. After all, Courtney only wanted to be a diva. Moreover, she wanted everybody to love her, and she had no idea how far from the public pulse she had grown. In a July 1992 interview with London's Melody Maker, Kurt claimed to be happier than he ever thought possible. We know he walked off from Exodus about 6 months later. It's a pattern. Kurt did not want to go into a lockdown, full detention rehab. He was a man on a mission, and clinics were not part of it. Kurt, on the other hand, wanted nothing less than anarchy in the recording industry, and he knew he could at least make some inroads in that direction. He knew he had his hand directly on the open heart of the fans and his fingers in the purse of the record industry. Kurt, ever the nihilist, did not want to be God, but, in proportion to Courtney's dream, his vision was immense. He wanted to make godlike things in a godlike fashion. Why? Because, to paraphrase Julian Cope, the industry needed shooting, and Kurt was just the man for the job. The story of No. The whole Kurt and Courtney show was based on a classic dysfunctional dyad, which can be summed up as the story of O meets a man for all seasons. Anais Nin meets Thomas à Becket. This might also be subtitled, What Would Have Happened Had Romeo and Juliet Lived? Alternatively, Won't Someone Please Rid Me of This Turbulent Rock Star? There's more to this. The car episode reeks off skullduggery at a psychoanalytic level. The sadomasochism portrayed in the video of heart-shaped box pops up here. A flashy, sleek car is always a penis symbol, but this gray-blue Dodge was all balls and camouflage. Understanding Kurt's need to buy it requires reading between the lines. The Hemi had big cojones, and so did Cobain. Kurt Cobain was a very gifted man. He had a penis. He knew what to do with it, but he wasn't hung up on it. In other words, he wasn't suicidal. In psychoanalytic terms, many male suicides are hung up on their masculinity, their failure as providers. Kurt didn't have that problem. He was not a failure and never thought he was. Here, then, is another reason to think Kurt was murdered. This whole stress neurotic punk thing could be debated forever, but one thing is certain. The day they bought the Dodge, my daughter and my son-in-law were about as freaked out as two pigs on a frozen lake. Both of them were due to drown any minute. Something had to give. As stars go, Kurt was a red dwarf. He kept it bottled up, compressed. He would blow only when his energy levels reached critical mass. Courtney was, at least at that time, a white giant, radiating a lot of spectral light. Her second CD was about to be released, in conjunction with a massive international tour. Her PR machine planted all manner of wonder seeds, which quickly bloomed into fluffy roses full of praise. Unfortunately, Courtney was starting to believe her own hype. By buying the little blue car instead of a Lexus, Kurt was asking her to bring her ego into check for the baby's sake. This didn't sit well with Courtney. Instead of listening to Kurt's innate wisdom, she got paranoid and defensive and saw his actions as motivated by envy. However, these thoughts were irrational and unfounded. Every nanny and groupie I interviewed said Kurt was not at all envious of Courtney. He was jealous of her peccadillos, but not of her career. He helped put her there. Love kills. Blog entry December 1993. Courtney is a no-show with the baby. This is the 5th Christmas Courtney stood me up since 1979. She told me I could see the baby over Christmas. But no bell, no snail mail. It is getting to be a pattern. I am rereading The Joyous Cosmology by Alan Watts and The Road to Eleusis by Gordon Wasson and Albert Hoffman. I have not taken acid since 1976, but I think I am due. I should not even be writing this. People will think I gave her acid. I passed the lie detector test in order to get her out of juvenile hall. That should have been enough, but nope, she is still telling people I gave her acid when she was a baby. I wonder if she is paying me back. She blames me. She never understood that I was barred by a cruel and corrupt system from seeing her, and that her mother and Frank Rodriguez lied in court. They said they had a happy home for her, when in fact several weeks earlier they had filed for divorce in Oregon. I tried to prove it to her, but she wouldn't listen to the tapes or read the documents. I'm sitting in my den with a cup of Golden Lion Kona in my right hand and a laptop on the chair. I'll probably never see the bean. I'll probably never give her a hug. People are saying Kurt and Courtney are going to get a divorce. Something really crazy must be going on. The baby, I figure, is in trouble. They have more nannies than a yard full of goats. But wait a minute, what about all that heroin? How many junkie nannies constitutes child abuse? Are all the nannies junkies or just the ones I saw on TV? What a bunch of skag whores. I feel something big and ugly is going to happen. I feel it in my jelly belly, like a dowser feels the tug of the aquifer beneath his feet. I can see something dark in the corner of the room, something Courtney does not want me to see. She does not want me to meet Kurt for many reasons. Hey, I'll bet the baby was with her on tour last month. She could have let see the baby right then, but no, not Courtney. She wouldn't let an old grandpa man see his kin. That would be too much like forgiveness. She said Kurt did not want to meet me, but I'll bet he's an okay guy. Me. End of blog entry. By the end of January, the magnetosphere surrounding these two stars was about to implode. Once that happened, once the divorce papers were filed and served, the whole scene would turn even uglier. The bad vibes I sensed on Christmas in 1993 were real. The press manipulation techniques, normally in use around Courtney, could never keep a lid on the blast. A massive cerebrospinal downsuck was about to burn the baby. Kurt, Courtney, my family, Kurt's family, Linda's family, and everyone who ever bought a Nirvana album. The failure of these two stars to coexist in the same galaxy was about to create an international supernova, a tragedy that will never be understood. Hank Harrison. The American Dream car fight raged on for 4 more days. Kurt brought up the topic of divorce, and every time he mentioned it, Courtney freaked out. According to a witness who wrote about it on Twitter nearly 17 years later, Courtney repeated her threat, "If you divorce me, you will never see the baby again." Kurt knew she meant it. Courtney's mother was a master of the hide the baby game. She learned it from her mother during those 4 days. Kurt told Dylan Carlson he and Courtney were getting a divorce and, according to Tom Grant, asked Rosemary Carroll to change his will to exclude Courtney. He also mentioned that he knew she was looking around for a hitman. He must have known about El Duce. He laughed it off, but somewhere in there was a grain of truth. Naturally, Rosemary was confused. According to a direct source, of the spouses told Rosemary they wanted the meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer she could find. Disinformation campaigns later mirrored The Lens. Courtney told the press they never spoke of divorce, but she told Tom Grant she instigated the divorce. According to a close associate who refuses to be named, Kurt used almost identical words. It matters little who said what. Both parties are on record as having used the D word, and both parties engaged in a particularly nasty strategy. Death is also a D word. The Rome incident alarmed everyone in the loop. The The barrage of divorce patter that echoed through the halls of Nirvana Inc. struck an ugly note. Everybody from Kristen Pfaff to Kurt's father knew just how vicious and vindictive Courtney could get when wronged, and nobody could predict what level of nuclear blast would arise from a will change and a divorce. Ah, yes, but there is a classic bit of reasoning in the case. Since both parties had the same lawyer, it was going to be okay, right? Nobody thought of it as a conflict of interest. Rosemary would act as ombudsman for both parties, right? Wrong. Rosemary Carroll was clearly in a tight spot. She had to choose sides, and quick. Although sincerely motivated, she was incapable, due to her own predilections, of calming the boiling crucible hidden in her desk. In January, the healing wand appeared in the hands of Danny Goldberg, the man who could do no wrong. The person who would, after a few trips up and down the corporate ladder, co-produce Father's Day, a Robin Williams, Billy Crystal movie, which turned out to be a real snoozer. In any case, Rosemary assured everyone that Danny would magically mend Kurt's Humpty Dumpty marriage. At that time, things could not be cozier at Danny's pad. He and Rosemary Carroll lived together, and Courtney stood in for an occasional overnight, at least one observer called these visits 3 ways. Sometime around equinox, Danny decided to organize an intervention. Courtney claims she had nothing to do with it, but she might have suggested a tough love confrontation as far back as December of 1993, before the European tour. The intervention was a good-natured idea on Danny's part, certainly not a whim, and Danny was hoping both Kurt and Courtney would prove mature enough and love kills, salient enough to patch things up. Instead, Goldberg wound up in the middle of what Kurt's friends saw as a mindfuck party. The idea was to get Kurt into a lockdown rehab first. Then, if he still wanted to change his will and get a divorce, he could do it in a sober state of mind. Cobain's ideas about reforming the entire industry were just so much youthful prattle. Too bad. If Goldberg had taken Kurt seriously, Kurt might be with us today. Kurt may have eventually screwed up anyway, but he wanted to try, and nobody wanted him to start. What if he became successful? What if Cobain, this elf-like grunge boy from the North Woods, could actually come up with an alternative, decentralized business plan of some kind? Wow, that would be a downer for anybody dependent on the traditional system. Kurt needed to be isolated, but not in rehab. Kurt needed to be working in his own studio where he could formulate his plans and get free of the real monkey on his back, the record industry and its parasitic chain of command. My kid, and it pains me to admit it, is the one who really needed the rehab. She feared an alternative business structure more than anyone. She did not want Kurt to venture out, away from her control. Her whole career was planned out, and she needed Hollywood traditionalism to back her. Geffen and others were already holding big handfuls of markers with Courtney's name on them. One could say Courtney sold out long ago. The details of the intervention, if you can call it that, are speculative because most of the participants are either missing, presumed dead, or have come down with a case of legal laryngitis, but some details have leaked out. Looking back on it, the situation must have been perilous for Courtney in many ways. She would have no choice but to go along with whatever terms Kurt dictated because he was still the main man, and she was bound by an anti-Yoko prenuptial agreement, the one she suggested in the first place. This was shadowed by verbal commitments to deliver Nirvana, tied to her contract with DGC. Kurt's contract was winding down. Hers was just beginning. The only way she could save face was to have everything blamed on bad boy Kurt. Naturally, she made it look like the completely freakish intervention scheme was precipitated by Kurt's eccentric common man's car caper and the guns in the bathroom ordeal and the Rome flirtation with death episode. To the contrary, it would be beneficial for Courtney to pretend she was against the intervention, because knowing exactly where Kurt was at any given time was critical to her fallback plans. Deeper motives were about to surface. Before Goldberg and Carroll arrived in Seattle, Courtney had them convinced the divorce and estate change request was Kurt being a sissy, that Kurt was the bad guy, and that Kurt needed help. Everybody seems to have had a memory lapse. So, let me refresh your memory. Kurt Wasserhersing and writing songs with Pat Smear. He had no need or intention for rehab. Hank Harrison. As long as he had his baby, he was cool. Least we forget Courtney, by her own admission that she needed rehab at a spa, was strung out too. She was strung out on dope in her own PR campaign. Nothing mattered to her but her shot at the big time. She was that way when she was 10, so why not when she was 30? As far as actual drugs were concerned, Rosemary knew the danger signs. After all, she was once married to, and still carried Jim Carroll's name, the one-book wonder that wrote the best-selling heroin journal, Basketball Diaries, back in the mid-1980s. Jim Carroll's legend looms large in the Cobain case. All of his chickens were coming home to roost on Kurt's front porch, not just because he wrote a book, not just because his ex-wife was Courtney's lawyer, not just because Courtney conned Kurt into hiring her too, but because the Red-Headed Irishman's book sparked the intellectual heroin craze in the late 1980s. His book, and the movie that spawned from it, served him from shabby chic aesthetics to rock and roll stardom. Carroll's book turned many chippies into mainliners. It gave experimental junkies permission to go all the way, and it romanticized heroin, but it killed thousands and wrecked countless homes. Jerry Garcia and Janis Joplin went the same way, and that was right before my third eye. I know evil when I see it. During his zenith, Carroll fronted a band extolling the virtues of heroin addiction like he was working for the Chinese government. However, by the fall of 1996, Carroll was fully recovered, living rich off his film and book royalties, and, unbelievably, making anti-drug documentaries, thus collecting from both sides of the street. Yes, Rosemary knew the danger signs. She may have been strung out herself, at least on cocaine, but she may have had other motives. Kurt was about to bolt the barn. He could, perhaps, leverage what he knew for his freedom. However, Kurt was too honest. He would not resort to blackmail. He respected Rosemary and expected her to serve him as a friend and a lawyer. Danny likewise. Did they? Only time will tell. All I can be sure of is that, since the day Kurt died, somebody has wanted the Cobain case closed tight, somebody other than Courtney. Big money is involved, and heads could roll. Why? Because Kurt had the inside gossip on a number of people. He knew where the skeletons were. Cobain would never...
That would be, I think, Tom Grant, and he has a connection with Geffen, which Eric Blanc has pointed out.
Resort to blackmail, but he was sure capable of forcing his pals and his handlers into a choice between himself and Courtney. Many people chose Courtney because, as Mickey Cohen once said, that's the money is. After Kurt's body was found, Rosemary cooperated with Tom Grant's independent inquiries and, according to Grant, provided vital information, but she backed off in late 1994. Rumors circulated that she was in rehab herself. She and Danny could no longer afford to be caught up in the Cobain hysteria. What is so damned cool about heroin? It was never cool in my underground days. Junkies are always on the hustle. Studies have proven that heroin addicts lose their sense of morality in inverse proportion to the distance from their stash. In this case, the stereotypes are correct. Opiates in general, and heroin specifically, numbs the. Bruce Pavitt and Jonathan Poneman, founders of Sub Pop Records. Human superego, the sense of ethics and morality the world has run on for thousands of years. Junkies will literally rip off their best friends, parents, siblings, and spouses if they think they will have to go without dope. Most junkies start ripping off their families because it's convenient, and then, when they are forced to hit the bricks, they begin to target innocent bystanders, and, in the case of prostitutes, their Johns. They soon become opportunistic predators, like Mike Tyson eating Evander's ear whenever it presented itself. The drug itself makes them cynical and amoral, not immoral. They just do not give a shit anymore. Even if you are rich and you know you can always score, the lifestyle gets to you eventually. The drug itself may cause certain pathological brain states and character trait disturbances. Then there is the matter of the famous battery acid cut, hepatitis, AIDS, and the overdose. A parent always worries when it is going to happen, not if his or her child is going to come home in a body bag. For me, that was 1985. Let us go back to Seattle for a moment, back about a fortnight before Kurt died. Let us look at the tough love afternoon through a more precise lens. 4 days after the car karma ordeal, the house overlooking the lake, the house with the bad feng shui, gradually filled up with surprise guests. Tough Love was about to begin. The beehive was going to go with the queen. No common worker bee, like Kurt, was going to make it work any other way. Actually, Kurt was only a worker bee to the narrow-minded. I believe history will reveal Cobain as one of the finest poets of the 20th century. The fact that he got no respect in his own house tells me that a powerful anti-intellectual force was at work against him. Somebody wanted to shut him up. He was just too gifted, too damned outspoken, and more importantly, he was, like John Lennon, teaching his fans to think for themselves. How dare he send subliminal messages out over a media controlled by advertising? Cobain had to be stopped because he was leading the brainwashed away from their cereal bowls and brand name identities into a world where they could think for themselves. Here we are, he said, entertain us. Supportive confrontation is the most critical form of tough love because it gets the group moving. Phyllis and David York, Tough Love. Try Kurt's 1994. Everybody was there for themselves. Everybody wanted Kurt to go into rehab for his or her own reasons. This is quite natural. They loved Kurt, but their ice cream cones were about to melt. Within minutes of entering the house, every single person realized what Courtney and Kurt's mom had known since he came back from Rome. Kurt was much healthier than Courtney made him out to be, but he was definitely in need of a rest. He looked more than just grungy. He looked like a bagged-out wino. He was still recovering from Rome, but still had control of his attitude. That smug smile was still dancing on his face. His wife was stabbing him in the back, but his daughter gave him the power, and he was still the king of grunge. Kurt did not drink much. He knew heroin and booze would be a fatal combination, but some observers thought he might be too tired to know the difference someday. Everybody wanted him to rest and relax, but Kurt was hyperactive even on downers. He once described kicking heroin as going on a 10-day acid trip with no come down. This sounded odd to me. I have conducted about 10 heroin dryouts in my career and read about a lot more. In all of that time, I have never heard anyone in the process of kicking opiates describing it as a 10-day acid trip. 10-day vomitory, maybe, but not a 10-day acid trip. Obviously, Kurt's metabolism was similar to that of a hyperactive child. On this particular Friday, Kurt's new house, still haunted by the ghosts of its prior residents, began to buzz with unscheduled well-wishers. The so-called intervention was underway. Once the party got going, Kurt sensed what was happening, but he did not panic. He felt their hands and smelled their breath through sense organs drained by hypoglycemia, but his resolve stiffened. He would bluff and bluster his way as he had done many times before, and he would live through this. He would play a dual role. He would be both host and victim. Team Vanilla consisted of a galaxy of well-meaning stars. Danny Goldberg, founder, Dr. Daniel X Friedman, rehab and drug abuse pioneer and discoverer of the medical effects of hallucinogenic drugs. 1921 to 1993. Of Gold Mountain Management, Nirvana's manager, ex-Atlantic Records vice president, ex-Warner executive officer, and soon-to-be CEO of Mercury Records, lead the first wave with Rosemary at his side. Incidentally, Rosemary Carroll is no relation to Courtney's mom. Nice cozy little group, eh? Kurt's mom, Wendy O'Connor, and his sister Kimberly stood by looking over home beautiful magazines, working out plans for their newly painted house on Delphi Road in Olympia, the one Courtney bought for them. 12 years later, she failed to pay the mortgage, so the bank kicked them out. Mike DeWitt, also known as Callie, the nanny who often dressed up like Kurt, whiled away an hour in his room off the kitchen listening to the radio. Dylan Carlson, who claimed to be Kurt's best friend from Kurt's janitorial days in Olympia, made himself available to run errands. Nirvana watchers tagged Carlson as a glorified gopher who would do anything for Kurt, but he was not a gopher in the traditional sense. In reality, Dylan had his own New Age style band, Earth, worshipped guitarists like Robbie Basho, Leo Kottke, and Drone Symphonia creator Terry Riley. Toward the end, he was the closet thing Kurt had to a buddy. He could cop dope and guns, but Carlson couldn't stay at the intervention because he too was addicted and had to go back to work at the record shop. Courtney's lead guitar player, Eric Erlandson, came over to keep silent vigil. Erlandson, love kills, knew exactly where his bread was buttered. His, Preacher's son, side was loyal to Kurt, who clearly respected the guy. But if it was going to come down to Kurt breaking with Courtney, well, Eric was staying with Hole. Eddie Vedder of Pearl Jam called on the phone to lend Kurt support for his stance against Lollapalooza. Jonathan Poneman and Bruce Pavitt, the big cheeses from Sub Pop, also dropped by for decidedly different reasons. If Kurt was going to go, Indy, why not go back to Sub Pop? Like Danny Goldberg, Poneman claims to have loved Kurt like a brother. Pavitt hated the sound of the first demo, but quickly saw the light when the bread came pouring in. Bear in mind also that Seattle's dynamic duo held a stake in Kurt's welfare since the Geffen contract was dissolving, and Sub Pop was taking a moderate percentage of the first 2 full studio records. Now 2% does not sound like much, but 2% of Nevermind and In Utero amounted to millions, and maybe some of that bread was on the table. A truly inquiring mind may want to know which side of the contract the points came from. Moreover, there were lots of unreleased discs still in the pipeline. Christ also came by later without Shelley. Was the band going to break up or not? Christ and Kurt had a private chat, and Christ gave Kurt a book about Trotsky's final days in Mexico. Obviously, Christ also loved Kurt like a brother, but Kurt must have felt something heavy was going down because Christ walked out with a box of tapes labeled Laundry Room. He took the Dodge to get gas, and then came back later. Nobody knew what was on those tapes, except the boys in the band. Not even Courtney. I suspect it was one of many boxes Christ and Dave now own jointly. Boxes that have that if anything happens to me aura about them. Boxes that contain recorded material, tunes and jams that Christ and Dave once told a friend they would never release until Courtney Love was dead and buried. The neighbors noted a degree of increased activity at the old mansion that afternoon. Since Courtney's published versions are several, contradictory, and completely self-serving, we are forced to reconstruct the intervention from unpublished sources, but we can assume Kurt had a full house that day. Steve Chatoff, an intervention specialist, flew up with Goldberg fully prepared to escort Kurt to his clinic. Chatoff's presence in Seattle put teeth in the intervention. His clinic, Anna Kappa by the Sea, is well respected in Southern California. It is not a lockup, but its location near the Navy terminal in Port Hueneme, just north of Oxnard, made it remote. Kurt could not walk out and catch a cab. Kurt hated the whole idea of rehab. It was nothing more to him than a tendril of the corporate octopus. Kurt also hated the idea that Steve Tyler might drop by Anacapa to lecture on the joys of clean living, and feared the spectacle of David Crosby Poppingen to talk about Scientology and his new liver. Kurt hated the idea of group therapy, or even being part of a therapeutic community. He would agree to the detox at Exodus, and that was about it. But the detox wasn't going to change his mind about divorcing Courtney, dropping out of the Geffen contract, dissolving his band, or boycotting Lollapalooza. Crisis counselors need to be lighting fast. A quick and accurate diagnosis can save a life and can mean the difference between a successful outcome and a disaster. Chatoff was probably well into Kurt's inner psyche when Kurt froze him out. He made a brief statement to the press after Kurt died and remained silent. Chatoff claimed Kurt had many issues to iron out, but he said nothing about suicide. As the afternoon wore on, it became apparent that the intervention was not going well. Skinny little Kurt was holding them all off with his cast iron resolve. Kurt probably said something like, "Hey, wait a minute. Courtney's as strung out as me. Why can't she go to rehab?" I assume this because at some point, it was decided that both Kurt and Courtney needed a detox. Courtney phoned Kristen Pfaff in London to tell her she would be going into rehab before joining Hole for a short UK tour. She did not tell anyone that her idea of detox is a dream cruise through 2 bottles of pills in a 5-star hotel and about 3 colonics a week. In my opinion, Kurt's family, his dad, his uncles, and his grandfather, were the only ones who should have intervened, legally and ethically. He should have been grabbed and locked up in a stronghold setting, a family house with digital firewalls all around. If I had known what I know now, I would have taken him to his house in Carnation or to his dad's house on the Canadian border, and he would still be alive. Anybody who knows me knows I could have easily pulled this off. I hate to overestimate my own importance, but Courtney knows what I am capable of, and now we know one reason why I was not in the loop. I would not have cared so much about what the king would do to me if I incurred his displeasure. I have dried out kings before. I would have even done time behind it if necessary. Kick his ass, save his life. Kiss his ass and kill him. Now that's real tough love, but I was in the dark just like Kurt's dad. I know, in my heart, that if Courtney had let me visit with the baby that Christmas, or at least allowed my mother to visit, Kurt might well be alive today. Families aren't bad. It's the brokenness of the families that hurts. Power freaks exploit the weaknesses. When families become disaffected, they become reclusive, asocial. The loneliness and alienation does the damage. Courtney's neighbors grew increasingly miffed as the Cobain household went through its turmoil, especially the neighbors across the street at 140 East Lake Washington, who had to park down the street on East Howell because somebody with a rental car was blocking their driveway. Even the folks at the Lesky Market, across from the yacht harbor, wondered what was going on up on Denny Blaine's Circle that day. People were still panic-stricken over the death of Mia Zapata and heroin rumors. Eventually, DNA evidence proved that a stalker from the Lesky neighborhood killed her. Kurt was oblivious to his neighbors. He was tuning guitars and playing Mortal Kombat when the ersatz intervention group reached critical mass. They probably said something like, "Kurt, you need a rest. Yeah, you're tired, man. Let us get you into a program somewhere. Love kills." Reciprocal Recording Studio, Seattle. Kurt asked everybody to blame it all on him, and they did. They damned well did. His home invader seemed sincere, but a punitive scent permeated the house. Punishing Kurt for phantom trespasses seemed to be the order of the day. Courtney would never allow anybody to lay a guilt trip on her, but she invited all comers to fire away at her old man. According to a source in the house on the morning of the 25th, one of Kurt's reactions, Wasto, declared that Nirvana was disbanding and that the pressure to do the Lollapalooza tour was unbearable. He did not give a reason for this, but I am sure he had more than one. Nirvana, even a wobbly Nirvana, was too big for a medieval tent show like Lollapalooza, and Kurt could see a further diminishment of the band's name in the future. More importantly, Nirvana could not do the gig because Nirvana, as such, didn't exist. It all went up in smoke when Kurt collapsed on the stage in Munich. Everybody close to the band knew that. I think the panic that day came from Kurt's throwing his weight around. As stated in the last chapter, I think Rosemary and Danny were at the house to represent Hollywood. Not just Geffen or Mercury or Arista or Sony or RCA, but the traditional way Hollywood does business. Any record company who might be poised to get on the Lollapalooza bandwagon would naturally be threatened by a wildcat strike. Any record company with big money invested in an artist's career might well freak if that artist threatened to shift allegiances. With one or two well-placed press releases and a few interviews, Cobain could lobby other bands to follow suit. He could easily organize a farm worker-style boycott, similar to those organized by Cesar Chavez in the late 1960s. I think the intervention party was a kind of blustering put-on, an eminent front, designed to threaten Kurt. It was not a true intervention. The message was simple: shut up, go into rehab or suffer the consequences. Without actually saying so, the Hank Harrison whole thing was designed to get Kurt to back away from his lobbying efforts, sort of a psychological version of waking up with a horse head in your bed. I think his much ballyhooed boycott suddenly grew teeth. $500 million might be at stake. The whole Lollapalooza concept could be in jeopardy. A formative strike within the alternative band scene could walk out with Cobain, and only the money-hungry talent would be left behind. People have been killed for less. In that world, burning money is the pure definition of crazy. Kurt knew Smashing Pumpkins was all but signed up anyway, so nobody was going to try to talk him into putting the band back together to do Lollapalooza, just so Pepsi and Nike could have a field day, just so Corgan and Courtney could co-opt Nirvana's fan base. Courtney told many people she was pissed at Kurt for rejecting the Lollapalooza tour, but there were other reasons for her anger. As already stated, when Kurt came back from Rome, he was determined to dump his old lady, grab his kid, and start a new band. But Courtney was having none of it. She suggested the intervention, months earlier, as a kind of call for help. It was like a baby lion calling to the pride, "Hey, help me, there's a hyena trying to hassle me." By blaming everything on Kurt, she was able to deflect any criticism. She learned this as a sibling. She did it to me several times. She would threaten to call the cops, like that day in Ireland when she lingered on the payphone too long in Drogheda. It is a pattern with her, and it is effective, sick, but effective. Her success in blaming Kurt blunted his threats of divorce and clouded the real issue, which was the change of beneficiary in his will and the termination of access to all future money critical to her flowchart. Her future date, where else was she going to get enough bread to buy all of that hype? Most of her Geffen advances were spent on PR, studio time, and salaries to Kristen, Patty, and Eric. She was at that point living on Nirvana money. The Lollapalooza rejection had other implications too. That same PR money bought press releases which made it look like Perry Farrell and Cobain were all buddy-buddy. Not so. It bears repeating that Kurt thought Farrell was an unprincipled lout. By cold-shouldering Lollapalooza, Kurt may have been sending a double thumbs-down signal to Goldberg, Geffen, Carol, and anybody else on the mailing list. He was telling Courtney clearly, "Hey babe, I don't like the crowd you run with." He was also asking her a rhetorical question. Why should I carry your band anymore? That is when Courtney started to get peeved, and believe me, you don't want Courtney peeved. She had grown a thick skin against personal attacks, but when you shoot down her dreams, look out. Courtney can hold a grudge for decades, and although she chose love as a stage name, she was molten with hostility much of the time. Some junkies take dope to kill psychic or perceived pain, but Courtney doctored herself to keep her demons alive. She fed opiates and cigarettes to her inner gargoyles like they were pets in her backyard. Courtney, the girl from Lillywhite, Oregon, was a screaming paradox, an equal opportunity hater. Her tendency to support anti-hate and anti-violence charities was love kills. Projection, a reaction formation in the Freudian sense. How can anyone who looks at the facts see it any differently? How could she punch people out and then go down and do a charity for women against violence? Am I the only person who sees a contradiction here? How could her lawyers honestly argue that punching two men out in a crowd at the Edge in Orlando, Florida was part of the act? Courtney has always been out for herself. She wanted to do the Lollapalooza tour with or without Nirvana, but she knew she could not be a headliner without the millions in front money. She could still earn brownie points with Farrell and Corgan, and she would still get her band a comfortable spot in the billing, even if Nirvana didn't do the tour. But getting Kurt to back down would have been a real feather in her cap. Okay, so we still have a house full of well-meaning interventionists. Kurt felt uncomfortable. Nobody was respecting him in his own house. Since the Munich Rome affair, Kurt was threatening to go public with the news that Nirvana was no more. The announcement was one phone call away, but DGC and the public relations firms wanted Nirvana to appear to be together, even when they weren't. This was dishonest in Kurt's view, and he planned to correct the problem before damage control could be implemented. Going against Gold Mountain and the PR wisdom was heretical, unthinkable, just the thing Kurt loved to do. Ah, yes, a new unthinkable thing to do. He loved to watch the monkeys run around, and this was sure going to make them jump. I can hear him muttering to himself now. To stun everybody in the house, Kurt just flat out announced that he, Dave, and Chris had officially parted company for all eternity. This living room declaration would have been newsworthy had it been framed in a news conference with all three band members present. It would have made headlines if a news release had been sent out, but in Kurt's parlor it took the shape of an anticlimax. Was he suicidal? Courtney called him suicidal for breaking up Nirvana. Goldberg and Carol thought he was crazy for turning down 10+ million. I don't think he was crazy. I don't think he was suicidal. I think he was planning on picking up that 10 million by forming another group and another record label. It seems to me a guy who is contemplating, even joking about putting a business deal together, especially one of this magnitude, is not suicidal, delusional maybe, but not entropic. He may be politically suicidal, but not biologically suicidal. He wanted freedom and peace of mind, not death. Mary Lou Lord had contacts at Sony. Eddie Vedder was into playing free outdoor gigs and selling records for $5. Historically, the Sex Pistols broke up and ripped off their contracts twice. and the Grateful Dead went independent when their Warner's contract ran out, but it was a fantasy for any American band on a big label. Kurt wanted to go that route. Kurt wanted control, he wanted Steve Albini to produce. He knew he had a big engine inside. He had enough money for the time being, and besides, other big stars had gone on hiatus between contracts in the past. So why not Kurt? Hank Harrison. The public may never know the truth, but on Friday, March 25th, Kurt became an isolated Foo Fighter in his own house. He took a relentless pounding from his friends and handlers, even his mom. Courtney was surprisingly laid back, allowing each of her lackeys a turn at the flail. Everyone seemed convinced that Kurt needed a good tongue lashing. This was, of course, not at all what he needed, but somebody had to be blamed for all of the angst in the air, and Kurt set his fanny right out in the open, a perfect target. Chatoff had no control over these high-powered events and probably wasn't hip to the macro games flying around. Because he had done this 1,000 times before in rich homes and in poor, he knew the intervention was in the dumper. Kurt dug in and took a fighting stance. To get Kurt onto a southbound plane that very day would have been a miracle. Kurt did not need kvetching, and Chatoff knew it. He also soon discovered just how brilliant Kurt was. He had seen it before, especially in self-medicating cases, so he backed off. To Kurt, life was imitating a computer game. Like the kickboxers in Mortal Kombat, he would handle all comers. With his back to the wall, he could score high points just by hanging tough, just by staying alive. This is the opposite of suicide. In fact, resisting all of your friends demonstrates a strong will to live. However, there was a deeper, more troubling aspect to this particular intervention. Christ, who had been on the road with Kurt for 9 years, couldn't be fooled. When he dropped by the house, he immediately sensed things were bad in Kurt's heart. He realized Kurt wanted out of the relationship with Courtney, much to the relief of Shelley, but he must have also realized that the other people in the house were there to see to it that Kurt and Courtney stayed married, at least until Courtney launched her new album. Nobody bothered to ask Kurt what he wanted. They just made a decision behind his back and sided with Courtney and the money. Things grew very intense around 3 p.m. Everybody attacked from a different angle, but every time somebody suggested Kurt might be suicidal, he turned reddish. He knew he was being set up. He wasn't suicidal, so why were so many people trying to prove he was? Did Courtney indoctrinate everybody beforehand? No matter what anybody said, Kurt would not budge on the self-destructive thing. He swore to everyone that he would not kill himself and that he was not suicidal. Kurt's suicidal lyrics were just existential poems, not suicide notes. He was toying with suicide like Husker Du or Genet, but he had no mind to go through with it. It is an edgy thing, this grunge game. He was a macho masochist, a mensch in a delicate bag of bones, but he was not suicidal. He was angry, but not depressed. He had too much to live for. Hours turned to minutes. Feet turned itchy as the house guests paced around the living room wondering when Courtney was going to call a decorator. Skin turned sticky as the sun's rays entered each room in turn. Spring shadow shifted in the window frames. The percale sheets, hung since January, cast an eerie pink filter through the house. Kurt saw that the only way to get the well-wishers out was to tell them what? Love kills. They wanted to hear. He would comply with their wishes and go into a rehab program in a few days, but he left himself an escape clause. He made no commitment to stay for 2 weeks or 2 minutes. He promised only that he would check in and try to clean up his act. For Courtney, this was not enough. She had another agenda. Courtney made a show of it and demanded he go that very night and stay for a specific amount of time. Courtney wanted Cobain out of Seattle, away from the local divorce lawyer, and especially away from the banks. Late afternoon clouds formed across the lake. Courtney was under pressure too. The Learjet was waiting for her at Boeing Executive Field. They had to be in San Francisco that night. A San Francisco source claims they stopped in to pick up some prescription dope from her doctor located near St. Francis Hospital, but that could have been just dope in general. Kurt agreed he would go to the clinic in Marina del Rey, knowing full well he could just walk off like he did in 1992. He wanted freedom of movement above all. He too had learned a few tricks from the art of war and the game of go never imprison yourself. He told everyone he would just go down to Hollyweird later that evening after he finished a few songs with Pat. Courtney was already packing for LAX as the concerned guests shuffled out. Kurt, in the meantime, descended to his practice room in the basement to work on songs with Pat Smear, who later formed Foo Fighters with Dave Grohl. Within an hour, the house was quiet again, almost as if nothing had happened. The fact that Pat was there working on tunes tells a tale. Smear and Kurt worked and traveled well together. It was Pat who escorted Kurt to Rome after his collapse on stage in Munich, not Christ or Dave. Maybe this explains why they hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Well, not exactly a Do Not Disturb sign. It read, "Geniuses at work." That part was true. Both Pat and Kurt respected the genius they shared in their collaborative efforts. Suicidal people rarely collaborate on works of art less than 10 days before they plan to shoot themselves. When news of the intervention leaked out on Seattle's very astute radio stations, Spin Dr. Billick, working from a mobile phone, made sure the spin was pro-Courtney. Kurt had the next move, and it was brilliant. He had no intention of going to LAX that evening. He bold-faced lied to get Courtney and her remoras out of the house. If he had not agreed to go into rehab at the moment, the tough love would have escalated into tougher love. However, there was a downside to the lie. Kurt's opportunity to score a media coup vanished. In retrospect, it looks like Kurt played his whole card too soon. An international declaration that the band was breaking up would have been a sound blast. The kind of thing a killer whale does to stun fish just before they scarf them down. He learned that from Courtney. You can't hear the blast, but you can see the results. The announcement could have been raw, short, and bitter, and it would have been an insurance policy on Kurt's life. No public relations expert would have time to smooth it out. A dramatic Hank Harrison. Breakup would also serve notice on Courtney. It could have been like a going out of business sale, a fire sale you see every January all over the world. Kurt was really saying, "I'm breaking up my band and my marriage at the same time." This would freak Courtney out and undercut her power base. She would look like Yoko. The whole threat turned out to be a feeble parlor trick because Kurt did not have the killer instinct. Kurt needed to make a stand. He needed to show Danny and Rosemary and Callie that he was the boss. After the painful trip to the car lot 3 days earlier, Kurt sensed that Courtney needed a reality check. At least since December of 1993, Courtney had been planning some drastic moves of her own. All Courtney could see was carnage on the battlefield and the loss of at least $30 million over the next 5 years. She knew Kurt would pull no punches once he made his move. She knew part of the press announcement would cover the real reasons why Nirvana was not going to do Lollapalooza. No one ever said Courtney was stupid. She knew that when Nirvana broke up, her marriage would break up and Hole would lose prestige. The announcement would almost assuredly rain on Hole's parade. The internet buzz claimed that a supergroup, somewhat like Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, would emerge the next year. According to Michael Azerrad, Kurt had this idea in the back of his head ever since he read the story about the Sex Pistols pulling a similar swindle in the mid-1970s. Only to Cobain, it wasn't a scam. It made damned good business sense. The week after Kurt died, Danny Goldberg, who claimed to be Kurt's closest confidant, flipped the wire service reporters. Following well-constructed fluffs, he was at war with himself. And there was a side that wanted to die. There was a side that wanted to live. Where did he get this idea? Certainly not from Kurt. Kurt wanted to live for Francis and his new band. Goldberg may have been the CEO of Warner's, but I doubt he was a qualified shrink. Those two vapid comments could be applied to any creative person on a rainy day. Many people spoke highly of Danny Goldberg and saw him as a gentle person who had nothing but Kurt's best interest at heart. If that is true, then we must assume Mr. Goldberg was also taken in by the suicide rumors. Courtney played him too? According to many of his friends and associates, Kurt did not want to die. But if he really was on the bubble between life and death, why not push him toward life? If Danny had any street shrewdness, he would have snatched Kurt forcibly if necessary. Instead, everybody just sort of filtered off after they took their whacks at Kurt. I repeat, it was almost like a public flogging. The events that took place on March 25 at the Madrona House did not constitute a formal intervention. First, there were enough people there to fill a lifeboat, whereas in a normal intervention, 3 respectful professionals could have done the job. You need 3 for legal reasons. deployed as 2 positive counselors and someone for logistics support. If Kurt was really delusional, he should have been, I repeat, jerked out hands-on. He could not have convinced so many people to go away if he had been delusional. Through a peephole, we see that Courtney's idea of tough love turned out to be tough luck. Kurt was able to fend off all comers for 5 hours, but he wasn't suicidal. He ignored his well-meaning intruders and wrote songs downstairs with Pat Smear. Kurt's anger over the Corgan and Dando affairs, Courtney's glib mood swings, the lose at the censorship battle with Walmart, the breaking up of the band boiled just beneath the surface. Kurt fought hard for Courtney's honor when the Vanity Fair article came out in 1992, but now he was looking for reciprocity and he wasn't getting it. Tammy Blevins, working with Billig but representing Gold Mountain interests, offered another well-fashioned comment. People close to Cobain definitely did not want him on drugs. This platitude, although true enough, seems calculated to blame Kurt's death on drugs by nature of its placement in the sea of garbled haiku that is Gold Mountain's stock and trade. The fact is, the same people referred to in the press release were way into dope themselves. Chris Novoselic insists Kurt's death should not be blamed on drugs. Chris was under extreme restraints and spoken code after Kurt's body was located, but he grieved for his old comrade. I think he meant heroin makes it easier to kill yourself, but it also makes it easier to be killed. Note, Gold Mountain said the coma in Rome lasted 20 hours, but according to the Italian doctors, Kurt was only in danger for about 3 hours. In fact, he might not have been in a coma at all, since roofers tend to mimic coma. Still, a coma, if it was a true coma, can starve the brain of oxygen, which requires some degree of recuperation. When Kurt got back to Seattle, he had no chance to recuperate. He was living in constant fear of his life, and he received several death threats. At Kurt's memorial service, Courtney sobbed, "Tough love doesn't work," a direct message to me and I presume her mother, who used tough love to throw her out in the street. In one case, I caught her shooting up in my bathroom. In another, mentioned earlier, she tried to burn the house down by leaving a dozen candles ablaze in the attic. Loft of an 1877 Queen Anne Victorian, which happened to be loaded with lace and wooden furniture. However, there was a far more sinister subtext to her message at Kurt's memorial. Courtney was saying, "See, Mom and Dad, I hate you both for using tough love on me." She was taping out a message of revenge as sure as if she were sending Morse code. "I hate you both for rejecting me, for not accepting my dysfunctional behavior, for not catering to my every whim." Her blinking semaphore was saying, "I hate you for spoiling me as a child and then rejecting me when I demanded everything under the moon and stars." In other words, she blamed me, and I presume her mother, for her angst, alienation, and disillusionment. Sorry, adulthood is a bitch. Too bad she did not consult the hundreds of thousands of parents and kids who were helped by the tough love process. But why was she using the tough love paradigm against Kurt? What right did she have to treat him like a child? Was she jealous of his talent? The power game was clear to me from the first day. Can you see it? Courtney was trying to get the upper hand at T any cost. She was, however, correct in one sense. Tough love doesn't work on adults. Kurt was street smart. But Courtney was street smarter and meaner by a mile. That's why I believed many of the rumors about her. Kurt was a junkie almost as an occupational hazard, but Courtney had a choice. She was never poor, and she's had a tiara in her closet since she was born. This was far more than a soot-covered silver spoon. Sergeant Bilko. According Rodriguez mentally loved Cobain, to her heavy earth in heaven, and biographer Courtney her entourage fled Seattle Michelle in Harrisona private half-lease jet supplied by Geffen. The 10-minute ride from the house to Boeing Executive Field was inconsequential. The baby slept the whole way. She will never see her second husband alive again, although an opposing theory claims she did return briefly. Why didn't Courtney leave the baby in Seattle? Because she wanted to make sure she could use the child as a pawn, both to manipulate Kurt and as a buffer against anybody who would give her any crap. An hour later, she landed in San Francisco and, according to a reliable source, took a limo to run some errands. Her business didn't take long because 3 hours later she checked into the Peninsula Spa Hotel in Beverly Hills. Later that evening, she visited the Chateau Marmont, the infamous Hollywood hostelry, probably to score and maybe to meet the mysterious Elizabeth. Normally, Courtney would track Kurt via remote control almost like a dog with a pinger implanted in his neck, but on this occasion, she lost him. Around midnight, she discovered that Kurt was not yet in the clinic and not answering his phone in Seattle. To Australians, this would have been a simple walkabout, but Courtney was a micromanager. She needed to know all details, all of the time. If I wanted to bug her, all I would have to do is disappear. If she knew where you are, she could hold power over you. Kurt must have known he was pissing her off. When Kurt went underground in Seattle for whatever reasons, to buy shells or dope or just to nonconform, he broke the. Friends in Seattle say he was on his way to find a divorce lawyer, indicating, if true, that he wasn't too happy with Rosemary Carroll. Clearly, he resented her role in the intervention scenario. He was definitely going to change the C-First bank accounts around because Courtney had too much control over the daily cash flow. After Courtney split, he had a weekend to kill, so he decided to hang out at his dope dealer's pad and visit Tad Doyle and maybe hang out with Kat Bjelland out at the Carnation House. Bad move. Kat was in constant contact with Courtney. Love kills. Saturday, March 26, 1 a.m. Saturday morning, Kurt nods off at Caitlin's apartment on Denny Way. The night before, he spent about $500 on dope and treated a lot of fans to rounds. As soon as she was certain Kurt was in Rip Van Winkle land, Ghoul Woman sets off to seed smaller but still lucrative dope customers. Before he nodded off, she told Kurt she wanted him out by the time she got back. Kurt just laughed. 2:00 a.m. rolls around. The bar's close and Caitlin made her way through the streets on her way home from the Comet Bar. Meanwhile, in Hollywood, Courtney is barking mad. She lays about 6 condescending messages on Caitlin's answering machine so that when Caitlin gets home, she gets the idea that Courtney is in command. Naturally, the commandant wants her old man on a plane and out of Seattle, but she needs confirmation. Caitlin calls back as soon as she gets home and confirms that Kurt is boxwood on the sofa. Kurt wasn't going to be walking about that night, so the dutiful dealer assures Courtney she will kick his ass out the next morning. Was Caitlin working for Courtney? Can you trust a smack dealer? Do women stick together in a crisis? Was Kurt an idiot? Was Courtney a double police snitch and a dope dealer herself? Around 11 o'clock Saturday morning, true to her word, Caitlin kicked Kurt out. Kurt is not happy about this. He tells her he has received death threats. Caitlin assumes he's making up a story to gain sympathy, but her testimony proves that Kurt knew he had a contract on his head. He wants to stay at the apartment, but Caitlin, fearing Courtney's wrath, pulls the plug. She does take note that Kurt is grungier than usual and wilder by half, but this sartorial observation doesn't register until after he is found dead. What was bugging Kurt besides his wife and his fucked up life? For some reason, he didn't want to go back to the big house. Caitlin said she would drive him anywhere he wanted to go, but he had to go. Kurt then reluctantly went back to the big house anyway, the big, lonely, bad feng shui house on the lake. He didn't want to live there. He didn't even want to be there. The airline tickets were burning a hole in his pocket. Maybe he would ask Kat Bjelland to fly back to Minneapolis with him. He loved that studio in the Minnesota South Country, and she could drive, she had cars. Kristen Pfaff was heading back east, too. Minnesota was as good as Seattle for a music scene. Courtney phoned the house and other locations in Seattle in a near panic, but received no joy. She persisted until her calls became part of the battering. She has a persuasive way of talking to answering machines when she thinks you are standing there listening. Kurt, hoping to avoid another tongue lashing, probably ignored her rap until she threatened to do something diabolical. My bet is she again threatened to take the baby away. Same thing happened to me 30 years earlier. This time, Kurt promised to fly to the Exodus Clinic by Wednesday night the 30th. This would give him 3 full business days in Seattle. That's when he bought the shotgun. Hank Harrison. Sunday morning, March 27th, 1994. I am reasonably sure Kurt went out to Carnation to check out the house on Sunday and stayed overnight. Kat Bjelland lived there. But what would keep him occupied in the woods for more than 48 hours? He talked to Kat, that's for sure. The Carnation place is isolated. very isolated. The nearest phone was down the road about a mile or up at the Dome House at a neighbor's on the top of the road. Kurt had a cell phone, but he rarely used it, and cell service was dim in those days. The two guys who run the auto shop on the corner of Tolt Hill Road saw a short-haired blonde woman going up the hill in a Karmann Ghia Sunday afternoon, but nobody spotted Kurt. Who was this mystery woman? Probably Kat. Tuesday morning, March 29th, 1994. Apparently, Kurt got some business done on Monday. I presume he saw his accountant on Bell Red Road in Bellevue and visited a divorce lawyer. He also probably tried to rearrange.
He didn't. If anything, he's talking about Saturday or Sunday.
The accounts to stop Courtney from getting her hands on the cash. He knew she organized the intervention, even though Danny Goldberg took the credit, and he saw it as a betrayal. Sometime on Monday, Kurt picked up some frightening news. Somebody must have told him his life was in danger. Okay, all junkies are paranoid, but according to what Dylan Carlson told the police, Kurt seemed very specific. No one knows for sure what he did,
This
but we
is
can
March.
further assume that somebody threatened his life again, because the next time he turns up, he's in a panicky sweat. Maybe he's being blackmailed or threatened. Maybe he's embarrassed.
Sorry, this is March.
To tell anybody, too. Bottled up.
This is March 29th, Tuesday morning.
The post-mortem police report states that Kurt arrived at Dylan Carlson's house in Lake City in the Dodge Dart at around 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. According to Canadian journalists Halperin and Wallace, he told Carlson his life was in danger. Another witness to the idea that Kurt knew a hit contract was out on him.
So if he bought the gun the other day, before Harvey picked him up, then Dylan's lying again. I don't know. I have to think about that.
Dylan cannot remember exactly what Kurt said. They both smoked some heroin, and Kurt seemed very agitated. Note, please,
Or Hank was just off in this. Hank does mess up the dates. I'll clear that up.
Did not inject heroin. Looking back on it, you can see that Kurt was cut off from anyone who could help. Kat, we must assume, was living out in Carnation, driving her Karmann Ghia around and probably equally strung out. Dylan, by his own admission to the police, was spaced and itchy. Although sincere and well-meaning, he too had a dependency problem, another addict controlled by Courtney. Anybody with any dependency problem, be it opiates or sex or booze, can be bought out or manipulated, but Dylan was the only person Kurt trusted at that point. Chris was able to help, but Shelley Novoselic was pissed off at Courtney, and Kurt did not want to fan that smoldering fire. After all, the band unofficially broke up only hours earlier, and feelings were glum in the newly rebuilt Novoselic kitchen. In my opinion, Kurt should have split for Canada or Europe or gone to Bellingham to live with his dad at that point. Instead, he assumed, erroneously, that he could stave off any intruder if he only had a shotgun. He didn't think his assailant would come gunning for him with a blister pack of Rohypnol and a hot syringe. The police removed Kurt's gun stash about 10 days earlier, and that case was still pending. No guns would be returned without a court order. Dylan figured he would need to get hold of A. Gage Mossberg street sweeper for self-defense, the kind the police use. Kurt disagreed. A nice, quiet, and lightweight Gage Browning auto would do nicely. The 000 buckshot goose load in a low-base shell would knock out any assailant at close range and would not penetrate interior walls. Kurt was a small-framed man. He needed a quick and light door-buster, not a blunderbuss. These gems of ballistic wisdom he extracted from a late 1993 session with his goofy gun guru William S. Burroughs. Remember that Carlson was in on the intervention party, and must have sensed Kurt was more justified in his paranoia than usual. Kurt expressed alarm that Courtney might be getting into one of her black moods, when her propensity to do evil soared almost beyond comprehension. Dylan next packed Kurt into the car and drove over to Stan's gun shop, also known as Stan Baker Sports at 10,000 Lake City Way, less than a mile from Carlson's house. Stan's is a small operation. Nobody goes in or out without being noticed. Furthermore, you do not go into Stan's to buy a Saturday night special. No, Stan's is the well-armed kind of shop where men are comfortable in a uniform or a bedsheet, depending upon the occasion. Shotguns are like the child's plate. How's about an HNK 9mm with a 30-round clip or a nice Desert Eagle? How about a Ruger? Mag? Let's just say that if you wanted to win a stupid medal, you could try sticking up stands. The place has a burglar alarm, but they don't need it. It's not hard to fathom why Kurt didn't trot down to the gun shop himself. When you visit that particular gun shop, you'll get the picture. Kurt was damned jumpy, and he was well known at stands. He had purchased guns there before and, due to his grungy demeanor, had to undergo the old fisheye. You know, the kind of nasty stare Republicans give liberals in an election year, the kind of look you get when you buy filet mignon with food stamps. Carlson doesn't have a gun dealer's license, so technically the purchase of a pistol for resale is illegal. But in Washington, the gun scene is looser than Manhattan or San Francisco, and this was a shotgun deal anyway. It's not as loose as Nevada, but traditionally buying a gun of any kind in Washington state is a no-brainer. Even so, Kurt had to exercise caution. He needed the elephant of surprise on his side, not on his chest. Kurt must have known the Leshy Station cops, who took his small arsenal away in June of 1993, and again about 2 weeks earlier, were on speaking terms with Stan's gun shop. Stan's police band scanner might have had something to do with it. He also knew that Courtney used cops and private detectives like cows use alfalfa. Kurt also knew that Courtney was close to a number of doctors in town and counted one of the medical examiners from the coroner's office as one of her laminate pass friends. I guess it freaked Kurt out when the cops believed her side of the story. What Kurt did not know is that Courtney learned to snitch in juvenile hall. It's in her dossier. That's where she first learned to use the cops to do her bidding. Now we know why Courtney, according to Melissa Rossi, was beaten up in Portland and why the skinheads were after her at the Galleria Mall. Now we know why Courtney was spreading vicious rumors about Kurt long before he died and why she used the media to spread lies and half-truths about her enemies. The whole idea is to throw every love kills, body off the scent. Why, if she was innocent, would she need to slander so many people? Kurt was careful to insist a small-bore shotgun, being the most common gauge, being the next, and being almost not worth the effort. Oh, sure, it would blow a man's brains out at point-blank range, but it wouldn't kill a rat beyond 50 yards. The next size down is A, and he must have figured that would be too small, and the barrels are unusually long. But A gauge features a very short reach, an ideal feature for house protection. Furthermore, A gauge, especially with low base loads, gives very little kickstick a pineapple or a 1-liter plastic soda bottle over the muzzle, and you can hardly hear it discharge in the next room. One other point needs to be clarified. There is some confusion as to the date the gun was actually procured. The receipt for the shotgun was dated the 30th, and the shells were purchased on the 29th. It's possible the dynamic duo made 2 trips and thought things over, or perhaps they had to wait for the gun to arrive from a warehouse. When the police interviewed Dylan on the 11th of April, he said he invited Kurt to stay with him on Tuesday night, but Kurt declined, saying he had other things to do. I do not know where Kurt stayed on the night of the 29th, but on March 30th, 1994, Dylan Carlson bought Kurt a Remington gauge semi-auto shotgun, serial 1,088,925 for $308.37, including sales tax. There can now be little doubt that Kurt was manipulating events to get out of a bad situation. He was on his way out of town as fast as his shaky legs could run. Rehab would be a safe haven for a lot of reasons, but most of his pain came from the heartrending thought that he might lose his child. Remember, the gun was purchased before Kurt went into rehab, and the rehab people said he was not suicidal or agitated. What Kurt did next is speculative, but I assume he stashed the shotgun in the house, then called a gray top cab to drive him out to the airport while waiting for his flight. Kurt is seen happily signing autographs near the Air Alaska check-in. Does this sound like the behavior of a suicidal maniac? Easter Sunday rolls around, and Courtney's out looking for a cop to help her with her alibi, Elle do say. We entrance into rehab, Kurt, in another really stupid move, gave or sent Rosemary Carroll a draft of his revised will. Rosemary advised him to think about it before he did anything too rash. He told her to execute the will immediately, but she stashed it in her desk drawer, hoping he would cool off. This means Rosemary was in official possession of an unexecuted holographic and legal draft of Kurt's latest will when Kurt died. Kurt thought his final desires would be expedited, but when he died, the will in force was the old one that favored Courtney. Now, why would he change his will unless he was planning to cut Courtney out? Did Rosemary tell Courtney about this change? If so, when? Was it the true trigger mechanism? Moreover, why would anybody who was going to kill themselves and who was really pissed off at his old lady just toss the most important document of his life at a lawyer and walk off thinking the will was complete? He was at least going to hang back until he finished the will, right? Yes, right. So why did he kill himself before he signed the notarized will? By the way, you have to be present when something is notarized, and Kurt knew that. The answer: he didn't kill himself. He was going to have the will notarized in Seattle as soon as the Easter holiday weekend ended and the banks and offices opened. A source close to the intervention hints that Courtney reminded Kurt he couldn't see the baby until he checked himself into rehab. I repeat, she used that ploy all the time. Kurt didn't see through it. She did not have custody because they weren't divorced yet. Bushy acted like the kid was a football. Kurt knew that Frances was almost lost once before, and legal fees were still mounting. Not only did he nearly lose his child to his mother-in-law, now his wife is the mirror image of his mother-in-law. Although he wasn't there, Tom Grant says Courtney was only mouthing the words and acted nonchalant about Kurt going into rehab. Deep down, Courtney was aloof. Love kills, to Kurt's well-being. Of course, that changed a week later, as soon as he went AWOL. Various scenarios raced through Kurt's mind as he flew southward. What possible excuse could they use to deny him visitation rights to Frances? Kurt was a good father. He had the child support in his pocket. They couldn't use the deadbeat dad ruse, so they had to dream up some other excuse. Then it hit him. That's when he saw the whole terrifying scheme, the raw, violent maw of the husband-eating she-devil he had married. Oh, Kurt's suicidal. Now he understood why she was so adamant about the suicide riff. She was setting him up. But who would believe it? A cold loneliness fell over him. He was as good as dead, and he knew it. Courtney did her first downers in 1984, as best as I can tell from the cigarette burns I saw on her arms and the funky crash pads I had to fetch her from. But Melissa Rossi reports her doing Cicanal and Tuinal, also known as Red Devils and Beauties, in Portland and London as early as 1983. These are the same drugs her mother and the mysterious Dr. Farr gave her when she was 10. Was she a guinea pig for MK Ultra? Now, why would anyone want to kick skag with their kid hanging around in a hotel? Wouldn't Frances have been better off with Kurt's mom in that big house in Olympia, or with almost anybody in any place halfway quiet? Incidentally, what nanny agency did Courtney use? Narcanon for nannies? How can she trust her kid to a heroine using nanny like DeWitt? Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's all about control. Junkies are always loyal to their skag masters. To say that my granddaughter was in jeopardy during this period is an understatement. Noon will ever convince me that child was ever safe. Okay? For those of you who are completely blind, I'll be more specific. Junkies, crankers, and crackheads will betray their children, their mothers, and their nation. Junkies are always waiting for the guy with the fatal beauty, the cowboy on the white horse, and they will only betray that person if they have a better connection. He or she who controls the dope controls a facade of loyalty, like a pimp commands his or her army of whores. It's hard for some fans to believe that Kurt was a battered husband. You might call it Stockholm Syndrome. The captive falls in love with the captor. It's a rare occurrence. Usually the bad guys are men, but sometimes women do the battering. And the battering done by women is commonly emotional, although to hear Courtney screaming is to consider yourself beaten bloody. Ask James Moreland if you don't believe me. Courtney doesn't want anybody to know about Moreland because she abused him too. It's a pattern with her. Check out the opening scene in Sid and Nancy. That is Courtney screaming on the soundtrack. Courtney never really grew out of her role in that movie. She wasn't acting. The Ides of March 1994 condensed Kurt's entire life into a teacup. It's as if Kurt ate the Eat Me cookie, then washed it down with the Drink Me potion. He grew big and small at the same time. He was running from the Red Queen. Yesterday, I found that day. You lost last week. Acid test. Courtney was possessed of an inner drive not seen in public since Hitler hired Leni Riefenstahl to film Triumph of the Will. For the first time in her life, her nuclear turbine was overheating. She had a record to get out. Stardom, her goal since childhood, was just around the corner. However, in the last weeks of Kurt's life, her dreams began to fade. Her future date was in jeopardy. In fact, her future date was shooting back. Kurt still had a couple of cards to play. He was more than a bit pissed off about Courtney's fuck buddies on the road. He was justifiably angry because she sold him out, and now he was starting to realize that she was probably capable of dire behavior. Unfortunately, instead of sobering up, he did more drugs to ameliorate what was becoming one big ball of nerves. Divorce was unavoidable, and yet Rosemary Carroll was not acting in Kurt's best interest, not doing what her client directed her to do. Instead of drafting divorce papers and a new will, Rosemary was bussed elsewhere. Courtney's final pressure and the baby blackmail deal didn't work as planned. It was too late for cajoling and logical pleadings, nor were emotional appeals going to work. Only a swift, solid intervention was going to do anything for Kurt Cobain, and nobody in that crowd had muscle or balls sufficient to lay hands on his godlike limbs. He was already a deity. Nobody was going to just go in and grab him and take him off to his house in Carnation and then be nice to him, guard him, love him, feed him, help him kick heroin, and then gradually get him somewhere where his wife couldn't eat him for lunch. Although I have counseled over 2,000 LSD cases and participated in addiction treatment seminars at the University of Chicago, ironically with Daniel the 10th Friedman, I have only done about 5 heroin interventions, and that was 10 too many. However, when I use the term intervention, I do not mean standing around pointing the finger at the client. A true intervention has nothing to do with victimizing the junkie. The very nature of heroin blocks the victim from making decisions of any kind, including the decision to commit suicide. Here is yet another reason why I doubt Kurt killed himself. Junkies tend to. Gibby Haynes' off-but-hole surfers posing in front of one of his cereal box collages. Overdose, they rarely blow their heads off. The nature of the needle ceremony is a classical anal ritual. It is not oral. Sticking a shotgun in your mouth and pulling the trigger is classically oral. No, when I use the term intervention, I mean kidnapping the subject and feeding them, getting their body and mind cleaned out, wrapping them in blankets, getting them to sleep, and getting their biorhythms reestablished. It means giving them chiropractic, massage, to go along with vitamins and chelation therapy. Oxygen could not hurt. It means using medicine and nutrients to rebalance the blood, a little B12, some antioxidants, a pinch of omega-3 6-TID. If you do it right, the brain comes back into focus and you reverse the process in about 2 weeks. Also bear in mind that in many cases you are getting the person off Nicotine, alcohol, pills, and the chemicals in cigarettes, all at the same time, so it ain't easy. A blood pressure drug known as clonidine can also be helpful during acute withdrawal. Hank Harrison. Of course, getting a junkie's self-esteem back is a bit more tricky, but when I say intervention, I mean saving a life by direct involvement in an immediate medical and psychological crisis for as long as it takes. I do not mean engaging in a self-serving 2-hour confrontation. When I heard the story about Jerry Garcia being confronted by band members as the intervention team, in 1994, I cried. John McEntire, one of the long-term managers of the Grateful Dead and an all-round good soul, just did not have the expertise he needed. He was going on raw emotion, as are most family members when a junkie gets to the end of his or her rope. Okay, here is a tip. Do not try to reason with heroin addicts. Garcia had his bodyguard, Steve Parrish, on hand to threaten all of the effete types. This came out in court during a catfight between his wives over his estate. Somebody should have diverted Steve Parrish long enough to get Garcia into a car. Even then, what would you do if you did not have a good shrink? Hell, for people like Captain Trips, you would need a whole medical team. The same dilemma confronted Danny Goldberg and Rosemary Carroll on March 25 in Seattle. Kurt's so-called intervention team screwed up. I repeat, you do not confront a junkie. You grab him. That's how it's done. Junkies cannot reason with a physical snatch and grab move. They can take on a whole panel of friends and experts who think an intervention is a process. They cannot fathom logic and a measured argument. They do not have the finesse to appreciate a discussion of Hegelian phenomenology. They are usually doped up, numb to any sense of symbolic logic. As they withdraw, they are usually too weak to act out effectively, and this means you can, if you're careful, drag them off to a controlled environment against their will. No junkie is just going to walk away. You lay hands on the star. Drag him or her into a van and say, "Oh yeah, it's time. Let's go." Kurt went into rehab, ostensibly to make Danny Goldberg and Rosemary Carroll and his other handlers happy, but not before starting the divorce ball rolling. Courtney didn't seem to care very much when he was in rehab, but when he was walking about on his own in Seattle, both before and after rehab, she panicked. What could have incited Kurt to make the biggest mistake of his life? He was safe in the clinic. Bored, but safe. We may never know why he left. Did someone break him out in order to kill him? Was he lured away from the clinic? A lot of people think that is exactly what happened, but remember, Gibby told him something in the clinic. I believe Gibby Haynes told him about El Duce. El Duce told me he knew Gibby and that Gibby knew El Duce. We talked about Gibby's art and how really brilliant it was. El Duce said he should have stuck with art. Duce told me he liked Kurt and would never hurt him, but the word was out. Courtney was seriously trolling for a paid assassin, and everybody who ever met Kurt was starting to get really worried. I now know a few secondary details about Kurt's exodus. As mentioned earlier, Kurt was seen by a fellow musician who says she saw Kurt in a taxi on Beverly Boulevard near Fairfax behind Swinger's Restaurant. She later found out he ordered a Love Kills, phenylalanine orange juice pick-me-up to go. He was not on the knot or jonesing for dope, and he looked like he was pretty clean and rational. Setting logic, or even common sense, before a heroin addict is like saying, "I think, therefore I am." I think. This is noble, but tragic in the extreme, and it's right out of the 19th century. I've been on morphine for kidney stones, and I've smoked opium. I've dropped a few Vicodins and a few perks in my day. I had a stroke in 2004, and they gave me morphine for that. I had nice dreams. I am sure morphine can temporarily raise your IQ. However, dependency on the stuff will surely lower it, and opiates have been used in battle for thousands of years. Junkies, like Burroughs, for example, know just how to turn it on and off. The fear paranoia thing accelerates it. So anybody who is contemplating non-violent with bloody exceptions. I had failures too. In 1992, I housed, fed, bathed, and clothed a fellow author who was down on his luck. This guy once had an affair with Courtney, incidentally.
Just a sec. Wow. Rest in peace, Michael J. Fox, Stuart Little, Back to the Future. That movie from the 80s where he's a wolf. Holy.
They gave me morphine for that.
Wow. Michael J. Fox. He's Canadian too, I believe. Okay, we're going to get right back to this. That's really big news, though. Wow, he was an inspiration to many people. He kept going. Wow. Here we go.
I had nice dreams. I am sure morphine can temporarily raise your IQ. However, dependency on the stuff will surely lower it, and opiates have been used in battle for thousands of years. Junkies, like Burroughs, for example, know just how to turn it on and off. The fear paranoia thing accelerates it. So anybody who is contemplating an intervention should be warned, no reasoning is possible with a skagged out addict, especially one with a big ego, who may be doing coke and other drugs at the same time. If he or she were reasonable, they wouldn't be doing junk in the first place. Resisting a verbal intervention is child's play for them. It's regressive behavior linked to early childhood temper tantrums. If an addict was good at winning the childhood temper tantrum game, he'll probably be good at resisting intervention. Even after you get the victim off junk, the underlying angst and anger lingers on. I have seen this in coke and nicotine withdrawal too. That's when the real therapy starts. Without it, the whole detox phase is a wasted effort. One of my most successful interventions took place in 1993 when I helped a well known lead guitarist, whose name you would immediately recognize, get back on his feet. After weeks of being okay, the guy was still violent enough to rip a payphone off the wall and throw it at an express passenger train because the train would not stop for him. This was not the junk talking. The phone was tossed by the untreated violence lurking just beneath the surface. It turned out his dad beat him regularly until he was almost 21. His dad wanted him to be a salesman. All he wanted to do was play guitar. Finally, he beat the heroin game and is playing every day, and happily married. Here we see the real reason for the heroin addiction. Pot would not have worked, because pot doesn't kill pain. That's why I don't think pot leads to addiction. I think many violent people try pot, see that it doesn't kill the mental suffering, and move on to opiates for their mellowing properties. Joel Fort, founder of Fort Help in San Francisco, once said, "Junkies are non-violent, with bloody exceptions. I had failures too. In 1992, I housed, fed, bathed, and clothed the fellow author who was down on his luck. This guy once had an affair with Courtney, incidentally. 2 days into his detox, he starts to feel scrubbed up. 2 B12 shots and a protein shake spruced him right up, at least temporarily." The clinic staff insists on one important point. Kurt was not depressed and definitely not suicidal. Apparently, Kurt was waiting for some other plan to come together. Perhaps he was waiting for a new girl, Hank Harrison, friend or Cat Bieland. Maybe he was planning on a long woodsy retreat at the studio complex near Pine Creek in Minnesota, or some other deep woods retreat, kick sag, hang out, make music, and start a new life. Maybe he was going to meet someone out of range of Courtney's radar. April 1st, 1994. On April Fool's Day 1994, which happened to also be Good Friday, Kurt felt much better. Obviously, he was on the mend, but what Gibby told him in rehab still rattled around in his brain. People who went to visit him, Elizabeth and Joe Mama, told the press he looked great. Kurt had the warrior gene, he was a healer, and he possessed secret endorphin reserves. The healing process was underway. A female nanny who prefers to be called Jacqueline, a woman I met and admired, a woman who greatly respected Kurt, showed up at 3 p.m. with Frances. She reportedly told Kurt that Frances was calling Callie DeWitt daddy. This makes sense, since DeWitt looks a little like Kurt. Kurt did a slow burn, again bottling up his anger. DeWitt had a dark side, and Kurt knew he was a smack chippy. Hey, wait a minute. Let's pause here and ask ourselves why Courtney would let a known heroin user handle my granddaughter. Are you saying I had no cause to be worried? Around 6 p.m., the ubiquitous Joe Mama goes to the clinic to relay a message to Kurt. His motivation for doing this has never been explained. Did Courtney send him, or was he taking action on his own steam? Joe confirms that Kurt was not suicidal and not as screwed up as the newspapers made him out to be. Joe Mama must have carried some alarming news too, because less than an hour after Joe pulled away from the clinic, Kurt went over the wall. Was Joe Mama playing both ends against the middle, or was the message he carried designed to get Kurt out in the open? Funny thing though, in a later interview, Joe Mama said he went to the clinic all hyped up by Courtney to see this very fucked up dude, but when he got there, Kurt looked really great. Does this sound like a suicidal man? Around 8 p.m. on April Fool's Day, Kurt is seen in a taxi pulling out of the back alley behind the Swingers restaurant in West Hollywood. Meanwhile, Joe Mama, not aware that Kurt has gone over the wall, drives Courtney to the Breeders' concert, a strange destination for someone who is
Ooh, breaking news. Michael J. Fox has come back from the dead. Wow. Holy shit.
supposed to be undergoing
That's funny.
rehab in
Maybe it is true.
her hotel. She already knows that Kurt is homeward bound. The private charter plane is sitting on the runway all fueled up and ready to go. She makes sure people see her backstage. Next, Kurt shows up at Courtney's hotel to make a try for the baby. He knows Courtney is at the concert, but the baby is well hid. He hung around the hotel for a while, and then left a note. The note contained Elizabeth Peyton's local number. Obviously, it also meant Elizabeth was holding some dope. Here is another puzzlement. Courtney always had Elizabeth's phone number all of the time. It was plugged into at least one of her phones. Why then would Kurt leave her number unless he was leaving a cryptic message? Call Elizabeth. She knows what's going on. Anyway, you cut it. Elizabeth was in on the action. We will hear from her again later. Love kills. Let us assume that Courtney got the note at around 10 p.m. Courtney calls the clinic and finds out her worst fears are justified. Kurt is playing Eagle Scout and his compass is pointing north. From that moment on, Courtney knew Kurt was headed for the bank and the lawyer's office. She began making phone calls to stop him or slow him down as soon as she found out he wasn't stashed in the clinic. The plan had to change. The other scenario here is that she was flushing him out. The adrenaline kicks in, Courtney's IQ goes up, she becomes prescient, Neilry clairvoyant. I know because I can do that. She learned it parallelly from me. I know how she thinks and how she acts.
I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. It's like Michael J. Fox has died. All right. Wow, that's sad. Let's get back to this. Oh, I got tricked. He's actually still alive. Oh, cool. Let's get back to this.
On what's in her head. She was never crazy, but she was, at that time, capable of anything. There was no concept of good and evil at work here. Courtney's actions immediately after Kurt booked out of the clinic can only be understood if you understood how that IQ and photographic memory kicks in. Think of it as a nitrous bottle in a drag race. Throw the switch and you can burn rubber in any gear. Kurt took his last plane ride on Delta's 10:30 p.m. nonstop shuttle to Seattle. The suicide theorists would have us believe that he was dashing home to kill himself, which would mean he was completely distraught, but he was just the opposite. He was cool, calm, and collected. 2 passengers, who happened to be fans, remember seeing him at the check-in counter and said hello to him. He smiled beatifically. Kurt charged his $468 ticket at 9:30 p.m. Some people say he had an escort, a manger from Malibu riding shotgun, but it's never been verified. He then loitered around playing computer games for an hour. Most reports next find him in a cab heading home, but the credit card reports indicate he either bought somebody a ticket or hit the ATM in Seattle or Los Angeles for 2 separate $150 charges. Assuming he visited the ATM, we now realize the card was still active between 10:30 and 11:30 p.m. Now we know he had at least 2 cards and $300 in cash on him when he stepped into that cab. Courtney knew he was using the card because she called the card agency and tried to stop payment on it. When she did that, customer service told her somebody was using the card. He was not strung out either. If Kurt needed some new kind of medicine or heroin, he didn't show it at the clinic. He was eating properly on Friday and routinely took his vitamins and his Prilosec. Now, why would a man bent on suicide bother to eat well, take his vitamins, and take his GERD's medicine? If he was really kicking, he would be jumping, sniffing, and aching like he had the flu and arthritis at the same time. But the fans who saw him at the game arcade next to the Delta counter saw a different picture. He was anything but jumpy. Maybe he snuck a toke in the alley behind Swingers in West Hollywood after he left the clinic, but he wasn't wasted either. The airline personnel and security people who are trained to spot drunks, terrorists, junkies, and other potentially problematic passengers do not remember him at all. From the time he arrived in Seattle, everything leading up to Kurt's death is cloudy. There are just too many unexplained variables. From the beginning, I noticed a number of bizarre contradictions in the press reports, and I had my own rumbling gut to tell me there was some real skullduggery afoot. I'm convinced Kurt Cobain was murdered. Tom Grant, whatever done. Kurt was exposed but on his way to Seattle. This sounds like a classic Castle move. Whoever was going to whack him had to beat feet. Gibby told him about the rumors he heard, actually more than mere rumors. Kurt knew the El Duce story was true because he knew Deuce personally, and his reputation for being a bar brawler was well established. The nanny told him something, and Joe Mama told him something, and none of the information matched. Somebody was feeding him a line of bull, so he split. Kurt's decision to flee back to Seattle was perfect as far as it went. He felt he would be safer there, and in any case, he needed absolute distance from Courtney. Courtney was in LA and could prove it. Kurt was in Seattle, but he needed to kill some time until he could get to a lawyer in the bank. Easter weekend was upon the world. The long Good Friday began to shrink by the second. Courtney couldn't get anything done either. The whole business world is always frozen on that weekend because usually both Christian and Jewish holidays overlap. Shortly after midnight, April 2nd, 1994, Kurt enters the front door of his home overlooking the lake and turns off the alarm by entering the 4-digit code. We know this because his security company keeps records. Kurt now has less than 48 hours to live. The assassination squad was strapping up. Special people were flying in from Chicago. Courtney knew Kurt had to be stopped. If he was allowed to go into hiding, Courtney's entire career might come unraveled. In what can only be a perfect example of karmic retribution, after calling the cops on me and Kurt and anybody she wanted to manipulate, Courtney finally called the heat on herself. It came in the form of a private detective named Tom Grant. On Saturday morning, April 2nd, Courtney placed a call to a weird message center and music store known as the Rock Shop. She called there several times in months past. Later, it would be revealed that the Rock Shop was a contact point for a musician named El Duce. Hold that thought. She also called the Visa Card Control Center a number of times and left messages on her home line in Seattle. Although Kurt was in the house, he did not respond to the love kills messages. After this, she cannot account.
I wonder if Danny lived in Chicago. He said people flew down from Chicago. I guess she couldn't get a hold of El Duce again, and she got a hold of Mark Lanigan.
Her time or location. Some people say they saw her at a rock concert. Others say she had a private plane waiting at the airport. Any case, she was back in her Peninsula Hotel suite by Easter Sunday because that's when she called
That is true.
Tom Grant.
That goes in line with the Unsolved Mysteries tips.
We know where she was on Easter Sunday, April 3rd, 1994, because one of the most reputable private detectives in Hollywood spent
Yeah, she wasn't there on the date of the murder. She was there on Thursday, April 7th. She flew down there to Seattle and went to the house. Dylan was with her in the greenhouse. Dylan admitted that to Maureen Herman of Babes in Toyland when he got high with her. And that was
with her.
And that was the same day, April 7th, that Tom Grant flew down to the house in Seattle. So that places them all there at the same time. And that was also the same night that Joe and Bonnie and Callie and Jennifer all take off because there's somebody creeping around outside taking photographs, somebody known as the Creeper. And that person, in hindsight, is actually Tom Grant, not Danny. Danny, if he's involved, and I believe he is, would have only flown Courtney down that day on Thursday, April 7th, before they knew the body would be discovered for sure by Gary Smith. Ron Smith, Gary Smith.
That morning. Most sources now agree that Kurt was already dead or close to it by Tom Grant interviewed Courtney for the first time. Why did Courtney feel the need to hire a private detective from Beverly Hills on a Sunday? Did she need to establish an alibi? Tom Grant would do nicely, but hiring Grant would turn out to be the dumbest, most calamitous thing she ever did. Instead of an alibi, she got the triple whammy from Evil Eye Flegel. After a brief interview in her suite, Courtney hired the Grant Company, a licensed agency, ostensibly to track whoever was using Kurt's credit card. But many people think Courtney was setting Grant up as an alibi. Courtney loved you.
I think he's buying into her bullshit here, Hank. And if not, then Tom happened to avoid Courtney on the same date that he flew down to the house.
Using cops and ex-cops to enforce her game. She did it to me on several occasions over some pot I had in my desk. And she was in touch with cops in Seattle in regards to some heroin Capper Ribbon when Grant was sitting right there on her brocade sofa. Yes, Grant was interviewing her, but she was also interviewing Grant. Yes, Grant would be, in her eyes, a perfect alibi. Courtney sensed he needed the job. Her motives for hiring detectives are often serpentine. She feigns the damsel in distress role to lure the victim in, then uses them until they realize she is unrescuable. I call this the St. George syndrome. Courtney thinks that by getting a lot of dirt on people, she can control them, and she's right. In 1982, as stated earlier, she read a book similar to Don't Get Mad, Get Even at Francie's House in San Francisco. This million-selling book may have been a turning point for Courtney. The book's cover depicts a victim
So she probably has dirt on Tom, and that's why Tom helped with the staging of the greenhouse, or just covered for her.
with a screw through his head, but its contents are even more graphic. Essentially, Don't Get Mad, Get Even, and its prequels are manuals designed to assist the revenge seeker in the destruction of their enemies by telephone and letter. Don't Get Mad, Get Even takes the reader through situations and retributions step by step. With it and a few stamps, you can undermine a victim's marriage, ruin their credit reports, or even sabotage his or her job. The book empowers a reader like Courtney to pay back everyone who had ever hurt her, whether they actually did or not. In an advanced chapter, the book recommends hiring private detectives to do basic research, calling the money spent on the detectives a solid investment. Tom Grant turned out to be a bad investment for Courtney Grant, well-dressed and well-educated. Turned out to be a retired county sheriff, a cross between Mike Hammer and a light linebacker, with a license to pack A's super. Grant turned out to be nobody's fool, Hank Harrison. At the time, Grant was living like a hermit about 2 blocks from the hotel. He has done many Hollywood bodyguard jobs and has cloaked a number of well-known personalities. Let's just say Tom Grant knows how to disappear. He can stay up for days at a time and can move in an instant. He's a fast learner and a computer hacker hobbyist. He has a massive investment in electronic surveillance equipment, itsy-bitsy cameras, night scopes, and radio scanners. In addition, he has good taste in art, but he is like a bulldog when he's on a case. He once tracked a bank robber for 18 blocks, coordinating the cops by mobile phone until they busted the guy using the partial license number Grant provided. Okay, the robber used his own car. Bank robbers are stupid, but he is in the system now, thanks to Grant. Grant is a Spartan man. He has a big family, brothers, sisters, and kids, and an ex-wife, maybe 2 so. Like me, he's a family man, and we both shared an interest in the welfare of my granddaughter. I liked Grant the minute I met him because his main concern was the way Frances was being treated. He was sensitive to the plight of a little girl being ferried about the rock and roll universe by a queen bee serviced by a pack of junkies. Grant, like most people who meet her, fell in love with Frances. Like a Rottweiler, his natural instinct was to guard the baby, but that is not why he was called into the case. Tom Grant was hired to locate a missing rock star, one Kurt Donald Cobain. Courtney selected him as opposed to more high-profile agencies because, according to Grant, I was the only agency to answer my phone on Easter. I guess this implies that Courtney was desperate to locate a detective on Easter Sunday. Again, why? Grant claims he grew suspicious of Courtney's intentions 2 hours into the case because of her nonchalance about the baby and because of the contempt she expressed for her missing husband. The contradictions in her story did nothing to reduce his concern. Rewind, April 1, noon. According to the clinic log and the telephone company, Kurt made and received a number of calls during his short stay at Exodus. Many of these were outgoing calls to Courtney's hotel. Courtney later told Tom Grant she only talked to Kurt once, and she regretted what she said. Whatever she said must have been heavy enough to cause him to jump ship and flee to Seattle. Let's not forget that Courtney never saw Kurt alive after the failed intervention attempt in late March. But Kurt did see Frances Bean while he was in the clinic, less than 6 hours before he went over the wire. Was there a correlation here? The doctors and nurses at the clinic swear Kurt was bright and happy and completely in love with his daughter, and he was not acting furtively during their hour-long visit at the clinic. Jackie, the nanny who remains faithful to Frances above all, swears this is true. Jackie's story is credible. I met her once in San Francisco, took one look at her, and realized the baby was safe, even though Courtney was berating me at the time. So here we have a reliable witness stating, unequivocally, that Kurt Love Kills was bright as a button when he saw the baby on Good Friday, an opinion supported by the clinic staff and Joe Mama. This does not sound like the behavior of a man contemplating suicide. I believe Kurt was unusually cool-minded when he left the Exodus Center. Seeing Francis in the clinical context hardened his resolve to do something constructive. Suicide was not an option at that point. If he did kill himself, what got him so suicidal in the ensuing 48 hours? Rewind, April 1st, early evening. Kurt receives information from an informant telling him to be careful. This reinforces his paranoia. Rumor has it that he is being stalked and that Courtney is hatching some kind of plot to stop him from divorcing her and from changing his will. Kurt believes this information and appears momentarily agitated. He makes one last phone call from the patient phone in the lobby and waits until the coast is clear. He leaves the rehab center around 7 p.m. The clinic staff reported him missing at 8:47 p.m. Remember, Cobain split from this same clinic in 1992, so he knew the routine, but this time his motive was different. In a development that should ease the case still further, Kristen Pfaff, Eric Erlandson, and Patty Schmiel and the whole road crew were already in England waiting for Courtney to arrive for a scheduled tour when Kurt took off from Exodus. These shows were canceled about a week before Courtney got busted, which means the shows were canceled right about the time Kurt took off from rehab. This means Courtney knew she was not going to be able to play London because she had far more pressing business to attend to. Of course, there is the other side of the rehab coin. I don't know about you, but rehabbing in your hotel room for a couple of days sounds fishy to me. I don't care how you do it, apomorphine, tranks, beet juice, or Naline. You can't shake the injection ritual until you are out of the drug culture. You can't get out of the junkie life by standing in line twice a day to down a little cup of orange juice spiked with synthetic heroin. And you certainly can't kick when you're sitting on your ass in a swank suite in BVH waiting for Dr. Feelgood to arrive. Don't get me wrong. Courtney's days and hours in the suite were not wasted. She wasn't sitting there watching TV and shivering for an extra blankie. No, as usual, Courtney was on the phone, going to concerts and patching deals together. And somebody was using those credit cards. Somebody tried to order a huge electronic device, probably a computer, from Whole Earth Access catalog on March 30, and somebody made at least one call to the rock shop from Courtney's suite. More about the rock shop later. In London, the New Music Express received information from Eric Erlandson that Kurt was undergoing rehab with Courtney at a hospital near the infamous Chateau Marmont Hotel in Hollywood. This is probably what Courtney told him to say. The proximity is wrong, but the idea that Kurt and Courtney were supposed to be together, Hank Harrison, is true. The spin is the junkie couple are still together through thick and thin. The London gossip sheets, typically short on details, could not quite grasp why Courtney would be in a posh hotel and Kurt would be in a clinic. Unless they were breaking up, so Courtney or her press secretary ignored that aspect when they passed the news along. I guess to Londoners near means somewhere in Los Angeles County, but why use the Marmont as a hook? NME is a gossip rag. The NME copy editors know the Chateau Marmont equals death and overdose. Jim Morrison, John Belushi, even the famed photographer, Helmut Newton crashed his car and died there. So they naturally believe it. To prove their loyalty to Courtney, NME, in their article titled Cobain Suicide, Final Days a Mystery, dated April 16, 1994, page 2, didn't publish Eric's information right away. For some odd reason, they published the Marmont rehab blurb 8 days after Kurt's body was found. Was this a mistake or a favor to Courtney? I believe Courtney roughly planned her exit from Seattle to establish her awayness from Kurt. I believe she wanted to put a big social distance between Kurt and herself as soon as Kurt made it clear he wanted a divorce. Now, if we trace the divorce discussions, for discussions substitute screaming fits to certain established events, we can see a cloudy pattern forming behind the scenes. According to Melissa Rossi, Billy Corgan called the big house on Lake Washington Boulevard from December 1993 on, but the full force of the Dando Corgan affairs and the other dalliances didn't hit Kurt until the baby appeared in London with Billy. Of course, Courtney failed to make the Valentine's Day rendezvous in Rome. At that point, Kurt must have realized that his wife preferred others to him, and it hurt. The warning signs were laid on early, but Kurt went into denial. He was too much in love with the baby. Even so, something must have stiffened his spine after he entered rehab, because by the time he got back to Seattle, he was sober enough to continue the divorce proceedings and the will change. All he needed was an additional 38 hours or so. According to Tom Grant, Kurt's trail next wends its way to Courtney's hotel, but she is at a concert and has her phones turned off for some strange reason. He left a message for her. According to Grant's notes, the message on the hotel log reads, "Elizabeth's phone number is," this could have been a code name for Kurt. Love kills. Himself or a drug dealer in West Hollywood. Courtney never mentioned this message to the media. Who was driving around with Kurt in the taxi? We now realize the Elizabeth in question was the aforementioned Elizabeth Payton, Courtney's drug runner, the same innocent girl I met at my house in Los Altos. In 1992, now not so innocent. The 213 area code indicates she was in town. The message did not mean this was Elizabeth's number. It implies this is where Elizabeth was staying. I repeat, Kurt was fairly clean when he split. His so-called addiction seemed to be under control at LAX when two adoring fans saw him shoving quarters into a Street Fighter game at the arcade near the boarding gate. Flash forward, blog 2007. In her raving drunk blogs of 2007, Courtney seems to think someone escorted Kurt to Seattle, a manager who had betrayed Kurt before, a guy who was an operative in Malibu, but if she knew that, then she must have known where Kurt was. Thus, we must ask why she bothered to call Tom Grant on Easter Sunday and tell him Kurt was missing. There is only one explanation. She needed a cop to support her alibi. April 2, Saturday midnight. Kurt's long Good Friday ended on the flight home. He arrived in Seattle early Saturday morning, April 2nd. The gray top driver interviewed by the Seattle newspapers remembers dropping him off Saturday morning. He was alone. No rain that night. Whoever flew north with him did not enter the cab. This implies that his travel companion had a car at the airport, was met by someone or took a separate cab, or more than likely, went back to Los Angeles on the next available flight. It could also mean that Kurt simply bought some stranger an upgrade on the plane, but that's unlikely. Remember, the credit record showed two separate $150 upgrades purchased 2 minutes apart. But whoever flew with him met him at the ticket counter or drove him to the airport, because the price for a one-way business class ticket on Delta from LA to Seattle with no reservation is $234. 2 tickets would be $468, the exact amount charged on the card. Courtney called the credit security agency and stopped payment on the card shortly thereafter. Now Kurt is stuck with his back against the wall in Seattle. He goes to bed that night not knowing his cards are fried. Callie later told the police Kurt came into his bedroom for a short conversation. Presumably Kurt fired DeWitt for the second time in less than 1 week. Callie told Kurt he couldn't be fired because he was working for Courtney. I interpret this to mean Kurt kicked him out. According to Callie, he was not evicted, but voluntarily left the premises briefly to calm the waters. DeWitt immediately drove to his girlfriend's house and spent the night. He also called Courtney and told her Kurt was at the house. I repeat, Courtney knew Kurt was at the Lake Washington house by 12:30 a.m. on Hank Harrison, Saturday morning. I had my brother, who is a cop in Fresno, call Aveca Alarm Service. Remember this sequence. It is of crucial importance. Somebody entered the correct alarm code. A mere handful of people admit to seeing Kurt alive after he hopped out of the clinic. The 2 fans at the airport, the cab driver, the phantom dude who rode up with him, DeWitt, and finally, Kurt's dope dealer. Was he out and about that weekend? Witnesses claim they saw somebody who looked like Kurt driving the blue Dodge on Saturday. Other people claim they saw a blonde woman with Kurt. This could have been Caitlin or even Kat Bieland. The coroner places the time of death at Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning. Grant thinks Kurt might have already been dead on Easter Sunday. 10 years later, I agreed. Grant bad rapped me as often as possible and got messages to me implying that I should butt out. I considered it, and Hen said, nah. One person I talked to said, I didn't want to talk to Grant. He seemed like a cop to me. Had Grant been more persuasive, he would have discovered that Dr. Hartshorn was an old rock and roll pal of Courtney's. This is confirmed by her first husband, James Moreland, in Los Angeles, who knew Hartshorn when he gigged while in med school at UCLA, circa 1987. Grant is also quick to make a sweeping generalization. During one of our many telephone calls, Grant told me, anyone who claims they saw Kurt after Easter Sunday is hallucinating or lying, and any story to that effect may have been planted. Unfortunately, we can't check Callie's story either. Oh, didn't I tell you? DeWitt and his girlfriend disappeared from view in July of 1994 and didn't surface in any public way until 2004, when we find Callie writing a blog about his exploits as a bartender and A&R man for Geffen. Turns out he was getting a salary from Geffen Records the whole time. It's more important to know why Kurt went back to Seattle. He must have told someone what his motives were. I'm still wondering why those people haven't come forward. Maybe they had their mouths stuffed full of money. I am certain Kurt went back to Seattle to explore divorce proceedings and to drain the bank accounts on Monday. This is something he would have to do, in person, at the bank. An Associated Press story appeared out of nowhere to the effect that Courtney had overdosed on drugs on the day Kurt entered rehab. The report added that Courtney was in the hospital in Los Angeles. I happened to be in my little Mercedes listening to the blah punct when the report came in. This was on the CBS affiliate All News station, incidentally, not the alternative rock channel. Courtney was not in the hospital. I know because I checked all major hospitals in the greater Los Angeles basin. Not coincidentally, Courtney's favorite hospital stands majestically about 2 blocks away from Courtney's Spa Hotel, which stands in the elliptical shadow of Larry Flint's golden wheelchair. I even checked the Seattle Harborview and Portland hospitals just to be sure. I checked under her Hispanic name, her 2 Italian names, and checked Cobain, Love, and Michelle as a last name. I called in as a doctor, claiming I was Dr. Harrison from Stanford. This works every time. I also tried Poupon because I heard. Courtney used that name over the phone when she spoke to Kurt from San Francisco, with Dando in the next room. Why did Courtney need to plant a fake overdose story as early as the 29th of March, Saturday, March 30th? Note, hospitals and jails, cops, and clergy are probably the best alibis one could hope for. But do not confuse the driveway in Seattle. Courtney found the...
Note, she would have needed to fake that if that was on April 7th, Thursday, as an alibi as to where she was. She was released from that really quick, though. And that could have been after if she returned back to LA.
Eldon Hoke, also known as El Duche. Note he left at her hotel. It contained Elizabeth Peyton's phone number. There is only one reason Kurt would have that number and one reason why Courtney would want it. More dope. Let us assume that was about 12:30 a.m. Saturday. Courtney had other ways of knowing Kurt was in Seattle on Saturday, probably through reports from Kat Bjelland. First, she stopped payment on the cards Kurt had with him, but the Credit Card Security Center had a little surprise for her. She was told that the card was used earlier that evening to purchase airline tickets. She could have easily deduced that the charge was derived from the exact amount needed to fly one way, first class to Seattle, or to fly 2 people, coach class, to the same place. El Duche wearing his executioner's hood on the Jerry Springer Show. A reliable source, a woman named Lori who was dating Dave Grohl at the time. A woman who later played a prominent role on Kitty Radio. Com claims Callie called Courtney from his cell phone in Seattle and told her Kurt kicked him out of the house at around 2 a.m. A completely different story shows up in Heavier Than Heaven, the book by Charles Cross. This source also said Courtney went into ballistic fit. What was so frustrating about this? You'd think she'd be happy to discover her old man was safe at home. Unless she was on a critical time schedule, unless something had to be done before Monday, unless Kurt had to be dead by Monday. Okay, let's recap. Kurt was now in Seattle, in possession of the house and the shotgun. This means he was within striking distance of his local attorney's office. He wasn't going to wait for Rosemary Carroll to file the will change. She had her chance and turned it into an intervention scene. He would visit on the day after Easter or Tuesday to sign the divorce papers. Courtney's power would start to dry up as soon as he filed those papers. The media would be notified like lightning. Grunge star divorces diva. I can see the headlines now. Courtney called the house at 2:13 a.m., but got the answering machine again. Kurt was purposefully ignoring her. I'd be willing to bet a slew of messages were on the machine when Kurt got home, but he ignored them. Kurt was safe in Seattle, or so he believed. He was getting ready to go into hiding. He had a secret plan and maybe even a new girlfriend. My heart went out to him. Even in death. It was as if I was watching an adventure film, pulling for the hero, but why was I so concerned? The day Frances was born, I suspected Courtney's mother of meddling. Based on past experience, she had a knack for making other people look bad while she covers her own tracks. Courtney, no doubt, learned this little trick at the teat of the master. It didn't take long to have my suspicions confirmed. The nurse on the night station in LA told me Linda was at the hospital and Courtney was aggravated. Linda obviously took steps to intervene, even as Frances was leaving the birth canal. I figured, especially when I heard the baby was being fostered out to Courtney's half-sister in Portland, that Linda was going to make an all-out play for custody. I thought this because in November, Courtney and I discussed just how the baby came to be in the care of her half-sister in the first place, and how they had to spend $250,000 to get the baby back. Love kills. Courtney told me her mother feared that I would try to get the baby just to get next to Kurt's money. I assured her that wasn't the case, but that I did want to visit with the baby and that I especially wanted my mom to see Frances before it was too late. My mom had a stroke about that time. I repeat, as this is very important to explain my involvement in the assassination case, Courtney promised she would arrange a meeting for the baby's great-grandmother in a few weeks, perhaps for Christmas. Like an idiot, I told my mom, and she got all excited. I sensed Courtney was being less than sincere with Kurt, simply by the patronizing tone she took with him on the phone. I also figured she was off the deep end when she dressed me down in front of Kristen, Eric, and Patty, and showed great disrespect for other bands, all the while bad-rapping Kat Bjelland and romancing Evan Dando. My road radar was on full blast after that. Courtney didn't change. She was just a better criminal than she was when she lived with us. I suspected some bad crap was going down that fall. By January, my suspicions were confirmed. I knew I had to brace myself for a crisis because Courtney was blaming me for all of her problems. The next day, I went to San Francisco to pick up Courtney at the not-so-fancy California Street Hotel. As we walked out, Evan Dando ran out of the coffee shop and shook my hand. I had no idea who he was. He said he was happy to meet me and that he had read one of my books. I thanked him. Immediately, Courtney gave him the dirtiest look anyone could muster. He seemed crushed and whimpered back into the hotel. She was controlling him. 5 years later, Evan proved himself to be completely brainwashed. 4 years later, Evan told Tim Perlich, one of Toronto's best journalists, that he wanted to kill me, and he repeated this on the radio. Nothing she told anybody was true in those days. She was planning something ugly, and I knew it. In fact, I might have been the only person capable of seeing it, but I just didn't get the whole picture. I saw that dirty look a decade earlier. It's a mask of disgust mixed with a threat of retribution. Courtney was in charge, and nobody was going to challenge her. She laid a big line of jive on me during those meetings in San Francisco. On Sunday afternoon, a reporter from the Chronicle came backstage to interview me while Courtney was on stage rehearsing. The article never came out, mainly because I sensed this young woman was another one of Courtney's groupies. I declined photos, and I gave her nothing to use against me. But I realized Courtney was already bad, rapping me to the press and to her entourage. Most importantly, she lied about her wanting to introduce Frances to my family, a law-abiding, no-frills family of cops and highway engineers in Northern California. None of that ever happened, but it made Courtney look good for the moment. The lie continued for many years. In 2005, when I tried to arrange a visit with Frances, Courtney bribed the social worker. She later copped to the bribery in her blogs, her comments on kittyradio.com, and her early rants on Twitter. She always found a way to confess without getting busted. Apparently, it freed her of any need to be moral. Kurt Cobain, Town. San Francisco and New York, London, Paris, and New Orleans all have traditional bohemian quarters, but nowhere is the scene so contiguous, so overlapping, so moneyed, and so pseudo-hip as Sid Eyes in Hollywood. The sunny little town, which was once an orange grove, is now a dope zoo, especially after dark. The animals there tend to be nocturnal predators. Some of these predators will do anything to stay in the scene. If you have dope and money, you can get anything done. It's not a matter of selling your soul. Many people in Hollywood did that years ago. Rather, it's a matter of appearances. Can we carry on like wild street freaks and hump our brains silly and not get caught by the folks in Des Moines? That's the Hollywood game, and El Duce played it well. January 3rd, 1994, email to Trayona Watson. About 2 weeks ago, Courtney approached El Duce, the Mentors, a punk puke band in Hollywood, and asked him to blow Kurt's head, offer $50K. El Duce is shocked and incredulous about this because, although his band wallows in debauchery and revenge lyrics and presents a violent misogynist image, he and the other band members insist the whole thing is just an act not to be taken seriously. The Mentors got going in the Sex Pistols era and have been disgusting audiences ever since. El Duce parades around with a gauntlet of nails sticking up from his right arm, screaming lyrics and slapping his beer gut in time with bassist Dr. Heathen Scum. Anything that sounds like music comes from lead guitarist Sicky Wifebeater and a seemingly hypnotized drummer, name of Moostic, although El Duce also sits in on drums. The crowd at Al's bar freaks out as the Mentors escalate through their increasingly ugly songbook, particularly Inside the Rock Shop, 1644 Wilcox Ave, Hollywood. The shop is closed now and sits just next to a BBC film center shared with Content Films and, oddly enough, Pressman Films. Popular medley of their old favorites would consist of On the Rag, Claptrap, and Heterosexuals Have the Right to Rock. Reminiscent of the high camp tubes on a bad night, the Mentors enjoy a following with a taste for gallows humor and overtly libidinous live shows attended by middle-aged go-go dancers in chrome chains and studded thongs wielding torture chamber apparatus. The Mentors' greatest claim to anarchistic fame occurred in 1985 when Tipper Gore quoted their song Golden Showers in a congressional hearing for parents against obscene lyrics. The song contains, among other odd images, the following lines. Alan Wrench, El Duce's bar-brawling buddy, wearing a Nirvana shirt under his jacket. Bend up and smell my anal vapors. Your face will be my toilet paper. Who knows, the Mentors may have provided an indirect route for the lyrics to Smells Like Teen Spirit. End of file. December 13th. That's about 2 weeks after I sent the heart-shaped candy box to Kurt. About 1 month after I saw Courtney at Slim's Club. The night Courtney hit on my date. The night she told me she stole Kristen from Cat. The night she said Patty's mother was a pain in the ass stage mother. The night she dressed me down for talking to Fugazi in the hall. But more importantly, December 13th was around the time she ordered the Lexus, and 2 weeks before she moved into the house with the bad feng shui. I received the note on CompuServe before Courtney set up her folder, but people who heard about the El Duce email on the Nirvana folder on AOL did not take this seriously and were outraged that somebody would pull such a prank. The consensus among Nirvana cyberheads was that the whole thing was aflame by some guy in a competing band or a Deadheads prank or a fan of Guns N' Roses, envious of Nirvana's success. This kind of crap happens all the time on the net. I was new to the alternative music scene, so I went along with the consensus, but I did not brush it off lightly. I finally tracked El Duce to his house near 55th Street in Riverside, California. El Duce turned out to be the stage nominee of a second-wave punk band leader who covers his face on stage with a trademarked executioner's hood. During our first tape-recorded telephone conversation, I discovered Courtney's link to this bizarre man came through Hole's original drummer, Carolyn Rue, who was having a torrid affair with Mentors guitarist Sicky Wifebeater back in 1989. This was the Love Kills scene in which Courtney tried to imitate and intimidate her first husband, James Moreland. Moreland had a right to be freaked out because this Riverside crowd had a reputation for some very dark doings. El Duce had a hell of good band, if you like punk, but his bandmates grew a bit road-weary because he couldn't find them enough gigs, and he was a well-known drunk with all the baggage a drunken bandleader carries. Frankly, they reminded me of a bunch of kids who, after growing tired of playing Dungeons and Dragons, took their game into the streets to make a little bread off the freak trade. After Kurt died, the My Daughter May Have Tried to Hire El Duce to Kill Him took on a very dark glow, the kind that gives you ulcers. This rumor remained rumoresque almost everywhere, except in El Duce's band. The mentors knew El Duce close up. They knew when he was lying, and they knew when he was drunk. El Duce was not lying. The mentors toured constantly, and El Duce only ventured into LA when he was at home. To keep a cult presence, he received mail and messages at a place called the Rock Shop on Wilcox. My second telephone conversation with El Duce took place in July of 1996. That conversation shed light on the whole affair. Bear in mind that, according to the telly phone records, Courtney made at least one further call to the Rock Shop from her hotel room on or about the 27th of March, before Kurt went into rehab, and another call after he left the clinic for Seattle. Who Wash trying to reach? El Duce had already turned down the murder for hire gig? Was there someone else available at the Rock Shop? Okay, but before we get into the pros and cons of that grenade, let's do a little history. El Duce first met Courtney at a party at Gary Pressman's house in Anaheim in 1989. Pressman, a filmmaker and art collector, his tastes run to the bizarro, was just finishing a student project at Los Angeles City College titled Get Up and Die, based on a Mentor's song by that name. This film is a well-made but macabre story of a junkie's quest to stay alive, with no less than a Mentor's soundtrack to spur the festivities along. Sort of like a cattle car version of Basketball Diaries without the basketball. Dr. Heathen Scum, formerly with the Mentors, joined Kill Alan Wrench shortly after Kurt was assassinated. Here he wears a new Mentor's cap and holds a golden shower fireworks cone. El Duce recalls that Pressman had to kick Courtney out because she was nodding off. He further stated that he did not see Courtney for at least 2 years until that day in December of 1993, when she allegedly ran into the Rock Shop to solicit first-degree murder. Isn't that a felony? According to Karush Sepegian, the manager of the Rock Shop, who later flunked his polygraph test, Courtney pulled up in a white limousine on December 28, 1993 at 8 p.m. Kurt and Nirvana had a gig in San Diego that night. As bad luck would have it, El Duce was loitering in front of the store waiting for a friend when Courtney jammed out of the town car and ran up to him to make an offer generally referred to as a contract. The cops call it a solicitation of homicide, which is in itself a felony. According to El Duce, Courtney said, "El, I really need a big favor of you. My old man's being an asshole lately, and I need you to blow his fucking head off." El Duce claims he just stared in amazement and asked her if she was serious. He further claims she said, "Yeah, I'll give you $50,000 to blow his fucking head off." Again, we only have El Duce's word for the verbatim quote, but Sepegian was behind the counter and heard her comments too. I don't pretend to know what was really going on, but again, I've seen Courtney do some pretty odd things. She loves to leap out of cars to accost people on the street. Thinking maybe he was being made the brunt of a giant joke, El Duce said, "Okay, I'm serious if you are." He laughed and tried to walk away, but in his words, she followed me down Sunset and asked, "Where can I reach you?" They went into the Rock Shop. "You can reach me here." He handed her a business card. She repeated the request within earshot of Sepegian and then went back to the waiting limo. Reminder, solicitation of homicide is a felony punishable by a very long prison sentence. In this case, it could have been federal because it was a solicitation to cross state lines to commit the crime. There is no statute of limitations on this crime in California. Note, on March 14, 1996, El Duce took a lie detector test from Dr. Edward Gelb. He passed with no apparent deception. 1 week later, he took another polygraph test from another examiner and passed it too. High Times magazine featured Kurt on their April 1996 cover. This feature stimulated the polygraph examinations and the interest in the story by Inside Edition, but Tom Grant refused to participate. Complimented him on the timeliness of the new band name and
Alex loves Tommy. You're wrong. Mark even wrote in one of his last books in 2021 that Kurt was calling him at his house after he returned from rehab, and that Mark heard the answering machine message but didn't go over, apparently. He was only 15 minutes away, living with Lane Staley at the time in Seattle. So I don't know why you're saying that. Who's coming up with that? Because Mark Lanigan, the person we're talking about, says the exact opposite of what you're saying. And we went over that here. Mark was lying about himself before he died, when he knew he was dying. He half admitted the truth. Joe was the eyewitness. He was there at the house in 1994. He's seen Mark Lanigan attack Kurt in the basement. You weren't there. Joe is being honest. I believe him. And I've linked a lot of things back to Mark Lanigan, the Unsolved Mystery Tips, his last album with Skeleton Joe, his last books, his interviews. You have a lot of research to do. You really do.
wished him luck. Later, in Chicago, he told me he was in Florida because he thought somebody was trying to kill him. November 10th. El Duce calls me back from Newport News and hits me up for some money, which I'd gladly wire him. But he says he can't get a Western Union MoneyGram because he has no ID. So I ship him $100 via Federal Express. This C note gets him to...
No, Mark was there and Dylan was there. Both of them were there. And there was one or two other people as well on April 3rd at around 2 a.m.
Chicago. But a string is attached. We will meet in Chi after the Springer show, and he will stay at a certain hotel that I knew about in the old days when I visited Nelson Algren and Eddie Bracken. Algren used to hang out in the bar next door with Studs Terkel and Saul Alinsky. The place is clean but run down, which should be no problem for El Duce. He asks me where at Easy tell him, Clark Street near the Loop. I'm thinking I'll finally get my interview. I know it, so I call the place. Yes, it's still there. It ain't the Palmer House. El Duce is sure to stay there if I prepay the room. Springer only springs for the room at the Drake for one night, and El Duce is stuck in Chicago after that. It also gives me one more place to nail him down in case I don't contact him at Springer's studio. He says he'll at least leave a message on my 800 line as to his whereabouts, even if he's drunk. Why do I believe him? I call the Springer show and talk to a youngish female producer who informs me that El Duce will be on the show for sure. I ask what the show is about, assuming it's the Cobain thing, and I find out it's not about Kurt at all, but just a sleazy show about Hank Harrison. How debauched people can get if they stay in the rock and roll world long enough, El Duce being the prime example, I guess. The other guests are a chauffeur who videos celebrities screwing in his limo and a couple of hookers who have done a few celebrities. So much for the presumption of privacy. November 11. El Duce leaves a message on my 800 line informing me he is in Chicago, but since he arrived 2 days early, he had to go to the hotel reserved for him by the Springer show. He also hit me up for another Ben Franklin. I called the number El Duce left for me, but the phone he called from was answered by someone who barely knows him. They informed me he was on his way to Springer's studio for a look-see, and, I presumed, to cop some more bread. I wondered, briefly, if El Duce is trying to set me up for a kill. Then I laughed. Boy, that would be a mean struggle. Me and Eldon Hoke punching it out in some alley in Chicago. In the long run, we would both die laughing. I call the Springer Show again, and they tell me El Duce will be staying at the Drake for 2 nights. I realize tracking El Duce down in Chicago in 8 hours between planes is going to be trouble, unless he actually intercept him at the Springer Show. Maybe I could save the Drake some pain. El Duce at the Drake, now there's a picture. November 12, United to Chicago. I am on my way to Montreal to do a lecture tour with Ian Halperin and Max Wallace with a stopover in Chicago. Things dovetail nicely. Glum. Snowy overcast day in Chicago. I get lost at the new O'Hare, but eventually manage to gather up all of my bags and cameras. I send the books and t-shirts onto Montreal in care of Victor Schiffman, the tour promoter. The tour seems Mickey Mouse by Hollywood standards, but it's very important to me because I need to check out these 2 Canadians firsthand. I need them to know I'm real so that they can't dehumanize me in their book. This worked with Melissa Rossi when she wrote Queen of Noise, and it will probably work with Halperin, because Ian has been accosted by Jack Palladino, the San Francisco lawyer who goes around intimidating everybody. Besides, I've spent a lot of time on the phone with these 2 guys, and Tom Grant has cut them off too. Besides, I need some new friends right about now. If I were to believe the crap Courtney circulated about me, I would have killed myself long ago. I asked El Duce about Palladino on the phone the day before I left, and El Duce said he was afraid somebody, probably working for Courtney, might be stalking him. But all drunks are paranoid. Still, my life has been threatened too, and Callie DeWitt is nowhere to be found, nor are most of Courtney's old run-in buddies. So you have to believe El Duce when he says he's afraid. I figured he was safe as long as he remained high profile, and by going on the Springer Show, he was about as high profile as he could get, especially after the High Times article in May of 1995. El Duce was pissed at High Times because they wouldn't give. Love kills. Him any money, but the article put the lie to a lot of crap Courtney was circulating at the time. No sooner had El Duce hung up from Florida when Henrietta Knight of the Globe called me to complain about James Moreland, Courtney's previously outlined secret first husband and cross-dressing star of Leaving Trains. He wanted top money for an interview. Then after she went to great lengths to get the money, Moreland chickened out, saying he wanted to control the article. He claims he is frightened of Courtney, but behind the scenes James is actually sucking up to his ex-wife because maybe she can do something for his career if he keeps his mouth shut. Fat chance, I'd say. When the article finally came out, James, who is a very nice person, in spite of his gender confusion, didn't like it and was threatening to sue. Henrietta wanted me to call him, to calm him down. I'd never met the man before, but he seemed at least as hurt by Courtney as anybody else in her wake. I called and left a message on his machine. At 10 a.m. the day before I was to leave for Montreal, I received a long call from James, which I faithfully recorded. I came away from that conversation with another wart on my brain. Courtney nearly killed him too. Chicago Phantoms. The cab ride downtown to the Drake and Lakeshore Drive cheered me up. I have had some great times in this town. Who hasn't? I wished I could wangle time enough to visit old publishing friends Eckhart and Persis Gertis, 2 of the sharpest intellectuals in Chicago, but alas, this jaunt was a true stopover, a virtual sneak attack. What would Jerry Garcia do in a situation like this? Now there's a guru for the millions. 2 years after he died, Visa issues a Jerry Garcia charge card with one of his paintings on it like he was fucking Rembrandt. What would Jerry do? Hey now, why not sit back and enjoy the scenery? Chicago has more street art per capita than any place outside of Paris. Gropius curtain walls hang down to reflect the glint of a stainless steel claw's Oldenburg baseball bat, which whistles when the hawk talks. Picasso's chimpanzee woman sits sarcastically off in the plaza. Ghosts of Nelson Algren Street phantom speak in echoes on the corners of Mohawk Street, but they aren't the same as when Algren first noticed them. The voices all sound like cheap imitations of Al Jolson harmonizing with Joan Baez, but the phantoms are still there, day and night. I was a young hustler when I lived here in 1968. But, like anybody with any sense, you fall in love with Lloyd Wright's city houses and the Poets' Dance and the crapo drinkers on the L, all 8 million of them, each imitating Lord Buckley riding the engine on the premiere run as if he was the chief engineer on God's own railroad. If you don't fall in love with it, you'll go nuts and turn square. Pager goes off, cheap at first, then louder until the screech bites into your ears. The cab driver scowls at me. I dial the number on the Motorola Gatemouth special. It's the producer of Hard Copy, suggesting I bury the hatchet with Courtney. I ask how that could happen. Can you make that happen? She says, no, but everybody is so sick and tired of you guys feuding. Hank Harrison. I say, I'm sure when she takes the polygraph and passes it, and when my mother gets to see her great-granddaughter, and when she retracts all the lies she spread around about me, everything will just patch itself up nice and chummy. I'll get back to you for the exclusive, okay? She says, yeah, sure, Hank, but everybody figures you should be on her side, even if she killed 9 children. Her voice starts to sound like Lenny Bruce doing an excerpt from Father Flotsky's Triumph, one of his infamous monologues. My ears, still ringing from the pager, listen for a high-pitched Barry Fitzgerald brogue. Sure now, Dutch, why don't you give yourself up? We forgive you, Dutch. In closing, Father Flotsky poses a rhetorical question. Killing 9 children doesn't make a boy all bad. Now, does it? I realized at that point that the equally rhetorical question about me and Courtney patching things up must have gone around the internet because everybody is asking the same damned question almost verbatim. Every time somebody asked me why I'm not in Courtney's corner, I took mental notes. I was amazed to discover a little-known fact. The vast majority of people who wanted me to patch things up with Courtney were childless women. To my knowledge, I have never had a parent of a teenage girl ask me that question. Why? Because they know how completely fucked up raising a kinderwhore can be. Micro-queens like Courtney are pure media creations, spawned in beauty and dipped in vitriol at birth. Instead of growing into normal human women, they dream of cosmetic surgery and grow into relentless she-sexists, ball cutters, and parent haters. If you don't believe me, look carefully at her design for a rock band in Appendix A. They get away with anything because they are the first children of the media generation, the first children to raised entirely on color television. And frankly, folks, color television doesn't value life very highly. Have you seen Saturday morning cartoons lately? I take a cab to the Springer studio. El Duce's backstage somewhere. I wait in the green room. Springer doesn't show. He's having problems with a local anchor woman threatening to quit if he does his local editorial on her turf. A month later, she quits. I wait 10 minutes after the show. I'm getting a little nervous, but eventually El Duce walks in counting his cash. Not a bad guy at all. Good vibes, shuckin' and jivin' with the crew. I stand up and shake his hand. He says, Hank? I says, Deuce. I nod the unmistakable nod of rock and roll respect. He flashes that I'm hip and gives me the unmistakable shoulder shrug, a kind of existential question mark meaning, what next, eh? He whispers, got a joint? He likes that idea, so we walk through the windy alley to this Tinkle Clean Swingers. I say no, but we can have a drink next door. Love kills. Bar down the street from the studio, you know the kind, the valet in the men's room, the guy who changes the ice in the urinals every 10 minutes and hands you a towel when you leave, even if you didn't wash your hands. We sit down in a Naugatuck booth as far away from the bar as possible, and El Duce tells me his whole damn story. I could write a book. I took notes, and I have some of this on tape over the telephone a few days later. Before we order, El Duce tells me Oprah left the studio by the back door because she found out he was there. I tell him I doubt that very much. Oprah would love to interview you. He asks, why are all of these media people afraid of me? I'm just a jerk from the sticks, right? I could see he's enjoying his newfound celebrity. Turns out, Hoke's appearance on The Springer Show had nothing to do with Courtney. He was invited because he was voted the sleaziest act in showbiz bar none. The last thing Springer's staff wants to do is get stuck entertaining smelly old El Duce, so they gladly leave him to me. So here we are in a flash bar in Chicago, El Duce and Hank, the 2 oldest sleazebags in the whole underground scene. I don't know if you can actually call it bonding, but I liked the guy. I had a chance to take the measure of the man, and he came out a bit like my old friend Ron Pigpen McKernan of the Grateful Dead, boozy but honest. El Duce is drinking straight shots with beer chasers. I'm sipping a tonic and lime as we cut up old road stories before I catch my plane to Montreal. What a gas. He told me he would swear under oath that Courtney approached him to have her husband killed. I looked in his eyes as he spoke. He wasn't lying. He might have been a drunk, but he was genuinely freaked out by the Cobain killing. The poor bastard was scared to the point of peeing in his cast iron codpiece. I could tell he was frightened. He had two kinds of shakes. The natural Jake shake that all drunks get, that's a niacin deficiency, and the unnatural shakes that anyone who's ever had a run-in with Courtney gets. I guess he felt better after, talking a while, because he calmed down after the second Boilermaker. He figured he was the only man on the planet who could testify under oath that Courtney hit on him to have Kurt killed. He said he would be happy to testify, but nobody asked him. I found out later that several people were moving in the "Get El Duce cleaned up so he can testify" direction, but he died before that could happen. I figured he could be cleaned up. Courtney tried to paint him as a pub brawler, but he might look okay with a shave and a splash of Old Spice. A $300 suit from the local Big and Tall and a new pair of shoes wouldn't hurt either. The guy doesn't have much of a criminal record, believe it or not. A couple of drunk charges, that's about it. A federal grand jury might have believed him. We ordered 2 Reubens with everything and talked some more. Predictably, El Duce drank his luncheon only, Hank Harrison, ate the pickle and the melted Swiss cheese sticking out from under the dark rye bread. Soon it was time for me to catch my plane, so I slipped the Duke of Punk another new, Franklin, and caught a cab. I never saw or heard from him again. Amazon record review. El Duce was an old, fat drunk, a sexually perverted, smelly, ugly punk rocker for those of you who have never heard of him. He played the drums and was the lead singer for the Mentors until his alcoholism caught up with him and the band was forced to hire a new drummer. This allowed El to just sing. He died in 1997 from getting hit by a train in a blur of drunkardness, but it's said by few that he was murdered by the infamous Alan Wrench, the same guy that supposedly murdered Kurt Cobain. After El Duce told Simone he thought Alan Wrench might have murdered Kurt, he got hit by that train pretty quick, so who knows? End of review. O'Hare looked awesome with its impassable walkways and the nice arches. Not the funky O'Hare of Richard Daley Sr., not the O'Hare Saul Alinsky brought to its knees in 1966, not the O'Hare that Alinsky wrote about in his Rules for Radicals. No, this is the tranquil and well-integrated O'Hare, the most active urban hub in America. I wonder if Obama ever met Alinsky. Load up on guns and bring your friends the secret handshakes pretend smells like teen spirit. The end Jack Palladino and the previously mentioned minor punch-up with Nick Off-Dumar, which one paper called La Guerre de la Paris du Rock and Roll, loosely translated, the Battle of the Rock Pops. I spent most of my time that night talking to Tim Perlich, one of Toronto's most insightful writers. I'm still sorry I couldn't spend more time there. I had to get back to the ranch after the Rialto debacle. No money forthcoming from that gig either. Halperin still owes me $345, but the trek was very refreshing and enlightening. I keep using that word, but that's the only word that fits. Enlightening. I referred to Kurt as a Zen master, and everybody thought I was a flake. I guess there haven't been many Zen masters in Montreal since Lenny Cohen spilt. The night I got off the plane, my best friend and attorney Dennis Natali was assassinated by a Vietnamese gang in San Francisco's Marina District. They shot through his back window. The bullet went into the black BMW right through the seat and through his back. The cops didn't even know he was shot until the paramedics pulled him out. I doubt his death had any connection to the Cobain case, although we were talking about suing Courtney for visitation rights to Francis Bean when he died. Natali's funeral was an eye-opener. The cathedral was full. His widow, Sheila, went berserk and took a long time to recover. The snake-like procession between the funeral home and the cathedral wound through the streets and over Nob Hill to North Beach. The novena mass took hours. I had no idea my old high school chum had done favors for so many people, but everybody who was anybody showed up. His Honor Willie Brown and K.O. Terrence Hallinan, the DA, were among the pallbearers. Personally, I felt protected from Courtney as long as I had Denny, but with Natalie gone, I knew I couldn't sue. No other attorney in the world would believe my story. In early March, Tom Grant sent out an appeal to his website regulars and raised thousands in donations, but his book didn't come out. Later that month, Grant appeared on Unsolved Mysteries, but they tap-danced around Courtney's legal warnings. And El Duce at rehearsal, when he was sober, he was okay, but when he got ready for a show, after a hit of speed, he could stare you down and creep you out. For El, it was all just a big act. Love kills. Evan Dando behind Cafe Dance, Paris. Of her half-sister in the first place and how they had to spend $250,000 to get the baby back. Courtney told me her mother feared that I would try to get the baby just to get next to Kurt's money. I assured her that wasn't the case, although it sounded like she was projecting. I did want to visit with the baby, and I especially wanted my mom to see Francis before it was too late. My mom had a stroke about that time. I repeat, as this is very important to explain my involvement in the assassination case, Courtney promised she would arrange a meeting for the baby's great-grandmother in a few weeks, perhaps for Christmas. Like an idiot, I told my mom, and she got all excited. She died about 6 months later. I sensed Courtney was being less than sincere with Kurt, simply by the patronizing tone she took with him on the phone. I also figured she was off the deep end when she dressed me down in front of Kristen, Eric, and Patty, and showed great disrespect for other bands, all the while bad-rapping Cat Bjelland and romancing Evan Dando. My road radar was on full blast after that. Courtney hasn't changed. She was just better at her control scenario than she was when she lived with us. I suspected some bad crap was going down that fall. By January, my suspicions were confirmed. I knew I had to position myself for a crisis because Courtney was never going to let me see the baby, and it was unjustifiable. There had to be another reason for her scam facade. Evan ran out of the coffee shop and shook my hand as Courtney and I walked out of her not-so-fancy Nob Hill Hotel. I had no idea who he was. He said he was happy, Hank Harrison, to meet me and that he had read one of my books. I thanked him. Immediately, Courtney gave him the dirtiest look anyone could muster. He seemed crushed and whimpered back into the hotel. She was controlling him. 5 years later, Evan proved himself to be completely brainwashed. Dando told Tim Perlich, one of Toronto's best journalists, that he wanted to kill me, and he repeated this on the radio. Nothing she told anybody was true in those days. She was planning something ugly, and I knew it. In fact, I might have been the only person capable of seeing it. I saw that dirty look a decade earlier. It's a mask of disgust mixed with a threat of retribution. Courtney was in charge, and nobody was going to challenge her. She laid a big line of jive on me during those meetings in San Francisco. On Sunday afternoon, a reporter from the Chronicle came backstage to interview me while Courtney was on stage rehearsing. The article never came out, mainly because I sensed this young woman was another one of Courtney's groupies. I declined photos, and I gave her nothing to use against me. But I realized Courtney was already bad rapping me to the press and to her entourage. Most importantly, she lied about her wanting to introduce Francis to my family, a law-abiding, no-frills family of cops and highway engineers in Northern California. None OPF that ever happened, but it made Courtney look good. In 2005, when I tried to arrange a visit with Francis, Courtney bribed the social worker. She later copped to this in her blogs, her comments on kittyradio.com, and her early rants on Twitter. She always finds a way to confess. Apparently, it clears her soul of any need to be moral. It's like she's a Scientologist. The Dream Machine provided another excuse. Handy-dandy Dream Machine. For $30 per body, Hollywood-based Graveline Tours takes you on an excursion of locations where the famous died. In addition to the Simpson Goldman death site, the new West Side Tour will include Marilyn Moore's house, the room where Freddie Price fatally shot himself, and the hotel where Courtney Love was arrested. San Jose Mercury News Entertainment Week. Summer solstice to 1967. And Courtney was blessed by the great guru Neil Casady. Neil decided all of the hip babies needed their heads wetted, a tradition of Celts and especially the Irish and Brits the world over. We didn't have any home brew on hand. Neil was between bus engine overhauls, so he used the next best thing, a half quart of Ham's beer from the Landowski Blue Waters. Ironic that she would wind up at the abandoned Ham's brewery some 16 years later, eh? Courtney was third that day behind a boy child known to me only as Hassler Jr. and Neil's own daughter. All Neil did was dip his finger in a bowl of beer and make the mark of the cross on their foreheads. This was not a sacrilegious act, nor did it have anything to do with LSD. Neil was a very serious Christian. He thought of himself as a missionary to the weird folks. For us, mixed bag of Jews, Buddhists, lapsed Catholics, and atheists, he developed an ecumenical style. Anyway, Neil made the mark of the cross on the kids that day, saying they were destined to do something important. Observers declared the phenomenon a miracle. Neil said, "No, it isn't big enough to be a miracle. In order for something to be a miracle, the media has to show up." I don't know about the other kids, but Courtney sure heard the bell. She even lived in the Ham's brewery for a while and eventually married a man from the land of sky blue waters. I wonder if Neil could have foreseen that one of the little kids Hank Harrison, blessed that day, would someday rent the cover of Harper's Bazaar so that she could call herself the most fashionable woman in the world? I am now convinced that the enriched environment our kids grew up in accelerated their learning curves and expanded their ability to think globally and way beyond our limited scope. We needed the LSD, they didn't. Kurt and Courtney, and almost all of their immediate peers, were directly and indirectly exposed to the art and poetry of people like Neal Casady at a very early age. The revolution that began in the late 1950s with Kerouac's continuing hagiography of Neal Casady fired up a war of values between the alternative types and the hardcore Puritans. The Square saw Neal's vision as a major threat which continues well into the 21st century. The World Series won by the San Francisco Giants in 2010 was locally referred to as the war between the hippies and the rednecks. Kurt and the Dream Machine, the war against the Rainbow People and the Casady vision amounted to a violent religious pogrom, a domestic apocalypse that is far from over. The general theme of the Nixon, Reagan, George Bush years amounted to another children's crusade with similar results. Ken Kesey had to retire the bus to the Smithsonian and was forced to promise never to drag the old war wagon out again. Garcia's leadership, like Presley's, indirected led millions to drugs and a non-rebellious state. Likewise, Kurt could not come out looking like a saint or a martyr. His posthumous legacy needed to be tarnished. His actions were needed to look silly, and his poetic rebellion needed to be controlled. Hundreds of sick rumors were circulated about him, even as millions of folks venerated his name. Courtney did very little to kill these rumors. She defended her old man's name when it did something for her, but she allowed 3 books to come out, all of which made Kurt look like a doofus. At least one of these anti-Kurt campaigns can be traced directly to Courtney Love's inner circle. Someone was running scared. Kurt was still the beloved of many. No matter how much nastiness came down the information pipeline, it was countered with praise and reverence from a growing population, especially after the unplugged video came out posthumously. So maybe he did kill himself. Now he was a fallen troubadour, and his fame, even in death, exceeded Courtney's. This would never do. Kurt was still getting too much attention. As soon as it was discovered that Courtney might receive some negative press, she caucused with her attorney pals and knitted together the story that Kurt was driven to suicide by a spinning meditation toy known as the Dream Machine. 2 weeks after Kurt died, a group calling themselves FOOK, an acronym for Friends Understanding Kurt, broadcast a fax throughout the internet and rock scene world to the effect that Kurt died because he abused and overused the Dream Machine, a device previously mentioned as the brainchild of the late Breon Geisen, who happened to be one of Bill Burroughs' old ladies. In a classic spread of disinformation, Fook called the machine a dangerous trance. Geisen and Burroughs using the Dream Machine and presumably getting high on it. Inducing contraption. The facts went on to suggest that a string of suicides had been linked to the machine over the years, but no footnotes were cited. Fook was right in part. The Dream Machine, as such, is a dangerous contraption because of its potential for inducing epileptic seizures, but no suicides have been traced directly to it. One wonders why Fuchs, operating for and with friends of Kurt, if they really were friends, were trying to create the idea that the machine caused a suicide. Could it be because they felt, at the time, that they needed to add more strength to the suicide argument? The Fuchs communique concludes with a rationalization by Courtney, to wit: if Kurt had not come into contact with the manufacturer, he would be with us today. This comment seems a bit transparent, since no suicide is simple enough to blame solely on a machine or its manufacturer. Okay, I'm sure you're asking, what on earth is a dream machine? Well, the dream machine first saw the light in 1961 in Paris. Brian Gysin had been holding trance seances in his rooms at the Beat Hotel and had remarkable success calling up spirits. In one seance, he claims he actually produced ghosts who wandered through the room in Moroccan drag. The fact that everybody, Hank Harrison, in the damned hotel was stoned, including the Algerian saboteurs who lived downstairs, might have had something to do with it. William S. Burroughs was living in Brooklyn and polishing Nova Express, so he had enough money, but Gysin, although British by passport and tough by nature, was perpetually broke because he received no support from England or from his family. Burroughs wrote to Gysin about his troubles with the late Dr. Professor Timothy Leary at the Castilia Foundation and expressed a desire to hurry back to Paris as soon as the first cold weather struck New York. Although a bit of a huckster himself, Burroughs' visits with Leary were strained. Tim Leary was not an intellectual. Although he produced hundreds of books, most of them were devoid of substance, bordered on the science fantasy, and could only be understood by those proficient in Timspeak. Many people thought of him as just another snake acid salesman. I liked the guy, but I was saddened to hear that he never got in touch with his Irishness. In 1965, Burroughs took sugar cube acid and shot up DMT at Millbrook, Leary's huge crash pad in upstate New York, and the trip went well, but he found Leary's kingdom a bit off-putting. Years later, Bill's suspicions about Leary grew to paranoid nightmares when it was rumored he gave information to the FBI, the State Department, and other agencies of the government, including Interpol, to get a lighter sentence. This included the handing over of mailing lists kept in Leary's office, upon which appeared the name and address of one William Burroughs, Esquire. The idea that Tim Leary might have been a snitch met with grave disbelief within the Leary camp, and of course the Brotherhood of Light played down the incident. But many rock bands got busted mysteriously, and lots of infiltrators leaked information to the FBI after Leary paved the way. I think they call it a duke-in narcobus circles. Gysin accelerated his quest for a patron on the Duchess circuit as soon as Burroughs announced he would be back in Paris for the fall fashion shows, that time of year when boatloads of frivolous money floats down the Seine. As fate would have it, Madame Helena Rubinstein had begun a foundation to fund struggling artists, so Gysin began with her and looked no further. Using a London old-school Thai connection to gain an audience with Madame Helena, Brian took a spiffy new dream machine to demonstrate. Rubinstein liked the concept, but made the comment, "Does it have to be black?" Sensing a sale to the highest levels of power in Paris, Gysin ran back to the hotel and made her a glossy white one, measuring more than 3 feet in diameter. The con here was pretty subtle. Gysin allowed his mark to assume the rotating device was an objet d'art, but the real power of the wheel came from the mental effects it created. The so-called opite art came from the retina and optic nerve of the onlooker as it fired the brain at 13 flashes per second. The preliminary death knell for the Dream Machine in Europe came when Gysin took the thing to Peggy Guggenheim's residence in Venice in an effort to get funding for a full production run. As bad luck would have it, Alfred Barr of the Museum of Love Kills Modern Art happened to be visiting Guggenheim that day and told Peggy flat out, "The machine is interesting, but the kinetic thing is over. Pop is in." Barr was pushing Andy Warhol that season. Undeterred, Gysin soldiered on. He was thrilled when, in May of 1961, Rubinstein promised to display Gysin's whirly gig. But the light box was misunderstood from the beginning. It wasn't as high-tech as Kirlian photography or the latest fractal art from Vasarely, and it seemed redundant to the Caviar and Martini set. Shortly after its installation in the front window of her massive apartment in the Quai de Bethune, Geeson's machine encountered another fortuitous speed bump. Madame's assistant, one Patrick O'Higgins, Jason's old-school tie connection, placed Madame's favorite toy, a 2,000-year-old mummified Egyptian cat, into the dream machine and watched it go around for hours. As a favor to Geison, O'Higgins allowed the feline to gyre and rotate throughout the night and over the weekend, causing quite a stir with the local boulevardiers. When Madame Helena discovered her $50,000 artifact rotating inside the white wheel, she screamed, "Patrick, my best cat!" O'Higgins merely shrugged as Madame stormed out of the room wearing a pancake-encrusted smile and mumbling her usual, "How could you?" O'Higgins must have been indispensable to Rubinstein at that point, because she allowed O'Higgins to continually display sans chat the white rotational cyclometer in every fashion show that season, even the roof garden shows. Finally, the machine was placed in the window of the founding Temple of Facial Goo, the prestigious Helena Rubinstein boutique in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, but she didn't buy it, and neither did anyone on the fashion circuit. If any marketing ploy could sell the thing to the high and mighty, this was it. But, alas, the flood of orders expected for the dream machine did not rise above the embankments of the Ile-de-France. Here we have a case of the con man falling in love with his own con. Geeson was miffed, and he became impossible to live with for months. His art object was demoted to a mere folly. No money or industry poured forth from his invention, and nobody wanted one. After that, Geeson began promoting it as a black magic spell-casting machine, something that could be used to bring up ghosts and daemons. A number of said spirits were seen dancing off the walls in the hotel, but no one could be sure if these phantoms were generated by the wheel or the opium. For all intents and purposes, the dream machine was a flop outside of the Beat Hotel itself. By February 1962, the dream machine had run its course in France, and Burroughs, now bored with it and the Beat Hotel scene, went over to London to cozy up in the dull but secure Empress Hotel. That spring, he received letters from various friends revealing worries about Jack Kerouac's drinking problem and imminent demise. Although Burroughs did not run with Kerouac, he was still one of the clan, and it hurt. Bill's departure from Paris left Geeson holding the dream machine bag. Occasionally, Brian would pull a small unit out at parties or make one for someone, for a fee, of course, but basically the idea had run its course in Paris, and England was out of the question. North America offered some hope, but nobody held their breath. Hank Harrison. Burroughs' career took off like a rocket in the mid-1960s, and he hardly had time to correspond with Geison. His career was now being handled by the famed Harold Matson Agency, but the dream machine was not yet dead in North America. Through Burroughs, Geison, who now appeared more and more like a hanger-on, made contact with the young Peter Matson, son of Burroughs' agent, who made one more attempt to sell it big in New York. Leary endorsed it, and a copy was shown off at a Soho gallery. But the dream machine was no longer an objet d'art, if it ever was. This time the device would be positioned as a psychedelic toy, sold via mail order to acid heads looking for a bigger trip. Again, as bad luck would have it, no manufacturer would tool it up for fear of lawsuits from epileptics. This may have been the wiser course. By April of 1967, Burroughs' success and the flower power thing overshadowed the dream machine, but Geison went on tinkering with various models and never let go of plans for it. The buzz in the 19,661,968 underground scene was negative toward Geison's contraption. In those days, items like the dream machine were sort of like colonics for acid heads. They were viable only for those who couldn't get off any other way. After tripping to Mexico and San Francisco for a decade, Geison returned to Paris empty-handed, still reliant on his trust fund. Brian ascended to the garden of Hassan Sabbah on Sunday morning, July 13, 1986. He was cremated and laid to rest at Père Lachaise Cemetery, halfway between Jim Morrison and Peter Abelard, but the Dream Machine story doesn't end there. Burroughs, perhaps as a promise to Geisen, continued to recommend the Dream Machine to students and curiosity seekers, and he always spoke of it as a nostalgic tribute to Brion, as if Geisen's soul was somehow spinning inside. Movie makers and rock musicians, fascinated with Burroughs' writings, began building the things for home games, and a few devotees even began offering blueprints and diagrams. Bill Ham, the unheralded pioneer of San Francisco light shows, built one and incorporated it into a light show done for the Grateful Dead in 1971 at the Chateau Herouville gig near Auvers outside Paris, but it remained an esoteric object. It was almost like L'École de Burroughs saw it as a do-it-yourself project from Mechanics Illustrated. In the early 1990s, 10 were built. Then, finally, hundreds. A mystique grew up around the Dream Machine. Simon Vinkenoog, the late poet laureate of Holland, wrote about it in Brez, the Dutch mystical magazine, but again, it was an underground thing. Some New Age aficionados, people who never heard of Burroughs, even began offering a small version by mail order as a nostrum for New Age melancholia. Thus, although dead as art, the Dream Machine went on to forge a mythical life of its own, and that's what Kurt flashed on, like it was a real piece of beatnik history. Geisen's dream was realized posthumously. He should have filed for a patent. Okay, what has this got to do with Kurt Cobain? Well, as it turns out, Kurt heard about the Dream Box as a way to kick heroin from Burroughs and decided to take one for a test spin in San Francisco during the long, balmy summer of 1993. He later ordered one and briefly played with it at home in Seattle in the winter of 1993. Love kills. David Woodard and William Burroughs take a spin on the Dream Machine C, 1972. Hank Harrison. The version Kurt bought was a low-tech upgrade of the Magic Lantern developed by the Lumiere brothers in 1887, combined with elements of Maybridge's Zoetrope projector. The idea is simple. It is not digital or electronic. In fact, it is barely electric. Just to prove you didn't need electricity at all, I built one and dubbed it Dream Machine Unplugged. For a light source, I lit a beeswax candle. A hamster wheel provided the power. It worked perfectly after a tweak or two, although the candle singed the hamster's ass during the ramp-up phase. I also rigged it up to a water tap. I use humor here only to point out that the Dream Machine was always a primitive and stark contraption, less analog than analog, if you catch my drift, and probably something Da Vinci or Tycho Brahe discovered and rejected 500 years ago. The Dream Machine, in the version sold to Kurt by Burroughs' wingman David Woodard, who was also a close associate of Allen Ginsberg, was a revolving device with a slotted outer ring that creates controlled flicker rates in the brain of the onlooker. There are various ways to use it. The San Francisco version features a 100-watt bulb in the center that will burn your eyes out if you stare at it long enough. The slits are cut in a large Quaker Oats box or plastic tube, sometimes coated with tree flock spray. The speed can be controlled by a rheostat. You can also build one yourself, cutting out the odd ovoid shapes with an X-Acto knife, then taping it together. When mounted on a turntable, the rotating drum works away on your head, and it's all big fun. The Dream Machine can be used in different settings. One can look at the flickering lights, or one can place pictures, or even three-dimensional objects in the center of the cylinder, like Madame Helena's mummified cat or a tarot card. Theoretically, a Dream Machine could be built to a scale large enough to allow a human being to sit inside, but so what? The thing is supposed to create mental access to the dazzling firings of your own fovea, or what Ralph Metzger, Andrechard Alpert, Baba Ram Das, to you latecomers, called the retinal circus. But it could also produce a hell world experience in anyone with psychotic tendencies. The original Parisian version, which Geisen tried to pass off as an object of high art, was a heroin-enhancing scam from the get-go, and Geisen, like a typical junkie, didn't have a clue what he was unleashing on the world. Although I personally feel the machine is harmless, I would be remiss to not repeat the warning that flickering light devices of this type can cause seizures. Predictably, it will cause petit mal episodes in diagnosed epileptic subjects and aura headaches in migraine sufferers. Any suicidal ideation attributed to the Dream Machine is traceable to the subject's own synchronous brain patterns. More to the point, Television advertisers have long taken advantage of PDRT, or photic driving response threshold, the point at which your optic nerve stimulates your brain to take action. Normally, this is 15 flashes per second in black and white and slightly earlier in color perception. Frighteningly, the epileptic threshold and the photic driver response Lyman overlap in the Dream Machine. I doubt Geisen understood the functions of a tehistoscope used for brainwashing, as in he Warren Beatty film The Parallax View, but the Dream Machine is quite. David Woodard, Bill Burroughs, and Allen Ginsberg Golden Gate Park concert. Similar. A tehistoscope is a flash slide projector apparatus designed to test threshold learning in psychology. In other words, the Dream Machine is not a simple parlor toy and can be used as a serious behavioral modification device in the wrong hands. Another twist enters in the form of Kurt's visit to Burroughs' home in Lawrence, Kansas, in December of 1993, about the time Ministry was making their Just One hit video for Warner Brothers. In that particular low-tech video, the guy with the goatee is seen driving around Lawrence looking for Burroughs. He eventually finds him in his backyard, shotgunning various styrofoam placards etched with single but provocative words: control, history, reality. String them together in a sentence and you get control history and you control reality. This sounds like something Xenophon might have said as he blogged Julius Caesar in March Up Country. The video also shows a young long-haired man writhing in agony, hog-tied and placed in a bathtub, while a gaunt man in a sheet, worn like a toga, approaches him. These ceremonial male rape shots are superimposed over beet juice whirlpools and carnage scenes from stock footage, a the film stylings of Kenneth Anger, and the surreal stage shows of Jean Genet and the German Expressionists. Low times, high times. Even Burroughs, but it did help him focus his thoughts. It might have even helped him kick heroin. Ironically, the police and press corps mistook it for a computer game because it was stacked up in boxes in the garage with other games and Kurt's favorite anatomy models. Let me set the record straight. Kurt was not gazing into the Dream Machine when he died or even days before. He did have a number of Nintendo cartridges in storage, but when he returned from rehab, especially on Easter Sunday, and on the following Monday, assuming he was still alive, he didn't have time to fiddle with games of any kind, and there was no television set in the greenhouse. In May or June of 1994, someone circulated material on the internet implying that Kurt died from a Dream Machine overdose. This is the core of a classic misinformation campaign. The earlier email and the later fax forwarded a theory that Kurt was conditioned to shoot himself through post-hypnotic suggestions, or was conditioned to do so by some puppet master who had the secret of the box, or that the box did it. Well, now let's see. The box didn't do it, but the puppet master idea sounds interesting. Although loath to commit to any real theory, it seems a pack of hole helpers championed the most ridiculous of the three explanations and asserted that the box itself made Kurt kill himself. When I first read about this assertion, I said, wow, these people are watching too many Freddy Krueger movies. Years later, I modified that statement to read, wow, these people are making too many Freddy Krueger movies. Courtney's anxiety reduction statement is also a bit vague. When she says she blames Kurt's death on the manufacturer of the Dream Machine, who does she mean? Is she talking about the inventor? Perhaps she figured Burroughs invented it, or maybe she meant Geisen. She might have meant this strange bloke named David Woodward who built some in San Francisco. Or maybe she's sending us a clue. Maybe Woodward is a hitman underneath his Mad Hatter getup. It's hard to know what she meant, and since she rarely clarifies her responses, we must, again, speculate. All I can say about this machine in conclusion is that if you believe the Dream Machine killed Kurt, I have a flashlight and an old fan I'd like to sell you. I'm here to tell you that all of these explanations are completely spurious and would, love kills, be laughable under less serious conditions. The important thing to realize is that soon after Kurt died, somebody on the inside felt it necessary to send out further silly of me. Contrary to what I said earlier about how hip Generation X is, a lot of people fell for the Dream Machine causation theory, probably because they needed to believe it. The only person who might have known the alibi story was bogus, was Brion Geisen, the guy who invented the machine in the first place, but he died in 1990. According to Steve Bloom at High Times, a publicist for Courtney named Steve Newman founded a comedy called Fuke or XX. Okay, so why did they form and whatever happened to them? Since the oddball group decided to throw themselves into the controversy, maybe we should expose them. Was Courtney aware of fuck? You bet. After Kurt died, nobody released anything Kurtoid to the press without Courtney's approval, so I doubt Newman would just forge ahead on his own. In his first public communique, Newman said the core of Fuck consisted of himself, Courtney, and one of Courtney's many attorneys, Celeste Mitchell. This enterprise was naturally bigger than it looked because, according to Newman, it was backed by a phalanx of whole supporters and hangers-on. Later, this statement was softened to explain that Courtney, although supportive of Fuke, played more of a low-key role and claims to have had nothing to do with its founding or administration. The timing of Newman's statement seems incriminating. The Reverend Al Dale, the radical minister who introduced me to Saul Alinsky decades ago, lived by one outlandish tenet above most others: never answer unasked questions. I guess the people behind Fuke never heard that because they were sending out press releases long before anybody focused in on Kurt's death as a homicide. Fuke sent out its first disinformation packets a full year before Tom Grant set up his first website. If there ever was an award for drawing attention to an unwanted blemish, this is it. Fuke was a phantom organization formed as an ad hoc committee gathered to officiate over a single press release, and it disbanded when the shit hit the fan. When pursued, they were unavailable for comment. They had no email address or website. Letters addressed to Newman or Mitchell were returned unopened. Why was the committee formed in the first place? I can only speculate, but I assume it was an ill-conceived attempt to help Courtney reduce her anxiety about the loose ends still dangling in the Cobain case, especially after Richard Lee began spreading the word about foul play and making Courtney out to be a black widow. You may also be wondering, in this context, how Courtney gets her helpers to be so damned loyal. Like her mother and her grandmother, Courtney is very charismatic, especially with women and puppy boy males. She is well known for forging long-lasting deep relationships and then busting them when the time is ripe. Her darker side makes sure she gets the dirt on everybody, just in case. When Fuke was first formed, Courtney was still with Gold Mountain, so Gold Mountain must have known about Fuke's activities. This may also be one reason why Courtney moved to the PMK agency in late 1995. An astute observer might say Courtney's old friends began to distance themselves from her as soon as they got their bearings. Kurt and William S. Burroughs. It was as if Burroughs was passing on his laurel leaf to Kurt. The controversy over what effect the light machine had on Kurt Cobain during the last days of his life may be a smokescreen that plays into the hands of those who would have us believe he took his own life. I may be wrong, but I believe Kurt Cobain did not take his own life, and the stupid machine played no role whatsoever. El Duce is missing. 3. Flair and the Cobain folders.justice for Kurt.com grew hairy on the Cobain case once again. But the bright daylight also revealed that nobody can find El Duce. He's missing, not drunk and staggering, but vanished. 5 years went by before I had another chance to see Francis. 5 years until the laws governing grandparents' rights changed in my favor. Sandy Troy, an old deadhead who wrote 2 books on Garcia, took the case pro bono and filed the lawsuit in June of 2004 in Los Angeles Juvenile Court. At the time, I had no idea he was working for Courtney, trying to get his daughter's auditions with Bastard, 9:11 p.m. Wednesday, April 23, 1997. Courtney Love, rumored to be 5 months pregnant with Edward Norton Seed, strolls nonchalantly out of her chartered taxi and spends the entire evening making a high-profile visit to Mandy's Club in West Hollywood. My mother's doctor calls me from Sacramento and tells me Mom I's in intensive care with another stroke. She is 82 and will now never see her great-grandchild. I sent Courtney an email hoping she would at least find it in her heart to send flowers to her grandmother. Maybe she has a heart. I don't know. I know she had one when I dropped her off at her mom's house in 1968. But my mom never heard from her. Earlier today, Courtney almost fainted and needed oxygen in the studio. Billy Corgan and Courtney spent the day mixing down the tracks they began 2 months ago. The whole public waits breathlessly. Will the album be a smashing success? Is Courtney the next wonder star, or is she already typecast in horror roles? And what of Kat Jelland, the original sugar baby doll? Whatever happened to the non-psychopathic runt of the leader, the one who can do a 1.5 pike off the 3-meter board? No, because I saw her do it at the Decathlon Club in Silicon Valley in 1982. Several men who know her well will tell you she is one of the most beautiful small women of all time. I heard she was looking for a new bass player for a revival of Babes in Toyland just before Kristen Pfaff died. Was Kurt going to help Babes in Toyland get started again? What role did Kat play in Kurt's? Hank Harrison. Last Days? Was she the blonde woman driver? Why hasn't Courtney mentioned the fact that Kat was caretaking the Carnation House when Kurt died? 10:55 p.m., April 23, Riverside, California. El Duce walks with a new friend drinking as usual. 2 big cans of Foster's down so far. And this new guy, this dark stranger, the guy who says he was a roadie for Guns N' Roses, only sips on his beer. El Duce staggers brilliantly as the two walk along the tracks at the main switching yard in Riverside. They find a stump and sit down. The dark man slips some Rohypnol into one of the cans and hands it to Eldon. Eldon doesn't see the Mickey Finn go in. He's drinking in a good mood tonight. The mentors are getting back together. They have gigs lined up. The stranger offers to act as a roadie for the mentors. Just for kicks. He says he doesn't need the money, but he needs to get back on the road again. Ducey understands. The date rape dope starts to cut in. The stranger beckons him closer. El Duce stands up and walks further down the tracks. The stranger angles closer to the railroad ties. El Duce feels dizzy. The stranger says, "Hey man, why don't you lay down?" El Duce lays down next to the tracks, almost in the tracks. 11:30 p.m. The stranger recedes into the shadows to wait for a train. He's being paid to stick around until he is certain El Duce is rendered permanently unable to testify under oath before federal grand jury. The Sacramento Flyer is coming in southbound, a late freight with a lowboy pusher carrying a bog load of tomatoes and rice and computers is barreling in hot. It's not moving super fast, but fast enough to crush a drunken body into the creosote-soaked ties, fast enough to stain the rusty spikes that hold it all down. Turbine steam screams across the thin whistle reed. The stranger shouts, "Hey Deuce, look out!" Eldon jumps up in a knee jerk, the kind of body flinch all bebop winos carry like a gun, ready to fire. But his acuteness is short-lived. The roofers have him. He jumps the wrong way, up and over into the center of the tracks. The yellow and red Union Pacific macerates him into a damp spot. The floating light brightens white, then red, then pink as Eldon's blood splashes over the cowcatcher. The bell alarm clangs, but only the dark man can hear it as he walks away to a waiting car. When the police arrived, they assumed Eldon was just another pisshead drunk. They didn't notice the empty six-pack strewn near the tracks. One of the cans had more than beer in it. The police examiner called it an accident. The only man able to testify against Courtney under oath was now dead. People die around her, like flies. I died and came back 2 or 3 times. James Moreland nearly died. Roz Rezebek will burn in hell every time he thinks about Courtney or his star-smitten ex-wife. Jeff Mann, maybe he pulled through, but not unscathed. Kristen's mom and dad, her brother, and her friends will suffer for decades. Love kills. Courtney could have followed the golden road to unlimited devotion, but instead she walks in shadow. Each time she found a new father or lover, she found a new way to pay back the Japanese businessmen she lap-danced, the oil riggers who ogled her in Alaska, and the long string of geeks who put their quarters in the slot to see her take off her silk stockings. For me, this last death trip with Courtney was slower, but just as painful as the first. Why do we go through it again and again? It's the eyes, boys. Her mother's eyes. My legs and stamina. Her mother's spine and skin. My memory. Her mother's IQ and both of our wits. I can hear it like every parent hears it, all of the gifts echoing back through genetic currents, sounding over miles of ocean like a whale in a sea canyon. When Eldon Hoke died, a signal went out to everybody concerned with the Cobain case. Wah, wah. The next whistle in the night could be you. Wah. Courtney was now well stashed behind her moat and portcullis, protected by a layer of seneschals and ladies in waiting. In her rookery, we see bishops, knights, pawns, lawyers, doctors, rich Johns, poor Joans, and billionaires. She has the dirt on all of them. She could write a book, 10 books. She can't be dismissed. Count the balls in the jar. I guess Kurt and Kristen and El Duce and maybe even Joe Cole underestimated her. 5 years went by before I had another chance to see Frances. 5 years until the California laws governing grandparental rights changed in my favor. Sandy Troy, an old deadhead who wrote 2 books on Garcia, took the case pro bono and filed the lawsuit in June of 2004 in Los Angeles Juvenile Court. Turns out Troy was working for Courtney all time. The pat me back deal was designed to keep me from suing or to make the lawsuit look dumb. In exchange, Troy's daughters would get an audition with Courtney for her new all-girl band, Bastard. Troy's daughters toured the clubs and recorded as a duet, The Troys. At the time, Courtney told an Elektra studio exec that Anna Troy would do well in Bastard because she had a lot of cute power. Bastard never really gelled. Later, Anna formed her own mixed-gender band and wrote some pretty good songs. Most notably, she went into the studio with my old friend Greg Douglas, one of the best guitarists on the West Coast, and popped out a studio album, but in her tributes, she never mentions the Courtney Love connection. All of this was happening against a backdrop of public suicides. So many self-mutilations followed Kurt's death they couldn't be counted. Decades later, people were still killing themselves and leaving notes referring to the Cobain method. El Duce made fun of death, but teen suicides were now commonplace. Too bad, too, because Kurt didn't kill himself, and whoever did kill him triggered an epidemic. Since April 1994, every suicide prevention center in the world has several case files that reflect some aspect of Kurt's death. The last trip. Suicide and, although it is not a bacteriological affliction, suicide can be contagious and it can be suggested. This fact is repressed by the public on a daily basis and is one of the main reasons suicidal behavior remains repressed and embarrassing to family members and the public at large. Lest we forget Jonestown, the Albigensian Crusade, and Masada, 3 well-documented mass suicides that took place over a span of 2 millennia. But in the direct and immediate wake of Kurt's death, one case stands out. October 14, 1994, Langley, British Columbia, Canada. The bodies of 3 male teenagers were found asphyxiated by carbon monoxide poisoning in a large storage locker less than 200 kilometers north of Seattle. The teenagers were identified as Stephen Dallaire, 18, of Labrador City, Newfoundland, Stéphane Langlois, 18, and Michael Cote, 18, both of Fermont, Quebec. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police called the event an inexplicable and tragic suicide. While confirming the suicides, which took place on October 7th, Captain Paul Bissonnette, the RCMP information officer, pointed out a number of bizarre elements that were not reported in the American press. For one thing, the deaths were methodical and planned in great detail. A diary, written in French, contained the wills of the 2 Quebec natives. A third will was found inscribed in marker pen on a pair of faded blue jeans with the knees worn out. The meticulously written journal documented the group's itinerary and contained a number of revealing drawings that left no doubt about what motivated the group's suicide pact, the death of Kurt Cobain. The depressed trio had planned their suicide for many months. The ignition key of Dallaire's 1987 Plymouth was found in the on position. The locker doors were sealed from inside with duct tape, and the car was out of gasoline. Forensic investigators noted that the battery was drained and the headlight switch was pulled out, indicating that at least 2 days had elapsed. A Nirvana tape was still in its cradle in the tape deck, and pictures and Nirvana posters were affixed to the walls. No drugs, food, or alcohol were located. Dallaire and Cote were found in the front seat of the car, while Langlois was found lying just outside the car in a fetal position. According to their diary, NT. Tled, the last trip, the 3 Canadians were embarked upon a Kerouacian on-the-road adventure, perhaps because Jack Kerouac was Canadian-born. But unlike Kerouac's vision of the road, which celebrated a free life, this trip was designed to end in death. The death trip contagion spread to Canada on September 15, 1994, when the three junior college students attended a concert in Montreal featuring two aberrant thrash groups with deathly names. The openers called themselves Obituary, and the more popular of the two were known as Napalm Death. After the concert, the young trio went to a hotel to form their suicide pact. Again, according to their trip log, the three amigos were further influenced by Henry Miller's Air-Conditioned Nightmare and Cobain's chortling soundtrack to the film The Priest They Called Him, based on Bill Burroughs' Junkie. This film reeks with distorted symbolism, and like most of Bill Burroughs' work, romanticizes addictive behavior. It was almost Ossip Burroughs was saying, "And you must be drugged in order to be authentic." This is, of course, Hank Harrison. Totally bogus, and Cobain knew it. Kurt never said anything like that, and he was never genuinely suicidal after Francis was born. When Kurt died, drugged literature and music became standard in the rock world. Death imagery was now commonplace, but for the most part, when it started, as far back as naming the Grateful Dead, it was poetic. When Poison and Metallica, Black Flag and Black Sabbath came along, it was just showbiz. Even when Ozzy and Alice Cooper pushed the envelope for dark theatrics, it was still just showbiz. But somehow it got serious. The constant barrage of deathly suggestions seemed to be taking hold in a more susceptible generation. The suicide journal left in the car in Langley, BC, contained observations along the road by Dallaire and Langlois, with drawings in pen and ink by Cote. The most telling sketch was titled The Big Decision, which shows the three friends in a hotel room making the decision to die together. On the facing page, Dallaire says, "I would like to kill myself with the same shotgun used by Kurt Cobain." Friends of theirs said they wanted to go to Milwaukee to visit the Harley-Davidson factory, but no mention of this is made in the journal. The handwritten diary places them in Detroit and Montana before crossing north into Alberta. In Calgary, they withdrew funds from an ATM, then headed quietly back across the border, traveling west across Idaho and on to Seattle, where they visited Veretta Park next to Kurt's house. They left a cross made of twigs beneath a tree, approximately 10 meters from the actual spot where Kurt's body was found. Then they headed north across the longest, two nations, border in the world. Police in Montreal speculated that the trio wanted to die in Canada so as to avoid any legal hassles for their families. One of Coates' drawings, subtitled The Last Supper, shows the three friends having dinner in Vancouver on October 7. After dinner, they headed down to Langley, never to see daylight again. The last trip ends with the following simple comment: "We have lived our lives, and this life is not for us. Goodbye." No one close to the case, not even the parents of the three voyagers, can explain how these otherwise medically sound kids could just pack up and haul themselves all the way from Montreal, only to abandon all hope in a border town north of Seattle. To obtain a better picture, we will have to zoom back to Quebec to late April 1994. About 2 weeks after Kurt died in Seattle, a young man whose family wishes to keep his name private killed himself in Fremont, Quebec. This would have been dismissed as another teenage suicide, one of the many on the increase worldwide, except for one strange fact. This particular teenager, who incidentally used a shotgun, was the best friend of Stephen Dallaire, the owner of the Plymouth found in the storage locker. The friendship factor in the Fremont case is a direct link to the trio of deaths in British Columbia, bringing the death toll in this case alone to 4. In other words, the Quebec-based suicides were cascaded in an epidemic directly traceable to Kurt's death in Seattle. The case is complex and fraught with tragedy for all concerned, but there can be no doubt that an element of contagion was at work. The strange death of Kristen Pfaff, the alternative music world would not have suffered in the least bit had Kurt used the shotgun on Courtney Love. Subject: Courtney Love, April 18, 1994, from xp8 at freenet.com. On the White Bronco for his last free ride, Kristen Pfaff, one of the best bass players on the alternative scene, was saddling up the heroin pony. The Lion's Paw bathtub was white. The heroin was white with little brown flecks in it. The last thing she saw was a white light. Kristen was writing in her diary when the horse kicked her. The diary dropped to the floor. She wore a towel around her head like a snood. Images of Marat Sade leaped to mind. In November of 1993, Courtney told me she stole Kristen from Kat during one of their girl fights because Kristen was wasting away in Minneapolis and because Kat had turned into a junkie. I thought that was a bit sarcastic since many Courtney watchers say Courtney turned Kat onto heroin in 1986, shortly after she started hanging around with L7. That about fits my timeline. It also rubs salt on a sore wound. As I established earlier, Kristen was a formally trained musician, while Courtney barely holds a high school equivalency certificate. She graduated magna cum laude in scoring all areas laminates, but her formal musical skills were always food for constant debate. My dad had a band in Pennsylvania, and he was a great saxophone player. Maybe she could have learned. She was certainly trying. But Andre Previn, she wasn't. The formal education issue becomes even more Byzantine when we realize that Kristen came from Janitor Joe and was, reportedly, heading back east to play music with some of her old band pals, maybe even babes in Toyland. I figure Kurt was looking for a bass player too. Cortonby must have sussed that out too. Maybe she was jealous or worried her meal ticket was about to hook up with a real player. That's the same set of panic triggers that hit her when Kurt fantasized about playing on the streets with Mary Lou Lord. All overdose stories are creepy, but this one was especially sick. One day everything, Hank Harrison, was fine. The next day seemed like an unannounced solar eclipse. Kristen's memorial service was a solemn affair. 2 of her friends bid their last goodbyes and then proceeded home to take out their anger on the internet. I was lucky enough to be waiting with a big catcher's mitt when the soon-to-be-erased emails came through. I found the notes especially truthful because they weren't from AOL. Whoever sent them used Adora1 on a gopher.org server. This would indicate Minneapolis. Both witnesses agreed on the emotional atmosphere hanging over the small congregation at Kristen's final dance. Courtney was specifically forbidden to attend the private open casket chapel. Kristen's parents were naturally distraught and blamed Courtney generally for their daughter's demise. Courtney made short work of the parental wishes and managed to turn the next day's more public memorial service into a small media event. Not so big as to attract attention, but large enough to make sure nobody could say she didn't show up. She was attended in this enterprise by Eric Erlandson, her devoted manservant. The first witness comments, "It was as if Courtney and Eric were there out of duty. They showed no emotion toward Kristen's father or friends." The other witness described the scene in more picaresque terms. "It was as if they were inconvenienced about as much as if they had just missed a bus." Now, since heroin was de rigueur for the Doc Martin crowd in Seattle, soft-toed jackboots are still jackboots, vegan Nazis are still Nazis, you might be tempted to slough off Kristen's death as insignificant, just another gong kicker on the slow train home, but Kristen never had a monkey, mainly because she was possessed of a deeply gifted musical ability. Kristen would never let herself get anywhere near that messed up, maybe a skag dealer drooling at the needle exchange. You know, the one with the chlamydia sores and the Twitter eyes, but not Kristen Pfaff. This woman had self-esteem and dignity written all over her, and she could rock. I know because I met her and spoke to her and heard her play live. It only took one meeting to form that very firm opinion, and that short meeting drove Courtney up the walls. We may never know what Kristen wrote in the black notebook found on the bathroom floor when the police arrived. Pages may have been torn out. Did anyone in the Seattle Police Department bother to read the last page to see if it was a suicide note? Kristen always dated her pages. If the date on the last page was earlier than the date she was found, we might wonder why she had the book out or why SN uncapped pen was also found on the tiles. Oh yes, then there's the matter of the medical examiner. Who do you think investigated the scene and pronounced it a suicide? Who did the autopsy and took blood samples, and who signed the death certificate? Hold your breath, you won't believe it. Nick Hartshorn, the same guy that pranced around Kurt's body. Kristen read the Rocket, the local and highly uninformative rock newspaper, so she was well aware of the heroin blight swarming over Seattle. Since 1990, dozens of Love Kills, very talented musicians, and who knows how many just plain street people died from using or being around the hard stuff. Heroin is an equal opportunity killer. It takes the rowdy sleazebag along with the bright and gifted. The big stars get the big publicity, but the coroner's office knows the score. Seattle's sons and daughters are no strangers to the international OD. Jimi Hendrix died under strange conditions. Andy Wood of Mother Love Bone drank himself into a booze and skag OD. Stephanie Sargent from 7 Year Bitch choked on her own vomit after shooting up. Mia Zapata of the Gits was mysteriously beaten to death and dumped near the reservoir, with strong traces of heroin in her system, and the list goes on. Also try to remember that these were not bar band musicians or wannabes. They were all young and talented and, in Zapata's case, about to hit the big time. But in Kristen's case, a mystery still lingers. 2 days before she died, Courtney begrudgingly gave Kristen $10,000. Courtney says it was to finance a vacation and a move away from Capitol Hill to find a safer place in Seattle, which explains the U-Haul in the driveway, but her friends say Kristen manufactured the interurban story to buy some time. In reality, Kristen was headed permanently eastward. How do we know this? Paul Erickson, Kristen's longtime friend and fellow musician, flew out to Seattle from Minneapolis just to escort her home, a nightly thing to do, eh? Note: there seems to be some confusion in the media between Eric Erlandson and Paul Erickson. In fact, both men visited Kristen the day she died. Paul is the guy that broke down the door and found her in the tub kneeling in 5 inches of water. Eric is the lead guitarist for Hole, and Kristen's ex-lover who scored the killer dope from Courtney and brought it over to her. Paul and Kristen and one other friend spent the day loading up the U-Haul. She told Erickson she wanted out. Courtney owed her money, but it didn't matter. She wanted out fast. The once nicely furnished apartment stood empty. Only a few suitcases and a sofa remained. Kristen was going to take a luxury bath and then catch a nap on the sofa. The plan was to leave at dawn to get a head start on the traffic. Kristen knew how paranoid Courtney could be. Like many insiders, Kristen probably smelled a burning wire surrounding Kurt's death. Backstage at Slim's Club in September 1973, Kristen saw how Courtney treated me and apologized to me for Courtney's behavior. Kristen loved her dad. When Courtney saw me talking to Kristen, she went into one of her slow burns, a deep, molting hatred space which can last several days. When Courtney was about 6, I saw these moods as having dissociative components. But now she was all grown up. I could see she hadn't managed to get that under control. The outer personalities simply kept coming back. Kristen also feared someone may have been watching her flat. She did not believe Kurt killed himself. The murder of Mia Zapata in 1993 was still echoing around the scene. Mia's killer, a Cuban refugee, was caught on DNA evidence and sentenced on May 14, 2004, a full decade later, ironically. And according to his own testimony, this: Hank Harrison. Thug was living in the Lesky neighborhood in Seattle, just down the road from the Cobain mansion, when Mia died, and was still living in Seattle when Kurt died. Someone was stalking rock stars, all right. With these factors in mind, Paul went downstairs to guard the valuable electronic equipment, the bass guitars, and the other easily pawnable treasures, now loaded and ready to go. Kristen did not come.
I just want to say, remember there's the conspiracies about Anthony Bourdain being murdered? He was best friends with Mark Lanigan towards the end. I'm just saying.
Down immediately, so Paul decided to take a snooze in or next to the vehicle. Tuckered out and lagging as he was, Paul did not see Eric Erlandson entering and leaving the apartment building over the span of about 1 hour. When confronted, Eric told the press he dropped in to wish Kristen bon voyage and to inform her of his impending engagement to Drew Barrymore, but Kristen was sneaking out of town. She didn't want Erlandson or Courtney to know she was going. This is strange, since Kristen told Courtney she was only moving across town. But sources close to the case assert that Eric also gave her some smack, the very smack that did her in. The police reports make no mention of where Kristen might have acquired a hot shot, 3 times stronger than normal, but Eric was a junkie too. Could he have been an inadvertent courier for a deathly bindle of skag? Like Kurt, Kristen was definitely on her way out of the Courtney zone when she died. She had plans to visit her dad in Denver and to wend her way, eventually, to Buffalo. Why? Because she was going back to Janitor Joe. She had studio work lined up, and the rumor persists that she may have joined babes in Toyland who were beginning to seek a replacement bass player at that time. To say that Kristen decided to flee Seattle because she feared for her life is an oversimplification. Deep down, she wasn't happy with Hole's inner dynamic. She hated fronting for Courtney and having to keep her mouth shut on command. I have reason to believe that Eric was working on her all the time to keep the band together. Patty ignored Courtney, and maybe because she is well-adjusted, just kept a solid beat. This meant that Kristen was the only unstable element. Eric, in his role as musical coordinator, needed a solid bass player, so he constantly reminded Kristen that Courtney was their meal ticket. But Kristen wasn't really looking for a meal ticket. She, like Cobain, had that educated true beat value system. When I visited Courtney in November of 1993 in San Francisco, I knew Kristen was having an affair with Eric. I thought it an odd matching. The vibes were wrong. I flashed Eric was a kind of goofy guy, a musical nerd type. While Kristen was obviously a future-looking professional, she had that doctor-dentist thing about her. Some people say she was a lesbian, but in reality, Kristen felt more comfortable with men, although with Eric you could be a lesbian and no one would know. Courtney used the lesbian gambit because she has always been a sexual opportunist and wanted, for marketing purposes, her band and everybody around her to project a genderless or bisexual image. This process is detailed in Appendix B. After studying letters, tapes, and comments for journalists, I am sure that Courtney always played to her core demographic. I'm also sure she molded Hole's image to that demographic. She even tried to mold Kurt into the everybody's gay way of love kills thinking, but Kurt wasn't gay and often warned Courtney to back off on the bent gender shtick. Many of his actions spoke louder than words. Kurt loved to do benefits for civil rights, gay or otherwise, and he was always deeply sincere on the topic of gay rights and women's rights, confused occasionally, but sincere. Some of his lyrics pay homage to that issue, but Kurt was never gender challenged. He may have been a brat, but he was a man. I never met him, but I think history will bear me out on this. Kurt was the boss. Kurt wore the pants in the family, especially on stage. From his interview in The Advocate, I took the impression that he had some worries about Courtney's level of sincerity, and I think her self-obsessed lifestyle gave him pause. I'm also willing to bet that Kurt thought gay people would see right through Courtney's marketing efforts. He was gun-shy after the Vanity Fair article, and he publicly worried about his own image being tarnished by Courtney's vitriol. He also wanted her to succeed honestly, because he knew she had real talent. I think he worried that some of Courtney's comments might eventually flare back at him or even get him sued. But that's just the background. What about the events that led up to Kristen's OD? Was Courtney jealous of Kristen? It turns out Kurt and Kristen spent time together going over stuff for Hole's upcoming tour, and it was. During the European trip, and after that, Kurt got the idea to go independent again, and maybe go east to work. I think Kristen had a direct influence on Kurt and helped him see the futility in any future contracts with Geffen, so here's more anger boiling just beneath the surface. Courtney was out $12 million or so, and Hole was going to have to do their little dance on a lesser stage. Kristen Pfaff on tour with Hole. Was Kristen sacrificed? The police ruled Kristen's death another junkie overdose. A few people began to whisper suicide in the wake of the Cobain publicity, but I doubt it, and so do Kristen's friends and family. Courtney insisted Kristen wasn't into a death trip, but she lied when she told people Kristen wasn't leaving the band. Like Kurt Chawaz headed for greener and more tranquil pastures, the whole side cover story was set up to explain why Eric went over there in the first place. Ostensibly, Kristen and Eric were going to work on some final riffs for the upcoming record promo tour, a tour designed to place Courtney at the center of all known rock and roll star beams in Courtney's mind. Any major perturbations, such as Kristen leaving, could damage her so artfully crafted presentation of self. This seems kid of delusional on Courtney's part, because 2 overdose deaths in one band family in less than 40 days should give any normal person pause to contemplate the necessary moral implications, especially since Kurt died in such a hideous manner, and since Kristen was on her way out of town and wasn't working on any songs except maybe her own. Kristen's friends and parents hold the key, but decades after her death, they were still reluctant to air their true feelings. What really happened that day in 1994 at Kristen's apartment? Eric came by to wish Kristen farewell. No one saw them working on a song. One witness says Eric brought over some heroin, others deny this. Kristen's brother swears she was so afraid of Courtney she had to lie to get out of town with any money at all. As mentioned in the first section of this book, I met Kristen Pfaff in San Francisco in November of 1993 backstage at Slim's nightclub, where I distinctly recall Courtney asking me, "Pretty good bass player, eh?" "Yes." I replied, "Where did you get her?" "Oh, I stole her from Kat." Courtney went on to explain how and why she stole Love Kills Kristen from Kat during one of their girl fights, saying that Kristen was wasting away in Minneapolis. That's when she said Kat had turned into a junkie. I thought that was sophomoric and ironic since Courtney dove into opiates in the mid-1980s, like a beaver with a golden snorkel, especially after she discovered she could lose weight and manipulate people with skag. It also surprised me that Courtney would speak about Kat in such an unkind manner. She was Kat's landlady at the time. Kat was living in the house in Carnation during 1993 and the spring of 1994. Her cars were still there months after Kurt died, and their registration was still up to date. Kat's clothing was still hanging in the closet of the old cabin. More importantly, Kat was always loyal to Courtney and admired her vivacity, that is, until she realized Courtney didn't have all of her marbles. To quote another of Kristen's close friends from Minneapolis, Kristen was a talented and extremely funny, erudite, computer literate woman who happened to be bisexual. She helped Hole develop into something much more interesting and powerful than simply Kurt's wife's band. Other insiders are of the opinion that Hole's second CD could have never been done without Kristen. Two critics gave Kristen full credit for improving Hole's sound, and without her, the sound just died. Compare, for example, the third album with the second, and you'll clearly see the difference. All of this was wasted on the public. When Kristen was found in her tub, a street cop who patrols downtown Seattle made the following insensitive and inaccurate remark. "I'm sick of these upper-class kids from Bellevue who think a tattoo and track marks makes them cool. Most of them can't even read or write." He didn't know Kristen had a university degree.
All right, I'll snapshot it there, and we will continue later. Have a good night, and yeah, good night. Night.